Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever in the world you are watching us from. Welcome to the Jcsa's English-speaking broadcast. Welcome to King Abdulaziz Racecourse. We're here in Riyadh and we have 12 wonderful races to look forward to. My name is Callum Helliwell and I will be doing my best to get you some winners in possibly one of the toughest cards we've faced so far in Saudi Arabia. However, fortunately, I won't be doing it by myself. Rory Delagi is on my right and we've called it Funky Friday before, but this feels a lot more like Freaky Friday.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the difference between funky and freaky is on a day like today, but yes, I suppose if it was Freaky Friday, we'd be swapping jobs, and I'm glad we're not, to be perfectly honest, although this is not the easiest day for picking winners by the looks of it. Some really tough races today. Lots of interlocking form lines, lots of question marks.
Horses that have shown no form and then suddenly won a cup race last season.
Yeah, it's the first couple of climbs I saw here, I thought, this is going to be a lot easier than Thai. And then you wander into one like this, and it's a real conundrum.
Yeah, we got a bit too excited too soon. However, there are three horses we want to highlight before we get into any of our racing who could be trying to get us out of some trouble. The first is Nafita, who won the Flower Festival Cup in Taif earlier this season. That was penultimate start, and she really let herself down last time out. She'll be on a comeback mission and looking to bounce back here in race 9. Following on 2 races later in race 11, we have Default Protection, who bolted up in Taif the last time we saw her. That was over 2,400 metres. She drops now to 2,000 metres and makes her return. She's been put away with Riyadh in mind, and hopefully she can do the business. And in our lucky last, a wide open contest, Jcsa strikes my eye. This is a horse who won a hands and heels contest in a canter on penultimate start. It was a little bit harder in the Sprint Cup last time. That was only a 9-runner field where he didn't really get the rub of the green. But I'm hoping this 3-year-old, who, let's remember, he's won 4 of his last 9 starts. I hope this for him is an opportunity to get the head in front.
Yeah, it could well be, but we got plenty of time to get to those. I thought the last couple of races maybe a little bit easier, certainly in terms of numbers, than some of those beforehand. 2 purebred Arabian handicaps really twist your melon going into that, it has to be said. So I had to go to bed last night after trying to tackle one of those. I wasn't gonna make any more headway. So
were you having nightmares about it afterwards?
A little bit.
It's a tough little race, isn't it? Both tough little races, but the man to take us through all of them will be Mr. Alex Fussy.
Really twist your melon. Going into that, it has to be said. So,
Callum, Rory, good afternoon to you. Thank you very much indeed. Here is the schedule for today. Then let's have a look at the bumper 12-race programme as always. The action underway very shortly, 20 past 3 for a maiden over 1,200 metres. Second race on the card is a local bred maiden over 1,600. Then the local breds in action in open company at 10 past 4. Again, the trip is 1,600 metres. Handicap 0 to 60 Arabians, the following contest. Another one over 1,600 metres. Then Arabian horses 60 to 75. You've guessed it, same trip. Handicap at 5:30 is for 0 to 90 rated individuals. Then a local bred open at 6 o'clock. And the 6:30 race, we go up a bit in trip, 1,800 metres for another local bred maiden for colts and geldings only. Over the page, it's a fillies open. That's 1,800 metres at 7 o'clock. A restricted race next, horses who have won 1 to 3 over 2,000. And then fillies who have won between 1 and 3 races over that same trip of 2,000 metres. And the final race is a Jcsa challenge contest as well. Let's take a look at the runners and riders for our first then. We go over the 1,200 metre trip in this maiden. Number 1 is Al Safa. Wigberto Ramos takes the ride. 2, Manea Al Khair. 3 is Shayek. 4 is Mad Al Wasil. 5, Uneza. 6 is Saif Al Hijaz, Abdullah Al Qadis. 7 is Jilwan. And 8, Al Sheikha Sarah. Yasser Al Bakawi will do the steering on the 8 horse. Number 9 is Saudi Font for Louis Morales. 10, Mutasare for Jimmy Carrion. 11, Nice Stream. 12, Hamoud Al Kia. 13 is Aliwa for Eddie Castro. 14, Saad Al Wasil. 15 is Farhood. 16 is Al Jude. and a couple over the page for you. 17 Al-Qadim Ajmal and 18 Cat and the Fiddle. 18 runners in our first race of the day. No alterations. Runners here in the paddock. Back to the boys.
Thanks very much, Alex, for taking us through the runners and riders for our opener, and thank you to the large amount of viewers we've got on YouTube nice and early, which is great to see you all coming along to join us for the ride. You've picked a day to join because it's a tough day selecting, but special shout out to Marcus all the way from Argentina, who's back aboard us today, and Al Safa is the first one we're looking at in the parade ring for this 2-year-old maiden, and Al Safa's a good looking prospect, and here Manea Al-Khair is certainly one for the shortlist.
Yeah, we'll get to see Manea Al-Khair in action shortly on some of our VT. Has been placed at both 6 and 7 furlongs and ran a good race to be second, beaten 2 3/4 lengths behind Mostata over the course and distance last time. I did think she got herself out battled though, having looked to hold every chance with about 300 metres to go. Maybe she just got outstayed, but I thought she got into a battle and didn't relish it as much as the winner. But in saying that, she's still a big player here. Here's
Mad Al Wasil, just a bit of housekeeping about that horse. He'll be ridden by Naif Al-Anazi in this contest. No Farhad Al-Faradi available today. Here's horse number 6, Saif Al-Hijaz, one of the many debutants we've got here. We'll take a proper look at them as they go down to post.
Yep.
Jilwan, again, another debutant, and a couple of these have caught my eye early.
Jilwan's already been gelded. I couldn't find much about his pedigree. I couldn't find any details on his dam at all. But he's a son of Frosted. He looks okay in the parade ring.
Al Sheikh Farah is another one. His Saudi front, this powerful connections, always ones to watch in these maiden contests. Is another one making debut by Warfront. That's an interesting pedigree.
It's a tremendous pedigree, actually. By Warfront, out of a winning half-sister to classic winner Sleepy Time and Group 1 winner Ali Royal. So a really, really good family of Charles Wackers. And although you're going back a little bit of time to when Sleepy Time won the 1,000 guineas, it's a tremendous family, and Saudi Front has to be of interest.
Yeah, Hamoud Al-Khair is one of those ones experienced who has absolute blazing speed, but I thought it was a little disappointing last time out after what we saw on debut.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think this colt will find a race, but I'm not sure it'll be this one. Shipped okay behind King Rise in a 6 furlong Taif maiden.
Yeah, that was a decent enough performance behind a horse that we've already seen is not a bad animal. Farhood is another one who comes here with experience, but needs to step up massively from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, isn't progressing. Has run to a similar level in 3 runs, and hard to see that winning here on that evidence.
Al Jude stepped up last time from his last performance. I thought it was a good run the second time up.
Yeah, but did get outpaced before staying on late that day, Al Jude, and actually drops and trip today, which looks negative to me.
And you've got Al-Qadim, Ajmal and Cat and the Fiddle. Cat and the Fiddle, of the two of those, the one that's had the run.
Yeah, and was beat as 16th here on debut last week, so very hard to fancy on that evidence. It looks like it needs more time. Quite tall, gangly, needs to strengthen up.
Leggy type. So let's talk about some of the debutants here. So I imagine with your expert knowledge, I can just start from the top and work my way down?
You may indeed, yes.
Okay, so Al Safa, pedigree-wise, what do we know about it?
By not this time out of America called Mrs. Bucket. She was a maiden in the US, although she is related to a couple of winners. Nothing special, though.
Shayak, who is horse number 3.
Yeah, this is not a newcomer as such. This actually was a half-decent 2-year-old in the UK for Alice Haynes. Runner-up 4 times and finished 4th in the listed national stakes behind elite status at Sandown. Stands out on form. Does flash the tail though, and can hang under pressure. Should have won at least 1 race already and hasn't looked keen to go past in a finish.
Has to acclimatise to these conditions as well. Never run on dirt, obviously.
No, a son of Kodiak, so it'll be very interesting to see how he transfers that form across. Clearly has plenty of ability, but is clearly also a little bit of a thinker.
Saif Al-Hijaz, we've already spoken about Jilwan. So number 6, Saif Al-Hijaz?
Yeah, it makes some appeal on pedigree. The dam has produced a multiple winner called Nothing's Free. And he's also half-brother to 2 other winners in the US. Again, no superstars, but winners in the family are always a good thing, and life imitates art. Not a bad sire.
Al Sheikh Thara, who is horse number 8 on your race cards in those royal blue colours.
Yeah, this one's very interesting. A daughter of Uncle Mo, out of a mare called Exuberance, who was placed more than once at grade 2 level in the States. And she cost, the mare Exuberance, cost $600,000 in full to Uncle Mo. So that's an awful lot of money to be paying for. Well, obviously she's potentially a very valuable broodmare, but that does put a fair price on what Jcsa should be as well. So again, another very interesting newcomer.
Yes, plenty others to keep an eye on as well. Alewa, who is in very similar colours to what we've seen before, with a very talented 2-year-old who still hasn't quite won a race, but Alewa would probably be one of the newcomers to keep an eye on. Eddie Castro in the saddle.
By Classic Empire, but the Dam was a pretty modest maiden in the US, and I think others are slightly more eye-catching, but you know, there's ability in the pedigree, so be interested to see how it goes.
Just having a look at Manea Alcair here, finishing second. This was again another race where she seemed to look set to win, but just got outstayed on this occasion. She now drops back to 1,200 metres. That must be a positive, surely.
It should be, yeah. The question is whether she was outstayed or outbattled here, and I thought she wanted to hang in behind. As you can see, definitely doing that now. When she joined battle in the first place, I think she wanted to duck in behind the winner, Mostata. And she remains clear of the others. I don't think it was an issue of the trip. I think it was more about her appetite for a battle. So that's a slight question mark for her.
So as they're circling around, and we've got so many first-time starters, is there anything that you're looking for from a horse side of things as they're circling down at the start here? We see them in the parade ring, no one was really messing around, but at this point, when the taps begin to turn, are there anything that we're looking interested in?
Yeah, well, listen, it's one thing you're looking for. You're looking for the right kind of physique. And you're looking for a horse who looks fit enough and ready to do themselves justice. That's more your paddock inspection. When you're looking at them to start, you just want to see who might be getting affected by it. Now that's an impressive looker, isn't it? Number 9, Saudi Front, still very, very calm at the start as others are getting on their toes. As I said, Saudi Front's got the really impressive pedigree by Warfront out of De Valerius, which you know, the Dam is a winner, but she's also a half-sister to Sleepy Time and Ali Diva. Sorry, Ali Diva is the Dam. Ali Royal, who were both top-class performers in the UK. This is one of the later. She was one of the later produce of the Dam, De Valerius, but it's still a very, very good pedigree. And Saudi Front is physically more imposing than most of these as well, so we're definitely behind my shortlist.
Well, let's talk about selections right now as they begin the loading process. Who do you like here?
Well, I do like, as I said, I had Saudi Front and Jcsa as the two really interesting newcomers. I had my doubts about Manea Alcair, as I said. I'm going to go with Saudi Front because
I'll give you both of them. I'll give you both the newcomers. They're both newcomers. I'll give you both of them.
Very kind.
Yeah, I'll give you both newcomers because I'm going to go with the experience.
If I end up with 7 winners, Tom will complain.
You certainly will.
I think that's very unlikely, though.
I'm going to go with Manea Alcair, horse number 2. I think her experience will help her out here, and there's plenty of newcomers who may be running around a little bit. So I like number 2, and Rory likes 8 and 9. Alex, it's over to you.
Callum, thank you very much indeed. Runners going forwards here then for our opening action of the day. About half of the field into the stalls at the moment. I do have to agree that Saudi Front looked a really strapping sort, didn't he? Really caught the eye there as they were circling at the post. Al Safa just coming up, moves into stall 1 there. Got the inside pitch. Is that a good or a bad thing? We'll soon find out. There's Manea Alcair, one of the more exposed types, but lots of place runs under her belt. Saif Al Hijaz moves forwards. Mad Al Wasil just side on. Al Qadim Ajmal just going up as well, and also Nice Dream has gone into the line. Saudi Front coming now. In the hands of Louis Morales, about to go forwards to that 9 position. Cat and the Fiddle, just confirming grey and red, the combination of colours. If you're following that runner, who's drawn out wide. And Farhoud is the final one in. Comes up. And is there. Set to go. They're off. Runners sent away. Very slow to begin was Aliwa from stall 13, who was dwelt out of the gates there. Very poor beginning. A good start by Cat and the Fiddle. We mentioned those colours. Got a good start there out wide. and also bang up there as well is Mutasare. Up on the inside, Mad Al Wasil will probably just see them off. Shayek, not far off them, the green sleeves and cap, and up the inside rail, Al Safa is now bursting through there and has managed to spy that gap up the inside and get to the front. So Al Safa through in advance of Shayek. On their outside is Mad Al Wasil. They are being followed in turn by Uneza, who's on the inside, the light blue silk. Saudi front's trying to keep with them. As always, a very well spread out group here. The pack are headed up by the likes of Manea Al Kir, and then on the inside of that runner is Saif Al Hijaz. But up top, Al Safa is still 2 lengths to the good here as they drive inside the final couple of hundred and finding more. Saudi front is now running on in the center. Shayek is there on the inside, but it was a great turn of speed around the bend by Al Safa, and Saudi front is closing the gap to the line, but won't make it in time. Al Safa takes the first. Second place will go the way of Saudi front. They were followed in by the likes of Manea Al Kia, who was running on powerfully up the inside rail. Another place, wasn't it, for her? But the win goes the way of Al Safa in the hands of Wigberto Ramos, making a really nice debut effort here. Wasn't the best to break, was just in behind the pace, but turn round that bend, that was where he really come into his own. He showed a really likeable attitude and a quick turn of pace to nip through underneath rivals, and has posted a nice performance to win on first start by 2 3/4 lengths. And the winner's time is 1:14.40. 1:14.40 over the line to beat Saudi front. Lots of promise on that debut run as well, it must be said. And it was Manea Al Kir on the inside there, the closer in third position. So your order of finish to race 1 is 1, 9 and 2. Al Safa with a smart start.
Wigberto Ramos, well done, Wigberto. Good race, Wigberto.
Thank you so much. I want to give all the credit to the trainer right from Saudi. He told me everything about the horse. This is my first time that I get on the horse. And when he told me how is the horse, and everything that was helped me a lot in the race. He's a very talented 2-year-old.
شكرا لكم أحمد.
Wigberto Ramos is in our winner's enclosure aboard Al Safa. He's given this horse a masterful ride, missing the kick, but getting right back up the rail as well, posing for the cameras. Plenty of press and cameras here as well, which is great to see. This horse, Al Safa, on debut by Not This Time. Not the biggest of type, probably more of a speedy early type than we've seen with some of the others. We saw the horse in third, which was Saudi Front. That horse will get further in time, and Manea Alcair typically running her usual race where she finished it fast, but she just started too slowly and wasn't able to get involved. But Mr. Wigberto Ramos will get weighed in. We'll wait for him to get weighed in first, and then we'll grab a quick word with him afterwards too. Just putting the saddle in. It's great that we get this very public weighing section here in Saudi Arabia too. It was a theme in Taif, and it's also a theme here in Riyadh. Now I hope we've got enough good shots of Wiggy here. Give them a wiggle, give them a wiggle. There it is. Wigberto, a winner here in our first race on a horse on debut. Exciting.
Yeah, very excited. Like I say, I give you a lot of credit to the trainer because it's my first time that I rode this horse, but he told me everything about him. I hear that he was a talent horse, he got speed, but today was a big issues. We got number one. So when I getting inside the gate, he was calm and everything. The first jump, he did it, but slowly. After that, he showed me speed. I got lucky, I got a little gap. By the 700, I took it.
It was really interesting because both you and the two on your outside both missed the kick, but you took advantage and shooted up that gap on the rail and injected more pace into the race.
Right. It's a two-way. Either way, you broke good. It's fantastic in 6 furlong. Either way, if you broke bad, you have to just roll the dice and see what place you can find.
Were you happy to roll that dice and not sit back and wait?
Right. I know my first choice was break well. He don't broke so well, so I planned to 6 seconds. But when I saw that gap in the 700, I took it.
So you took the gap of the 700. You were in front a long way down that straight. Were you scared you were going to get caught from behind?
No, because the soon he get the front, he relaxed. I said, okay. I saw someone get near to me. I said, okay, I'm going to wait. When I asked him to move my rein, he gave me a good reaction.
He's not a big horse, but he's clearly got a very big heart, and you've given him a fantastic ride. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Shall we give them one more wiggle just for good luck? Good man. Congratulations, Wigberto Ramos, another winner today, and the sun has come out, so it clearly is a Wigberto day at the office.
Yes, indeed, a wiggy day at the office with the sun coming out. I think Callum might be slightly frightened that we'll have a thunder and lightning again today, as we did yesterday. He doesn't like the lightning, does Callum, but Wigberto Ramos has been an absolute star here, multiple champion jockey over the years, of course, now the senior rider in the weighing room, but hard to keep a good man down, and he's given Al Safa a fine ride here. That gap that appeared on the inner early in the race, too tempting not to take, and nipping through that was massively helpful. We see on the replay, he didn't break brilliantly from stall 1, but he shows speed on the inside of Manea Alcair to get past that rival early on and chase the early leaders. Sheikh in the white colours with the green sleeves, the ex-English horse, showed plenty of speed there as well, as did Mad Al Wasil in the early stages. But Sheikh just moves off the rail a little bit, and Wigberto doesn't need a second opportunity to come through on the inside. This son of Not This Time showing plenty of dash to get himself into a really good position at this stage, leading from Sheikh, who was unproven beyond 5 furlongs in the UK, so this was a test for him, stepping up and tripping a different surface. He did show his customary speed, but you'll see that he doesn't quite see the trip out. You begin to see the eventual runner-up switching to the outside of the track, on the outside of Mad Al Wasil at this stage, and Saudi Front finishes well from this stage, but doesn't really threaten to get to grips with Al Safa, who would look a more natural sprinter from what we saw. He showed, although he didn't break brilliantly, he showed natural pace early on. I suspect that Saudi Front, given his pedigree by Warfront, out of that half-sister to Sleepy Time and Ali Royal, would want 1,400 or 1,600 metres in time, and he just lacked the acceleration of the winner as he stayed on for second. Manea Alcair had been placed on her last 3 starts. She didn't really feature early. She got out okay, but was outspeeded by Al-Safa into the first bend, and she did her running very late in the day to pick up the pieces and finish 3rd. But an impressive performance from the winner, who wasn't the most appealing on pedigree. As I said, his dam, Mrs. Bucket, failed to win a race. She is a half-sister to a couple of winners, but none of them out of the ordinary. But Al-Safa has looked a natural speedster, as he's won this on debut, and no doubt will be campaigned at this trip in the future.
Yeah, I thought it was a perfect symphony between horse and jockey, with Berto obviously a very small, powerful rider, and this horse a very small, powerful individual. As we said, that they came to the top of the straight. He'd injected the pace into the race about halfway through. They were going about 66 clicks, so he's had to really work to get there. But what impressed me was when he got to the straight, he just kept finding and finding and finding. And Saudi Front, who I think is probably the best horse to take out of this race, looking toward the future at longer distances, maybe over a mile for sure, just wasn't able to reel this one in. And Manea Al-Khair was also pretty poor through in the mid part of the race, and then really ran on towards the end.
Well,
you can see it missed kick.
Yeah, she was dropping, but she bounced. She showed her experience to bounce out nicely enough into 2nd place straight after the start, but she showed no pace into the bend and got relegated.
She ran off her feet in the early
before
stages.
running on. As we said, with her last run, she didn't get outstayed last time. She just got out battled. Didn't look that keen to get involved in a fight for a victory, but finished a respectable 2nd. And this time she's run a race upside down. She's lost her pace early on, then run through horses to be 3rd at the end. I think she might be a little bit tricky to win with, for all she clearly has above average ability.
Yes, we saw Mad Al Wasir, who's actually done very well to get to that position which he's in now, because he came out the gates on 2 legs and stayed on 2 legs for about half a stride extra as well. So he was clearly learning on the job. He was 6th last time, so he clearly has some ability, but they'll need to make sure the start is better there. And Naif Al-Anazi, late substitute jockey, I think he's tried to give this the best ride he can.
Yeah, well, Man Al-Wasir actually showed pretty good pace, given that, as you said, he was on 2 legs coming out the stalls. He was quickly in a good position and stayed there throughout the race. He was 6th on debut, but that was actually only in a 7-runner race. He was beaten quite a long way, so this is a big step up for him, the son of Inns of Court, and should do better. This was certainly more of an indication of what he's capable of.
Yeah, Inns of Court, what do you make of him as a sire?
Oh, I wouldn't. I'm not going to give an expert opinion on Inns of Court. I don't know enough about him.
He's one of those tricky ones. He was very fashionable when he started. Then it's kind of like, oh, what do we do with Inns of Court? Where do we go? But I thought Saudi Front for me is the one you take out of this race.
Yeah,
will clearly do better in time. Lovely, strapping individual. Will certainly improve, as you mentioned. The breeding and the pedigree is magnificent. Al Shakasera, that's a horse that will come on from the experience. I thought not the best run on debut, but will certainly come on from that. And as you mentioned, just a really, really strong pedigree. But we cannot hang around. We must move on to race 2. And the man to guide us through the runners and the riders is Mr. Alex Fussy.
Cheers, Callum. Thank you very much indeed. Yes, the pace continues. We jump over to the 2nd race, which is another maiden race for local bred horses. This time going over the 1,600-metre trip. So up we go in distance. Number 1 is Nufat, 0 from 5 at the moment, quite exposed. Abdullah Al Kredis. 2 is A Endawi, who's one of the newcomers in here. Number 3 is Rashid, had a couple of starts. 4 as Wanas rides. Number 4, Dahri Alita. 6 is the next one in because the 5 is out. That's Anfield. 7 is Bala Al Sham, and 8, Serendib, who's another first-time starter. Number 9 is Heels, who's had 3 previous goes. Over the page to 10, Ramadan, who's 0 from 6 so far. 11, Sarjouf for Eddie Castro. 12 is Riyadh Al-Kia, another first-time starter, as is 13, Tawi Al-Sahil. 14 is Marquez for Camilo Ospino. 16 is Razi. 17 is Nakish. 18, Yahum. 19 is La Shan, 0 from 2 for him so far. 20 is Saud Al-Kel. 22 is Shibble Lady, and 23 Lucas, who may get chucked into this race because we've got 3 absentees, haven't we? The 5, 15 and 21. So we'll keep an eye out on all of that. 3 non-runners, runners and jockey back in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Alexa. Yes, plenty of non-runners to keep an eye on, but Nufat is not one of them, 0 from 5, but I thought it was a really good effort last time out to finish 4th. It was a small field race, but I thought the performance was better than the bare result.
Well, that's interesting how she gets on here, because I thought the balance of her form suggested that that run is a little bit of a standout, and I'm always a bit wary of it. It was a 5-runner race. It does look like an improvement in form. I was a little bit suspect about it. In saying that, she's found herself a pretty weak maiden here, so she doesn't have to improve an awful lot in that to get involved. But I was wary of the fact that the rest of her form doesn't stack up as well as that run last time.
Yeah, Daria Lita, we just saw horse number 4 in shot, very, very small. Hard to see her doing much in this sort of contest. Bala Al-Sham as well, this is a horse who's quite weak behind, and that's a concern considering she's had all those starts. So there's plenty of those here who you can put lines through, and then it often leaves you with not very many to pick from yourself.
Well, yeah, and you put a line through one that in theory is one of the more interesting ones on the ratings, and that being a Dari Alesa, who showed ability in time, was 6 to Adar in the 6th run maiden in September. Gets a rating of 72, but as you said, lacks a bit of scope, and I'm not sure he's going to improve an awful lot on what he's shown so far.
That's it. He looks very tired. Complete opposite to Sarjouf, who makes debut here. Look at this big boy. Horse number 11, Sarjouf. He's a gelding. He's only 2, and yeah, that's one that's caught my eye. As has Raid Alaker as well.
Yeah, neither of those are particularly appealing on pedigree, though. They look okay in the parade ring. Sarjouf, I think, might need more time. He looks like this debut run might come a little bit early for him, but he's had half siblings that have raced here and haven't won, and similarly with Raid Alakir, 2 siblings that have raced have been fairly ordinary. They've raced 8 times between them and not hit the frame, which is a little bit concerning.
We saw Marquez just being a little bit jig-joggy here. I thought he ran a mighty race where he was just nabbed on the line by Rual Sodia. But he ran everything else into the floor. He was just beaten by one horse, and we haven't seen Rual Sodia since. So I think that race took quite a lot out of both of them. So it'll be interesting to see how Marquez gets on here first time up in Riyadh.
He's run well in all 3 starts to date, hasn't he? And he's a half-brother to Nafitha, who we'll see later on, and also Sabag. So, he's got the pedigree to win this. He's shown enough to win a maiden, and he's found himself a weak one, I think.
Yeah, Saud Al-Khail, who we just saw there, horse number 20 gets in. Shibble Lady as well, horse number 22 is in as well. Saud Al-Khail 5th on debut, and not too poor of a performance. Lucas as well, horse 23 sneaks in too. Yeah,
Lucas is the one we're seeing at the moment. He's been well beaten in 2 starts to date. Sneaks in as the 3rd reserve here, but hard to fancy.
Let's have a look at Marquez in action. You can just see him going down to post. We saw Alabali yesterday doing a very similar thing to this and just getting a little bit jig-joggy before down to the start. This is better behaved than Alabali, but certainly worth mentioning, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So far he's okay. But as you said, Alabali got above himself yesterday and didn't really run as well as he can do as a result. We see Marquez here going clear of the turn and finishes clear of the rest, but ends up going down and neck to Rual Saudia. This looked okay for him at the time. You see the main pack there struggling to get on terms with the front 2. Marquez did look like he was going to hold on all the way here and just got mugged very late in the day. It would have been nice to see Rual Saudia turn up in a better race next time out. Really tight in the end, wasn't it? It was heartbreaking for Marquez, who did everything bar win, just caught right in the shadow of the post. He's full of beans as he heads to the start, and the question is just whether he will get a little bit too het up when he gets to the start. But I think he'll be all right. We'll just keep an eye on him.
Steps up to a mile today. The way he runs his race would make him vulnerable here. If there is something with ability in behind, I think he could be quite vulnerable if he's going to set this early fractions and try and say, catch me if you can.
Yeah, but the question is what the depth of opposition here is.
Yeah.
And if Camilo Espina is able to set a steady enough pace earlier on without the others, getting the opportunity to press on past him, then his stamina might not be tested. In terms of pedigree, he should stay anyway.
Yes.
He should stay, just the way he ran last time out.
The half-sister
stage, close on the half-sister stage. So he should be absolutely fine. Of course, he's that much older now as well. than he was when he ran at time. And at this time of the year with the 2-year-olds, they're developing all the time. He's had 3 runs. I wouldn't say that that the trips he's running out so far should be his limit.
And you have to remember here, because we run throughout the winter here, horses are going to get a year older. So when they come to the real top quality racing here in Riyadh, these 2-year-olds are going to be 3. So I think it's well worth noting that a lot of these will be looking, so a lot of these poorer horses who have experience will be looking for handicap marks.
Oh yes, absolutely.
And if they can get themselves down to a nice level and they can start running in 0 to 60s, that's when we'll really see some interesting results. So I think it's well worth keeping your little soundy notebook open for horses who may be finishing down the field, but look the type who are going to get better with age. I would say Dare Altir is a perfect example of this. He's maybe not the most progressive in sort of high quality races, but in handicap company, if this drops down to about a mid-60s type horse, could be quite dangerous.
Yes, I mean, that'll take a little while, I would have thought. But and again, running in a race like this, you'd like to think that should be.
You say they're trying to run for a win here, aren't they?
Yeah. But again, if you're looking at the 2-year-old maidens, just looking at horses that are not quite good enough to win at this sort of grade against the better bred horses. Just look for those horses who are finishing with running left on them.
Just see one causing a bit of trouble going down to the post. That's Lucas, who's just snuck in there. And then a completely opposite Nakesh here, making debut for Powerful Connections, who we've seen a lot here in Riyadh so far.
Yeah, a first defence half-brother to Connections course and distance debut winner Dortmund. Not that Dortmund, another Dortmund. And the dam was stakes place. That's a decent pedigree. And the fact that the half-brother won first time out is also a positive sign for Nakesh.
Exactly, that would be certainly positive, and these owners' colours are certainly ones to keep an eye out here in Riyadh. They've been chipping away at the winners slowly but surely as we keep going. Saud Al-Khail, horse number 20, who we can just see is part of the circling group at this moment in time. I thought this wasn't a bad run here. Ricardo Ferreira on board instead of Fahad Al-Faredi as well, so Fahad Al-Faredi stepped down today. So Ricardo Ferreira in the saddle, that's not a bad jockey booking either. This horse 5th on debut, that was a while ago, comes here off a break.
Yeah, it was 10 1/4 lengths 5th to Moela in a 6-furlong maiden at Taif. That didn't look a bad race of its type at the time. He needs to improve a little bit, and he does need to improve for the step up to a mile, which is a little bit of a question mark.
Horse number 13, Tarway Al Sahil, Red Stable debutant. Caught my eye just as we saw them walking around there. You can just see at the bottom of your shot there. He's an interesting one for me, Red Stable debutant. What do you make of the pedigree?
Pedigree is okay. Homebred, the dam also ran in these colours. She won once. So she wasn't one of the best in the yard, but she won her maiden and went off to the paddocks by macho, like a lot of the Red Stable runners. Catches the eye as being capable of winning a race, but as we said yesterday, a lot of the Red Stable runners not quite as wound up as other yards first time up.
Yeah, so it may be one to look at towards the future. Do you have a selection in this race, Rory? Who do you like here?
I am going to go for Nakesh, who's stuck out in stall 17, but he's got a very good pedigree, and a pedigree that suggests he should come to hand early. Obviously, Marquez is the one to beat on form. I'm
going to go with Marquez on that form level, so I'm going with horse number 14. Rory's going with horse number 17. We'll hand it over to Alex Fussy.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, runners loading up here. Next one in is Ayan Darwi, who was just a little edgy there, just backed away briefly. Thought Marquez was a very obvious contender here on his very good placed efforts, but we'll see whether today will be his day. Heels has just gone forward, stall 9, one of the fillies. A little bit edgy in the gates, new fat in stall 1, but seems to have settled a bit better now. Ayan Darwi's forwards took a little bit of encouragement, but is there. Serendib will be up to stall number 8. They are working now on Saud Al-Khail, who's going forwards to stall 20. Reminder, Shibble Lady will go into stall number 5 and Lucas to 15. Those two reserves. Anful comes forwards, Yellow Jacket, Blue Star. Ooh, on toes indeed. Berto Ramos looking for the quick-fire double and on another newcomer after that very nice victory in the first. Dari Alita goes forwards now, needs another push. 2 or 3 handlers in behind, but that one's in, 2 back. Lucas just coming up, needed another push, so that one's gone in. Looks like the 13 is going forwards next. Tawi Al Safil is in. And here comes the 18. Yahum moves forwards. Rest of them standing okay. Last runners in. Stand by. They're off. Racing away over the 1,600-metre trip this time for this local bred maiden contest, and a good start by Marquez as expected. Got away very powerfully from the outside and is going to cross over and pass them all early on. Rashid is not far away, yellow to the inside, and also Anvil is bang up there again for Berto Ramos, and on their outside, another runner coming forwards to press the pace is La Shan. They are being followed at this stage by Rad Alakia, who's just in amongst the second wave, pushed along Tawi Al Sahil. Up on the inside is Ayan Dawi, who races there in company with Dawe Alata. Looking to the back end of the field, well, Bala Al-Sham is right out the tail, well-tailed off his heels. The 9 is right out the back of the pack, but they're going to do some to catch this leader, aren't they? Because Marquez is pouring it on out of the far side and is now 6 or 7 lengths clear. Marquez, Ospina, a rather casual glance in behind. Rashid gives chase, is in company with Anfield. To their outer as well is Ramadan, who's putting up a good effort, and they're followed by the likes of Saud Al-Kel, and also plugging on a bit now is Nakesh on the outside. But Marquez is in a different league. He is about 10 to 12 lengths clear, and the opportunity was presented to Marquez today, who'd shown some good form in 3 starts, and he will duly oblige in splendid isolation. Marquez bolts up. Second place will go the way of Nakesh. Good effort on debut, and that one was then followed in by Saud Al-Khair. So a win for Marquez, and, well, we won't see any easier winners all day long, I suspect. Got a good start, flew away, crossed over, won. Simple as that. Easy job for Marquez. And another one for the main man, Camilo Ospina, on board as well, and he didn't have to really do a lot there. 1:41.52 is your winner's time. Going to be interested to see the official distances here, what the margin is. I'm guessing a good 12 lengths, maybe even more. Waiting for that to flash up for us. It's 13 1/4. 13 1/4 lengths, the winning margin. And Nakesh there in second. That was a fair effort. The stable have been going well. And Saud Al-Khair with that jockey change eventually in third. So it's 14 beats 17 and 20 in race 2.
alhamdulillah. Talal bin Shara and Abdullah Abba is doing great job with the horses. Thanks God. This horse he rode in Thai, finished second, third, fourth. You know, it's good horse. You know, thanks God he's come to here to Riyadh. He improved. He is better here, and thanks God he brought very good, and he go lead. Thanks God, and he go very easy, and then win. Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much.
Marquez is in the winner's enclosure, having won our second contest on the day under a very happy Camillo Ospina, who is in fine form right now. That's his fourth winner in just the last 2 days. He had a treble yesterday and a winner here today, and Marquez used all his experience there to get the best of his rivals, jumped out well, broke comfortably, and ended up winning that race in good style. You can still see showing signs of greenness, having a little kick out once the saddle goes, but certainly no issues for me from his performance and the way he stepped up, and he can keep on improving. We will grab a quick word with Camillo after he finishes as well, after he weighs in, and make sure that everything's okay and make sure to get a line on this horse. But this was expected, really. This horse used the experience that he'd had in the few runs to get the better of his rivals, and has gone on and done it quite nicely. So we'll make sure to grab Camillo now. Camillo, hello, my friend. Well done. Good to see you. Camillo Ospina, you've had all 4 winners over the last 2 days. You're flying right now, but this horse looks a bit special.
Yeah, you know, thank you very much to the Prince Mita bin Abdullah, to Talal bin Sharan, you know, the Abdullah Bah is doing great job with this horse, you know. This horse he run Thai, you know, he finished second, third, and he come to here, he improved, the horse is much better. And today she brought very good, you know, I went in front, thanks God, he went very easy, you know. When I asked him, I saw in the least 600 meters when I can, the horse is coming far away, you know. I pushed in a little bit in the last meter because I had to be sure they win the race. You never know, you know. But thanks God he went very good, yeah.
Why does he like Riyadh more than he likes Taif?
No, he improved here, you know, he improved here in Thai. The race is 6 furlongs, 7 furlongs. It's difficult for some horses, and they come to here. He's better, you know. The track is bigger, you know. It's more comfortable for some horses, you know.
Now you took a long look behind you as you turned down that straight. You must have been feeling very confident going down for the final couple of 100 yards.
Yeah, I know, yeah. In the last 200 meters, I feel winner, you know, but you never know in the horse race, because one day I lose one race with one horse very good here, and I don't want to be again, you know. And no, thanks God he won very good.
Would we see him again soon, or is he going to have a little bit of a break now?
Yeah, no, his horse is coming very good. Thanks God the horses, the King Abdullah stable, they coming very good for the races in Riyadh.
Well done today, and best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Kajun. Thank you.
Yes, another impressive win for Camillo Ospina, carrying the white stable colours, 13 1/4 lengths, the official distance that Marquez has won by, and he's been very straightforward here. Drawn out in stall 14, but he had the experience of going from the front from those races in Taif, and this strapping colt was more at home on the galloping track here at Riyadh. Got himself to the front, travelling well, and when Camillo just let out a reef of rain coming around the bend, he cleared away to win by a wide margin. When we get to see the start of the race again, I think it's interesting to see where the runner-up comes from. He's drawn out in stall 17, Nakesh, and you'll see from our picture he's last, and he's already about 10 lengths behind the winner at this stage, maybe even further. So last of all out of the stall, and then took him a furlong to get into his stride. So Nakesh has actually performed remarkably well, and if you see where he is when we switch shot, he has to stay very, very wide on the track in order to tuck in. His other option was to tuck in the rail at this stage, but he's behind slower horses then, and I think his jockey made the right decision to keep him wide on the track, Mohammed Al-Daham. even though he's had to cover more ground than the winner, just so he can get past horses who are inferior to him. And I thought that was an absolutely huge performance from him to come second, which is an unusual thing to say about a horse. He's been beaten 13 1/4 lengths. But the race has just been about that pair. The chasing pack really can't lay a glove on Marquez at this stage, but it's still impressive to see Nakesh come past another 5 horses from this point to grab second place, and he wasn't even knocked about in the finish to fill that spot. So the first and second, both look horses to look forward to. The second, I think, when we see him next to the maiden, the fact that he's been beaten so far in his debut won't tell the story of how well he's shaped, and he looks like a horse who's going places as well. Good contest, this.
Yeah, a really good contest. I think Marquez used all this experience to the best of his use here, and has just sort of put this race to bed in a couple of strides at the start. He broke comfortably, he runs well, he's actually doing this nicely. I think it's interesting to hear from Camillo saying from past experiences of easing up too early, he's going to make sure this horse is pushed out to the line. And I think that, with age comes wisdom. I think a lot of people often say, and he's got that age and he's got the wisdom with it now, and he's made sure this horse has remembered he's in a race, because there's nothing worse than, like you said, with these white stable horses dominating and thinking this is how every race should run, and as soon as they find themselves being passed and asked a question, they then don't know what to do. So hopefully this horse can go on. We're going to see his half-sister running later on in the card as well. She won the Taif Flower Festival Cup.
She's very much in the same mould as well,
very
isn't she?
much in the same mould as him. So she'll want to dominate. Whether she'll be able to, although it is a smaller field event, was yet to be seen, because there's plenty of talented runners against her. But take nothing away from Marquez here, who's done the business. Got a bit warm on the neck, as you can see. He was getting a little bit het up before the start, but it is one man on board who can channel that energy in the right direction. It is Camillo Ospina.
Yeah, he didn't get so upset before the start that you thought he was wasting valuable energy, but he was clearly ready to go after that short break, and he built on all the promise he'd shown in Taif and then some to win this. I'm not sure there's a huge amount of depth behind the front two here, and I wouldn't get too carried away, as Saud Al-Khail kept on for third. He was beaten 10 1/4 lengths into fifth on his debut behind Muela. He's built on that to finish third, but I think we got some varied levels of ability in behind, but certainly the front two are very good. The third should pick up a maiden, and we can have some fun with those.
Yes, it was interesting to see that beautiful stall shot, just how low Marquez came out the stalls. Really was like a cat pouncing out, really showed his experience, knew exactly what he was doing, and I think that was the difference here. There'll be a lot of horses, that was a big first day of school. He
must have been 12 lengths clear off the runner-up after 50 yards in this race, and that clearly has made a massive difference. And, you know, if the runner-up had run him vaguely close, you'd say he was an unlucky loser, but essentially the margin between them wasn't massively different at any point of the race. I suppose that the winner has quickened off the turn to put the race to bed, and the runner-up has gradually made his ground from that point. But if you just isolate that pair from the start, you'll see that that Marquez has been gifted at least 10 lengths at the start through the greenness that Nakesh showed. That's always the issue when you're going with a first timer. And he's done really well. He didn't just come out slowly. He didn't break into a stride until he'd gone 50 yards.
Got squeezed a little bit as well, wasn't
he did, but in fairness, he came out awkwardly, and then he's not going forward, and it took him a while just to find that stride. When he did, it was impressive, though. So he's definitely going in the Saudi notebook, as you would say.
The Saudi notebook is an exciting place to be, and that horse is certainly going in there. We roll swiftly on, though. It's on to race 3. We're going over the mile, and this is a local bred horses open, and the man to take us through the runners and runners is the man from above, the voice from above, I should say, Alex Fussy. The man from above is terrible. Alex, over to you.
Callum, thank you very much indeed. The man from above will take you through the 13 of them in this lineup. Number 1 is Makam Al-Badra, 2 wins from 7 goes. Number 2 is Najim Galaween, looking for a first career success. 3 is Saran Al-Keel, more exposed and hasn't been going that well of late. 4 is Alabrazi. Number 5 is Shakrawi, Abdullah Al-Kredis. 6 is Mesbah Al-Amal, has won once before. 7 is Hodhari. That horse has only won once from 26 starts. It did come, though, at meeting 43. Number 8 is Riyadh, looking for a 7th career victory. 9 is Mashmook for Eddie Castro. 10, Sad Ainak for Jimmy Carrion. 11 is Al-Qadram. That one is another one-time winner. That's from 27 goes. 12, Badra Al-Mogatara, Abdullah Al-Lawfi, and 13 is Al-Ajwa, who's very lightly raced and finished 4th way back at meeting number 3. 13 runners then getting ready to go for our 3rd race of the day. And there is the first of them in the paddock. So back to Callum and Rory.
Thank you very much, Alex. And yes, this is Makam Al-Bana, who is the first one we're going to have a look at. He was a hugely impressive winner of a 2-year-old open race here in 2021. Had been off for a year and then returned in Taif. Then that was blowing away the cobwebs. This should be a better performance, maybe not a winning performance.
I don't know what to expect, to be perfectly honest, of Makam Al-Badr, because that was a long layoff off from November 2021 until July this year. So clearly had an issue and didn't show much in 3 runs at time. You're right; those may purely have been about getting to peak fitness before coming here, particularly as the last, the last run was here, wasn't it? And the first day of the season. But 1 run mid-season Taif, 1 run right at the end of the season Taif, just suggests that everything hasn't gone smoothly. Yeah,
Seyran Arkale, we just saw there, it's gorgeous looking individual, had struggled in the last 2 starts, but comes in with a rating of 84. One with a rating of 97 is Alabrazi, who we've just seen in short there. Rory, what do you make of this one?
Yeah, I like this one. A smart performer, all told. 4th in the...
custodian of the 2 Holy Mosque Cup?
No, I was going to say the Public Security Department Cup and also a Jcsa award, both over course and distance in the spring. Pretty consistent. It's on 1:39.01 for this trip, which I think is pretty much the best time any of these have managed, and by some way too. I thought this was potentially a standout.
Here's Hidori, who will have Sultan Amimoni taking a little bit of weight off his back as well. He'd have a chance, but he's usually performing in lower grade races than this.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen plenty of Hidori, and he does have ability. We saw him winning and meeting 43 rather in Taif. I don't think he's quite up to this class though.
Yeah, that was in handicap company, wasn't it? This is Riyadh, who's making first start this season. Last win came here in November 2021.
Yeah, that's a concern. He's a course and distance winner in a Jcsa award contest, but that was 2 years ago, and his form last season was awful, quite frankly. Looks like he's just lost the plot.
Masmouk is one that's got the winter coat coming in as well. 4th last time. That was a step up from what he did in meeting 50.
It was only 11th meeting 50 and then finished 9.5 lengths 4th to Los Andes in a course and distance open last time out. He is relatively unexposed, but he's got a fair bit to find.
It'll be interesting to see how number 10 gets on. This is Saad Ainak, who is just getting a little bit worked up in the parade ring. Form is going backwards, so that's always a negative, isn't it?
Yeah, poor strike rate overall, 1 from 19, didn't really fire in Taif and is causing his rider a few problems there on the way out to the track.
Al Qadram with Khalid Al Mamoni on board has been plenty busy.
Has disappointing here last time out. Had previously finished 2nd in a not to 85 at the tail end of the season in Taif, having won a not to 70 handicap before that. I just think he's a little bit out of his comfort zone in this company.
Badr Al Mukhtar is a completely different profile. Only had the 1 run this season. That was a 3rd place effort. He could be, although he's a bit of a veteran here, 7-year-old, but he could have room for improvement. Would you say?
Yeah, well, he ran well when 3rd to Fanar in a course and distance open last time out, only beaten a length and 3/4. His last 3 wins have come over the Taif mile. He's clearly well suited by that, but he has won here. He's won 7 times in his career. There's a slight question mark as to whether he's quite the force of old, but that was a good run last time out, and he's got place claims on it.
Do you know what there's also a question mark about?
Go on.
Who owns this horse? Because he's bounced back and forth between owners. So he's obviously in the red stable colours right now, but he was with Khalid Saad Mushrif bin Shanan beforehand in orange colours, which is where we saw him run last time. He had 3 runs in those colours and has now gone back.
He's not the only one actually making that switch today either.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to... We'll keep an eye out on that. And if anyone does know on the YouTube comments, let us know in the comments. We're always willing to learn.
In race 8, Tab also having his first run in the red stable colours, having been in that ownership in previous starts, which is an odd move.
Yes, it's interesting, isn't it?
It seems to me that there might be some, maybe it's a sharing issue, maybe it's just some sort of link up between the stables. But yeah, it's unusual to see horses bounce in and out of the Prince Faisal colours.
That was Al Habrazi finishing 4th last season. Again, certainly one for your shortlist, Rory. And we're also going to have a look at Badr Al Mokhtara, and you'll see exactly what we're talking about here, because this is the run where it will be seen in the orange colours towards the inside. Hopefully, if I remember my inserts correctly. We just see him canting down to post, and yes, he is in the orange colours and the white bridle, and he's going to come down toward the inside. So those are the colours of Khaled Saad Mushraf bin Shanan. So interesting to see him now running in red stable colours, so you can see beating him on this occasion.
Yes, I thought he caught the eye here. It took a long time for him to come under any sort of pressure, and just keeps plugging away.
Under hands and heels as well.
Very much hands and heels. And that, again, I did notice that Tab, he runs later on, was very much a hands and heels ride last time out as well. But yeah, he only just feels, should have got second, in my view. Yeah. Only just feels to get up for that. That was his best run in a while. And yeah, he's got the class to go close here. He's a 7-year-old. His very best days might be behind him, but he's definitely got the ability to play quite a big role here, and he's full of himself at the moment.
Yeah, do you think it's one of those races where they found a race for him where he can actually have a chance, rather than keep banging him into Open and Cup races where he's getting well beaten? Get him in a race like this. This is a local bred Open, but this is a lower grade Open than some of the other ones we'll see.
There's a lot of Cup races you know, that he would have run in the old days, which would probably just beyond him now, but this race looks gettable, and he's definitely on my short list.
Al Habrazi, we just saw walking through short there, gorgeous individual, big strong type. I imagine that horse will probably come on from this performance. Would you be slightly concerned first time up this season?
Not particularly, no. I mean, obviously there will be. Well, because we're seeing plenty of horses win first time out who haven't gone to Taif. So the fact that, you know, you haven't had. Why has he been off since March? Well, that's because March was the last time there was racing in Riyadh. So why would that be a concern to you? If they're off since November or December, it's getting quite warm now, by the way. Is Badr Al Mokhtara. We saw him bouncing around, looking very much on his toes, but he's now sweating as well. So you might start to take that as a slight negative, but he looks well enough.
Yeah, he certainly does, and he's got that white bridle on that he had last time out, and he seems to be kind of just getting on top of himself now, but hopefully he can just settle down a little bit. It's interesting that he's been taken down there away from the others.
Yes.
And he's gone down there himself. Sometimes that can work. Some horses like to have their own space. Others are traditionally herd animals, so they get a little bit shaken up when they're on their own. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on going forward.
You'd like to think a wily old veteran like him would be happy enough on his own, but you never know.
Yeah, exactly. Number 6, Mesbah Al Amal. This is a horse whose last win came here in March 2021. He's had plenty of chances since then and has been struggling to land a blow. He seems to me like a horse that's now rated in the 80s and is just not an 80 rated horse.
Yeah, he's one of those you don't really know what to rate him at the moment, because he had a long absence before returning here a few weeks ago and was way down the field, finished in 17th that day. He did win a course and distance Jcsa contest in March 2021, but you're going back that far to find his latest form, and you're always concerned that a horse who's been that long between good runs, whether they retain the ability. So the mark of 81 definitely comes with a question mark attached to it. Well,
they've already begun the loading process, so it's time for selections. Rory, who do you like here?
Al Habrazi. I think you know, he might come on for the run, but this looks a really good spot for him, and the value of his form in the spring is very, very solid.
I'm hoping the old warrior's got one more good race in him. I'm going for Badr Al Mokhtara. So myself, Callum, I'm going for 12, and Rory is going for horse number 4. In goes Saran Al Khail, who could run an interesting race here as well. But it's time to hand over to Alex Fussy.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, runners going forwards here. There is Saran Al Khail, as you heard, just gone into the starting stalls. Shakrari is in as well. Or Abdullah Al Kredis, so that one locked away, stall 5. Badr Al Mokhtara did get rather hot, as you heard, in the prelims and down to post. Hopefully that will not influence or detract from the run. Handful still to go. Just coming forwards here is the 6, Mesbah Al Amal, and also the 1 moving in, Makam Al Badr. Another one going forwards is Hodhuri, number 7. So they're going in pretty swiftly now. The 12 Badr Al Mokhtara is there as well. So we're nearly set to go. Hodhuri's in. Ready. And they're off. Runners sent away here. They go over 1,600 metres once more for this local bred open contest. From the stalls, Mesbah Al Amal was just a little short of racing room early on. Makam Al Badr got a good beginning up the inside, and also Saran Al Kel is very handy indeed. The blue cap and the yellow bridle. Looking a bit deeper out onto the racecourse, you'll find Riyadh, who's there in company with Shakrawi. They don't want to have any part of the inside of the course. Alabrazi next in the field. Doesn't look to be as hot a pace this time. Right on the wide outside is Mashmook, who's in the red colours. In between horses is the white cap of Badra Al Mokhtara. At the inside rail is Hodhuri, who's just in advance of Mesbah Al Amal, who's made a little bit of progress. Al Hakdram is being pushed along at this stage, only has a trio of runners in behind. One of those struggling towards the back of the field is Sad Ainak, who's now coming well off the bridle, and Al Ajwar is the overall back marker. Heading out of the far side, turning for home, and here now on the outer, Alabrazi has breezed on by, got the lead in a matter of a few strides there. Badra Al Mokhtara is giving chase in second. Between rivals, Hodhuri is trying to come with an effort. Back to the running rail is Saran Al Keel, but up top here, it's now Badr Al Mokhtara who's got past. Goes to the lead and clear by 2. In second position is Alabrazi, running on now. Down the outer is Mashmook. It's going to be a 1-2 for the ownership group as Badr Al Mokhtara is through and clear by 4 to win. Second place then goes the way of Mashmook, and they were followed in by Hodhuri in company with Mesbah Al Amal. So Badr Al Mokhtara, number 12 on your card, has gone on to land this local bred contest. Just off the pace, the midfield sit, and then came to challenge, as is often the case on that bend for home, and managed to get back Alabrazi, who'd been sent for the line quite a way out and eventually got swamped. And Badr Al Mokhtara has gone on to win in a time of 1:41 dead, so 1:41 exactly on the money. Beats off Mashmook in second place, and then Mesbah Al Amal for third. So it's 12, 9 and 6, the order of finish, and the winning margin is 3.5 lengths.
They say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Well, they are wrong. Badr Al Mukhtar has proved everybody wrong. Off a rating of 89, he's made it look criminal, and he's absolutely dotted up here in our third contest at King Abdulaziz Racecourse, underneath Abdullah Alofi, who is mustered not only in the purebred Arabian races, but also in the thoroughbred races too. And I think, Rory, I have a funny feeling we may have found a little cheat code here in Saudi Arabia. Keep an eye out for anything owned by Khalid Saad Masrif bin Shanan and now running in the red stable colours, because that horse clearly was running its best race here for the original owners.
Yes, so that was an eye-catching run last time out, and he's bounced back to form here. The multiple winner, Badr Al Mukhtar. He looked on good terms himself beforehand, as we were saying, and he built on that eye-catching third to Fanar last time out. Al-Abrazi travelled really well through the race, too well really. Yeah. Was racing freely, and
he was fighting for his head around that bend.
He wasn't so much sent for home at the bend as pulled his way to the front at the bend, and as you suggested, wasn't quite ready for this. He came on for the run. I mean, he looked a class apart as he came through.
He ran like a horse that needed the run, didn't he? He showed he's clearly the best horse in this race. He's got all the ability, but he just got a bit tired and leggy towards the end, which can be expected.
Absolutely, but you know, I thought his class would see him through, but you've got to be fit, and the way he's tied up in the last 300 metres was quite dramatic and clearly needed the run. Whereas Al Mukhtar, as we said, not quite. Badr Al Mukhtar, not quite the force of old. But clearly coming here in very good shape after that reappearance over course and distance, and gained his 8th lifetime win in good style.
You can also see the eventual second, Masmouk, got a better break than Badr Al Mukhtar, but they both forged very different paths. You can just see Masmouk just drifting wide, and you'll see Abdullah Alofi taking the inside route and latching onto Hadori, which I thought was a really interesting move. He latches onto horse number 7 in the yellow and black right at the bottom of your screen, and they're going to go side by side, and they'll stay side by side for the rest of the race.
Yes, for all Hadori doesn't quite have this class, he's a pretty reliable sort, and he will take you into a race. We had speed there from two of the inside trio,
Saran Al Khail
and Saran Al Khail, but they don't really get home from there. They didn't seem to go a hell of a pace there, but the way the race has ended up suggested the front trio all went too fast, because they've all faded markedly.
Look at the head carriage of your selection here, Al-Brazi. His head is cocked up to left around this bend. He's clearly just gagging to go faster.
You can see why they didn't want to run him at Taif.
Yeah. Oh gosh,
he's a big, long striding sort. He struggles with the bends here a little
bit. Drifting, isn't he? Yeah.
But he wouldn't get around the bends at Taif. But yeah, with a run behind him, you'd expect him to be a fair bit better. And I mean, even here you think, well, he's going to get second, but he actually fades quite tamely out of it. Clearly a sign that the run was needed, and he's one who will run an awful lot better next time out. But it might not be that obvious looking at his placing here, how well he ran.
Keep an eye out for the eventual third there. That's Mesbah Al Amal. Now, I thought it was a really interesting run because he missed the kick completely. And you can tell they've clearly gone very fast in front, because he was nowhere near the pace, and he's actually just run through past beaten horses. But for a horse, you can just see there at the back of shot getting a couple of slaps down the shoulder, because he's absolutely missed the start, and everything else has jumped well.
He's very race rusty, isn't he? He's had very little racing in the last couple of years, Mesbah Al Amal. It's good to see that he actually ran into the places here, because we were questioning before the race. He's got a current rating of 81. Really difficult to tell where he was, given he was very well beaten here on his reappearance, having been off the track for a while. But this was a lot more like it. And
he's in shot there, he's tailing off the field.
Yeah, he should be up to winning more races. Although again, the other slight negative with him is the fact that he's 1 from 20 in his career, despite having plenty of ability.
He could be one for maybe running into a place in some bigger and better races. But Masmouk there in second took a wide pass through and sort of came past beaten horses. Hadori faded. Not a bad run from Hadori, maybe even a season's best run from Hadori, considering the class of field that he's in today.
Yeah, I mean, the winner, I mean, I'd say the winner's probably run above as much. He's been rated higher than 89 in the past. He looked like he'd been rejuvenated possibly by the Switcher stables. I don't know, but yeah. So
same stable, just switch of ownership.
Yeah, sorry. Yes. Apologies. I wouldn't have thought he'd be aware of the switch of ownership. So
the whole thing before he goes to the start.
Unlikely to have rejuvenated him in that respect. Hadjouri wasn't entitled to finish any closer than he did on form, and he's still reasonably light. Well, it's not like he's 1 from 26. He's not really going to improve, but he's still the kind of horse who will run a little bit above himself when out of his company. You see a lot of more talented horses, the type with a higher strike rate, who will run in a race a class above they'd normally run in, and would really struggle and finish out the back. He always seems to run above himself.
Yes.
I think he probably just holds a little bit back. That's the other thing to bear in mind.
And you're sort of stuck in a situation with him, aren't you? Because you either go, well, yes, he always runs a big race, or you go, is he just kind of saying, I don't fancy winning this, and he needs a really poor contest for himself to get his head in front?
But there's a fair possibility. Again, it wasn't much of a race that he won in Tythe, but he's run well in better races, and that's 1 from 27 in his career. So.
Yeah, that was a 0.75 handicap. I think he got his head in front in the end. So clearly a step up and a good enough performance from him. We said this card was tricky. We've been flying along early on so far, but this is where it gets tough. We've got back-to-back Arabian contests. We start off with one over a mile. This is a handicap for horses rated 0 to 60. Just to put it into perspective, the top horse is rated 60, the second horse is rated 60, the third horse is rated 59. So there'll be plenty of horses here in with a good chance. And the man to take us through the runners and riders is Alex Fussy. Stop it.
Cheers, Callum. Thanks very much indeed. This 0 to 60 handicap then, with 13 of them facing the starter. Jawad Al-Khaladia is number 1. Abdullah Al-Credis gets the ride. 2 is Baghdad Gouda. 1 win from 8 starts for him. 3 is Haida. That one is yet to get off the mark. 4, Zafar Al-Khaladia, has won once before. Number 5 is Zaha Al-Harakna. Number 6 is Lahib. 7 is Yahoub, and 8 is Miatab, who's 0 from 4. Number 9 over the page will be Samara Al-Lorda. 10 is Nebras Al-Amal. Number 11 is Zain Zaipirian, Sultan Al-Mimoni. 12 is Idolda Violette, and 13 is Al-Mahir, who's looking for a second career success. Right down there at the bottom of the handicap of 45, but very congested at the top of it. Good luck here, gents.
Thank you very much, Alex. I think we'll need more than luck. I think we'll need divine intervention to find the winner of this contest. Just a quick bit of housekeeping. The jockey changes are Baghdad Gouda, horse number 2. That will be ridden by A. Al-Mimoni, so one of the Al-Mimoni brothers getting a ride here, and Zafar Khaladia, horse number 4 on your race card in the two-tone blue, will be ridden by M. Al-Mazid. So that's M. Al-Mazid riding horse number 4, and Alid Al-Mamoni riding horse number 2. Tough race. I've already got my selection here because I'm using my traditional purebred Arabian low-quality race guide, which is I'm finding a horse who's straightforward, and Yaroub is as straightforward as they come.
That's fair enough. Yaroub, we haven't seen an awful lot of Yaroub. Beat 2 subsequent winners from winning a 7-furlong maiden on his debut here, and then I thought it ran pretty well when finishing 5th in a 0 to 60 at Tythe at meeting 50 in quite a big field. Was behind Baghdad Gouda there, and Baghdad Gouda might be a thorn in his side again. But given that Yaroub's only had a couple of runs here, I thought that was perfectly good the run last time out, and he's definitely high on the short list in a race which by definition is a bit of a nightmare. Yeah,
Baghdad Gouda, funnily enough, we just talked about a horse running for new owners. He also goes for new owners today, having run in different colours last time out. Didn't run a bad race at all. I think just got caught by one coming wide and late, didn't he? Seemed to shrug off everything else.
Yeah, he's
there he is
again
now,
a pretty reliable sort, Baghdad Gouda, and when he was second in that race in Tythe, again, he made almost all the running and got run down very, very late, but I thought it was perfectly genuine that day. He'd been disappointing in his previous start, but did win a 2,000-metre maiden. We know he stays beyond this trip. I think the question might be whether he's able to get out in front and dominate here, because it certainly helped him in that Tythe race. It's not always that easy in big fields here, so we'll see what he can do. But yeah, he's he's one of the more interesting ones on paper.
He seems like the type of horse that if you're going to pass him, you have to pass him at the last minute. You don't want to get into a scrap with him
He
because
will
he keeps
battle.
finding more and more and shrugs you off.
There aren't that many obvious battlers in this field, and some pretty poor strike rates as well. I mean, looking through the field, you've got the vast majority of these have either not won at all or only won once. An interesting.
Don't look at Zane's Hyperion. Don't get fooled by that.
I think you're being very mean to Zane Hyperion, who took a while to adapt. Was soundly beaten on his debut here. Three-time winner in the UK. And then we saw him first. This is quite interesting. And he ran a stinker in his first run of time. You tend to make your decision about a horse the first time you see him. He wasn't an awful lot better next time, but he did run well, went fourth to Jalmod in a 0-65 here last time out. That form's already worked out reasonably well. I know that was a 0-65. Most of those who were to the fore in that race are running in the next race, the 0-75 handicap. I thought Zane's Hyperion actually had a chance here. So
this is Baghdad Good, a gorgeous-looking individual. You have to say he looks magnificent in the parade ring. Typical of purebred Arabian head. But it's quite a larger version of the purebred Arabian head. You see them tend to be quite smaller, but it's got the same shape. And Haydar is another one that just comes through here. Now he was behind Jawad Al Khaldir on both starts. So Jawad Al Khaldir finishing third, Haydar finishing fourth on both those starts. And Jawad Al Khaldir, horse number one, I think he's beatable off this top weight and a mark of 60.
Yeah, well, he might benefit from the step up to a mile. His debut came over 7 furlongs when he was third, Jawad Al Khaldir, and then dropped back to 6 furlongs and was going on at the finish without threatening to win on that occasion. So the step up to mile actually might help. I wouldn't be ruling out that quickly, and obviously he's never been out of the frame. He's only had 2 starts.
Exactly
and in a race like this, you probably want to be siding with the less exposed types.
You've just seen Laheb, and now we're seeing Yarub, who's my selection. Laheb was a winner in Taif, meeting 44. It wasn't the best of races that he won, but he did get ahead in front.
It was a stinker. It was an absolutely shocking race, and he was well held in better company since. Not the 55 handicap Laheb won. I'd be amazed if he wins this.
Yeah. Meitab, who we're just seeing there in short, is 0 from 4. One of the lesser exposed type in the field. Owners that we regularly see in purebred Arabian contests.
Well, originally I thought that his reappearance was an interesting one. 9.5 lengths fifth to Faza Al Qusaya in a course and distance maiden, and I thought, that's interesting going into handicap for the first time. But the second and the fourth ran here yesterday, and although the fourth was placed again, the second ran a stinker, and that form's taken a knock or two. So that makes me think twice about Meitab. But as you said, that was a perfectly reasonable return. And he is pretty likely raced for one of his age.
Here is Zane's Hyperion, the horse who was a 3-time winner in the UK. I know I could get in trouble if I get this wrong, but are they Peddler's Cross colours?
They're very similar, they're virtually identical.
Yeah.
But obviously the Saudi Arabian equivalent.
Maybe they are.
If you like a set of colours in the UK, why not just borrow them? And vice versa, obviously.
Absolutely. There's a few colours in here. I quite like the maroon colours that I've seen dotted about here in Saudi Arabia. I'm a big fan of those. If I was to own a horse in the UK, I'd be looking at maroon. Here is the bottom horse, Al-Maha, sorry, I should get that right, has won once, but it wasn't here. The 2 runs here look on paper like they're not bad,
but they're
actually really far down the field.
The first one wasn't that bad. It was a smallish field, but he wasn't beaten very far. But he was beaten absolutely miles last time.
If you look, it's great. If you've got the access to the Jcsa website, please, it's free to use. It's really valuable for finding form and hopefully finding some winners. If you look at Al-Maha's race, it looks like it's a 4-runner field because he's so far behind.
So far behind the others, yeah.
So you don't realise he's still involved in the race. So
there might have been a reason for him running so poorly, given that he'd shown a fair bit more in his debut. But the debut, there's not much depth to the debut form, even though he wasn't beaten that far. But if you judge him in that rather than the second run, then you can make some sort of case for him. But I find him very hard to fancy, given that those 0-55 races are very weak. You'd have thought there shouldn't be much between a 0-55 and a 0-60, but the lower class races can be very entertaining actually, but not in terms of quality.
There's your paddock pick for me. If you're looking at horses who look the best in the paddock, Baghdad Gouda for me looked absolutely superb and has not changed my opinion going down to post. I can't be having him in this race, but I think he looks like a very nice individual, and if I could take one home, it would be him.
Yeah, you said does have that sort of typical purebred Arabian carriage, but has a little bit more substance to him than a lot of these. A lot of these are very light frame, but he's got a little bit
the
more.
heavy set ones tend to be better as well.
Yes,
I think we've been
yeah.
here long enough to kind of say that if you're built more thoroughbredy, you're going to certainly have a better chance of winning. While we see them going down the post, it's a good time to mention that we are always live on YouTube on Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays here from King Abdulaziz Racecourse. We'll be taking you right up to the Saudi Cup, and then once the Saudi Cup is finished, we'll be right back again, giving you all the racing from the remainder of the Riyadh season, and then hopefully we'll be doing it all again when we head back to Taif over the summer. Remember to like, subscribe, turn on those bell notifications so you can always know when we are with you. It'll be myself and Rory with you today and tomorrow, and then Michael Adolphson and Tom Collins, who is in red hot form, are coming to join you next week. They will be with you Thursday, Friday, Saturday, same time, same place. And I think if you're looking for clues for the Saudi Cup, here is the place you want to be, because there are plenty of local races on Saudi Cup night and during the International Jockeys Challenge. So it's worth watching our coverage and getting some clues before we move later on into the season.
Absolutely. I like the way you're trying to kill time while we're desperately trying to find the winner of a difficult.
Do you want to talk about Jawad Al-Khalidi plugging on for third here?
He comes from a long way back in the field.
Takes Haydar with him as well on the inside.
Yeah, and Haydar ends up finishing fourth. Jawad Al-Khalidi not suited by dropping back to 6 furlongs here, and just keeps plugging away and eventually gets up for third. Doesn't look that likely at this stage. He's still out of shot. But clearly the 7 furlongs he ran over on debut suited him better, and he should, on this evidence, be suited by a mile. But his lack of pace, even in this grade, is a little bit of a concern. This is the paddock pick.
This is Baghdad Gouda,
going on and looking the likeliest winner of this handicap in Taif.
You'll see Yarub as well, just in second here too, and just fading away in the orange lead. This was a step too far distance-wise, and you've also got, is it Zayn Hyperion in behind as well?
This is a 2,000 metre contest there. This was, what was it, meeting, let me find it again.
This is meeting 50.
Meeting 50, so Zayn Hyperion was back in 9th that day as well. Just getting reeled in Baghdad Gouda. The drop back to a mile will suit in that regard, but was able to dictate over the mile and a quarter, and whether he's able to dictate over this trip in a big field is a slight question mark, but I think you'd look on him pretty favourably on balance.
Leheb actually finished ahead of Zayn Hyperion on that occasion. He was 8th on that day, while Zayn Hyperion was 9th. They lock horns again today, but let's talk about selections. Rory, who do you like here?
Right, well, I'll throw down my shortlist first, and I hope they'll finish in the first 2 positions. Jawad Al-Khalidi, Baghdad Gouda, Yarub, and Zayn Hyperion, who you've been very rude about. I think, although he was well beaten there, I think he improved when 4th here last time out. I think it's taken him time to adjust. He's tiny. He's the smallest horse in this race, as Zayn Hyperion, because he is getting weight from most of them. So I think he could run well. But the pick would be Baghdad Gouda in the hope that he can get loose on the lead.
So Rory will be going for horse number 2, Baghdad Gouda. I have made my intentions very clear from the start. I'm going for number 7, Yarub. So with Baghdad Gouda and Yarub, the ones we're watching, let us know who you're with at home in the comments section. And Alex Fussy, it's time for you to take us home.
Thanks, gents. Loading forwards here then for this 4th race of the day. Samara Al-Lauda goes in, a very tricky puzzle to solve, isn't it, this Arabian contest. There goes Zaha Al-Haq Anaya, goes forwards. Next one in will be the pink jacket, white star. Miatab is forwards into 1. Al-Maher's forwards as well, still 12, 2 shades of blue. Zafar Al-Khalidi into line, 3 back. Yarub, stalled 8. Baghdad Gouda in now as well, and the final one will be Nabras Al-Amal. Blindfolds coming off. Set. gold hold again. They are now off and racing. Awkward from the stalls. In stall 7 there, Idolda Violette. The head was to one side and shifted right-handed then on leaving the gates. Early pace, moderate. Coming forwards in the white cap, Nebras Alamal, and also Baghdad Gouda going to bag this rail and get right up there on the sharp end. Looking a little deeper out onto the race course, you can find Lahev, the green silks, is trapped about 5 or 6 wide, and now improving in between horses is Yarub to try and get a bit closer as well. Yellow and blue, Zain Zyperian right on the outside also wants a slice of the action here. And just in behind them, the pink jacket now is a Miatab, so they're not really going all that flat out here, and plenty of jockeys looking around left and right hand side as they go flashing past the 800 point. And on the running rail it continues to be Nebras Alamal who just shows. Over Yarub in second place is now wound up for a bit more. On the outside, Zain Zyperian's third. Miatab is just in behind them, the pink silks and white cap, who's trying to keep tabs with the leading trio. They are then followed through on the outside by Haydar, who's in black with the white sleeves. It's Zain Zyperian who goes on as they level for home. Miatab's in second place and now coming with a good effort. Has moved to within half a length here, and these two lock horns and battle out the finish. Heading towards the final 200 meters. Can Miatab get past Zain Zyperian? Don't completely rule out Haydar, who's continuing to finish with a good gusto as they go inside the final 100. Miatab is just ahead of Zain Zyperian, but Haydar is still coming on the outside and got there, right on the line. Haydar has come through to in the pair. Good finish there. Miatab was second and Zain Zyperian third. Haydar with a strong late rally. Looked like the two of them had paired off and gone clear inside the final couple of 100 meters, but then the eye was just drawn to the left-hand side of the shot, with Haydar building up the momentum and getting there right in the nick of time. It's going to be a first success at the 8th time of asking. 1:53.29 is on the clock for your winner, Haydar. Only going to be about ahead, isn't it? Yes, it is officially ahead at the line to beat Miatab into second place and Zain Zyperian in third. The front three were well clear, that's noticeable. They got right away from the pack. So it will be 3, 8, 11, the order of finish, and a very good finish to race 4.
Week as well, not a jockey that we know lots and lots about, but certainly he's got a race-winning smile, and he delivered a race time to perfection aboard Haydar, who finished 4th and 4th on his last 2 starts and goes 3 places better today.
He does, yeah. Obviously running in maiden races before now and running pretty well on the whole, but held by Jawad Al-Khalidiyah on both of those and was only getting a pound from him today. Where was Jawad Al-Khalidiyah today?
Jawad Al-Khalidiyah was 6 behind Yaroub, I would say.
But never threatened. He does like early pace in his races, as does Haydar. But Haydar came with a strong run after Miatab and Zayn Zaipirian looked like they were going to fight out the finish for a long way. Oh, I was desperate for Zayn Zaipirian to win just to suck it to you.
Like I said, karma is a wonderful thing. Zayn Zaipirian tried to take out Yaroub on the turn, and I was glad to see him finish down in third because I thought it was a very questionable move by Sultan Al-Mimoni in the saddle to basically not just slam the door, but slam it in the face of Naif Al-Anazi aboard Yaroub, and that gave his chances were over. But we've seen this before at Riyadh. If you get fighting out too early down this straight, you're always in danger of being reeled in by something off the pace.
Yeah, and of course the irony of that was the two who were fighting it out before they both get caught were the Al-Mimoni boys,
yes.
Khalid Al-Mimoni and Sultan Al-Mimoni. Looked like they were going to finish first and second for a long way. Even at this stage, looking at the slow motion replay, you can see that Haydar is hard off the bridle and making slow progress. He's useful enough, Haydar, but he is slow and it takes a long time to hit top gear. But with the front two going for home a little bit too early and getting involved in that little battle, that's allowed him to latch onto them, and he gets past them very late in the day for a narrow victory. But a header and neck in the end, was it?
Yes, it was looked to be about a neck there. I think it was towards the end. Interesting takeaway from this race, Baghdad Gouda. The reason why I think these two got battling out so quickly is because they found themselves in front so quickly. And Baghdad Gouda, who looked all set to set the pace, especially after the first 200 metres, as we can see, jumping away here from stall 3.
See the race again. We had a very bad start there from Idol de Violette. But you see a little bit of pace early on here from Nibras Alamal, the grey with a white cap. But on the inside, Baghdad Gouda goes up and seems to go up very happily. And I thought at this stage, just looking at the race, well, nothing else apart from those two seems to want to lead. So it looks like Baghdad Gouda is going to get that easy lead that we thought he needed. But he just doesn't feature. He looks like, as I said,
something's amiss.
And then I started checking behind to see, right, what might come forward here. And when I checked back to the front, he'd already gone. He checked out remarkably quickly. I mean, after 2 furlongs.
Yeah, you could just see your first, second and third all quite tightly packed together there. They're all in sort of an arrowhead shape. A reversed arrowhead almost, and it's going to be Zayn Zaipirian who ends up sort of finding himself in that position. We probably didn't want to be there so soon, but Yaroub has had to cut out some of the early running as well. You've got the grey on the inside as well, trying to do the hard work there too. That is Zah Al-Maktana as well, just trying to get involved.
No,
no, hang on, I may have got that wrong.
It's Nibras Alamal who was up there from the start. Now, this is the point where you think that you get cut up. There's not much in that. He does take back a little bit. You'd be disappointed if you're with Yaroub there. He does maybe get a tail in his face, but he does back off quite quickly.
But he doesn't want anything to do with it, does he? I've called him straightforward, and he's completely said
well,
the opposite.
In fairness, you're basing that on 2 runs, and he has run on again after the incident. But yeah, the fact that he didn't need an awful lot of interference just to check out was a little bit of a concern. Zayn Zaipirian is just getting the worst of the battle of the pair up front, but all the time Haydar, off the bridle a long way out, is eating into the lead, and he gets up a good 20 yards from the line actually to win. It's from the overhead shot. It wasn't quite as last gasp as it looked from the angle that we see in the first place. But typical not to 60 fair.
He's done the hand and heels though as well, hasn't he?
The winner, no, he has not.
Hamza Sada at this point, not
this
the whole
point,
way, but once he gets the momentum, it's interesting to see how Hamza Sada rides him. As he goes, he's waving, and then he puts the stick down, and he's just driving out hands and heels because he's getting that response from the horse.
Exactly, and the horse is responding. There's no point, because if you have to pick up your stick and go for them again, you're potentially unbalancing them a little bit. Yeah. You have to get them going in the first place, but once he got the horse going, he felt he was going forward, then he could go hands and heels in the finish. But yeah, he had to ride him along very strongly to get into contention in the first place. But eventually, it just takes time to hit top gear. And top gear, in fairness, is a reasonably low gear compared to some of the better ones. But he's been game enough. He hasn't shirked the issue at all, and he's got up to win. you wouldn't want to see him too much higher than this, and he's unlikely to be winning this off mark of 59, wasn't he? So he's only going to go up to 61 or 62, you'd like to think, after this. No, the first 3 are clear, but the second and third are pretty well exposed, so it'd be disappointing if the second's not actually that exposed. I'll take that back. But you'd like to think that the handicapper won't overreact to this, because when they're beaten in these races, most of these horses will look after themselves. So the fact there's a gap between the first 3 and the rest of the field doesn't mean that the first 3 are a different class to them. It's just a case of how the races panned out.
Yeah, Khaled Al-Mamoni must have thought he was in, having shrugged off his brother, but he gets swept on by Hamza Saad, who is a name to keep an eye on here in these purebred Arabian races. That is his second win in 2 weeks, and he's got it all going for him. He's got that race-winning smile, and he can judge it to perfection as well. You just see him coming up here on the outside and getting up, like you said, 20 yards to the line, and he's actually he's done that well. Time to perfection, and this horse has just kept on rolling. We will keep on rolling on to race 5, which is another Arabian horse contest over the mile. This is the handicap, 60 to 75 in the ratings for 4-year-old horses and older, and it features a field of 19 originally down to run. It's a handicap, so they're all come out of different stalls, but it could be an interesting race just on the idea of there's plenty of horses of here who have very differing profiles. I was looking towards Fair Doors as a horse who was quite interesting, but then you brought up to me before we came on air, Fort El Mori might be absolutely chucked in.
Yeah, I mean that's the first thing that I noticed about this. Normally, you've got the interconnecting formulas. You find a piece of form, you think, well, that's really good, and then you find out the horse you like was 7th behind 3 other horses 2 starts back, and you've got to, there's a lot of in and out, and it depends how these races pan out. But I thought Fort El Mori, or just Fort El Mori if you like, course and distance maiden winner on his second start. He had Jcsa Al-Khalidiyah back in 3rd that day, 9 lengths behind him, and they run in a handicap. And I would have thought, well, he'll have to be giving a fair bit of weight away to Jcsa Al-Khalidiyah on that front. If you just read the line of form out, he's actually getting weight. he's getting £3, even though he was £9 better, conceding weight last time. They weren't even at level weights last time. The Fort El Mori was actually giving weight to Jcsa Al-Khalidiyah, and yet in this handicap he's receiving weight. It just seems too good to be true, doesn't it? Is
it too good to be true, though, or is it something if you just look deeper into the form and deeper into the weights, as you do as our resident analyst?
Well, Fort El Mori's had 2 runs, and the second of them was that maiden win. So essentially, Jcsa Al-Khalidiyah has been a better horse back in the day, but I prefer to judge them on what they're doing at the moment. It's not like again, I can understand horse A beats horse B, and then horse B and horse A meet again 6 months later at a weight differential. It may well be that in the meantime, horse B has won 2 or 3 races. But actually, in the meantime, Jcsa Al-Khalidiyah has run 3 stinkers.
Yeah, exactly.
So maybe the overall form isn't particularly strong. You could look at it that way. But actually, the winning time was quite good. So I thought Fort El Mori was very obvious in this contest, and I'm prepared to have a bit of egg in my face.
No, nothing wrong with that at all. I think Fort El Mori makes a lot of sense with your selection. I think there's a few others in here as well that look very tasty as well. We're just seeing our last winner, Hamza Saad, on board, just guiding Haydar to success in our last contest. But they are already in the parade ring behind us as well. They're rattling through the card here. You see horse number 18, who's proving a little bit difficult. Al Hassas, who's one of the horses who's on my shortlist, just proving a little bit difficult in the parade ring. But with them in the parade ring, we should hand over to Alex Fussy to give us the runners and the riders for this 1 mile contest.
A few more here as well, Callum, isn't there? 19 of them go this time around. Number 1 is Nea Athbar. Number 2, Jcsa Al-Khalidiyah. One of those runners already been touched upon. We'll jump from stall number 4. Number 3 on your race card is Shamik Gouda, a 2-time winner from 26 starts. Number 4 is Ferdoz. Number 5, Fort El Mori. Very interesting 7-year-old. Number 6 is Batash Al-Khalidiyah. 2 wins from 18 starts for him. Number 7 is Sutems Al-Mori. Quite a few of these with similar names to keep an eye on. Number 8 is Samida Athbar for Khaled Al-Mamoni. Number 9 is Jazem Athbar for Tariq Al-Mansour. Number 10 is Kayad Alard. Then we have 11, Tai Al Mashna. Number 12 is Jara Al Khaladia for Camillo Ospina. Number 13 is Sedik. Number 14 is Garad. Then we have 15 Munir. Jimmy Carrion will be in those black and white colours. Number 16 is Hammurabi. 17 is Bahar Zakia, Ferb Altimat. Number 18 is Al Hassasas. And then 19, Alpha Mega, right down at the bottom, looking for a first win at the 4th attempt. 19 of them go this time around. And as the gents have highlighted, runners are already about to make their way out onto the course.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alex. Nea Atbar, the first horse we're seeing, he's one of a few strong travellers in this contest, so he could be interesting coming into this. Had plenty of chances, though, and only the 2 wins.
Well, that tends to be the story with most of these at this sort of level. I was behind Shamek Gouda, went 4th over 2,400 metres last time out. Both of his wins have come over 2,000, so the mile is probably a minimum for him.
There is Shamek Gouda.
Yeah, median 22 win at Taif came in a 0-65 handicap, but he ran well. Went second to Marcour in a 0-75 last time out over further. He is adaptable trip-wise.
We're just looking at Ferdors here. He was one I was quite keen on, ran a good race to finish second last time out.
Yeah, best efforts again have come at 2,000 metres. Won a maiden over that trip a year ago and was second to Muntasir in a 60-85 last time out. That's a good effort, but the drop to a mile is a slight worry. We just saw Fort Al-Mori, and we're now looking at Batash Al-Khaladia. Course and distance winner way back in the day in a 0-95 contest. Ran on well, went 3rd in a 7 furlong 0-75 last time out. And the return to a mile should suit Batash Al-Khaladia. I'm not sure he's as straightforward as he might be, though. He did look a little bit awkward under pressure last time. Just
a little bit of housekeeping there. You'd see Sortinez Al-Mori may not have colours on your race card. He's running in black and white with polka dot sleeves. So Sortinez Al-Mori running in the black and white colours with polka dot sleeve. That's horse number 7. We move swiftly through the field. We're looking at Jazen Atbar here, horse who's had the 10 starts with the 2 wins.
Running badly as a rule, I thought, and although there's an occasional better run on his card, he's not one to put much faith in, because he's never likely to follow one good run with another, and has been disappointing in 2 starts already here this season.
Yeah, we're looking at Jara Al-Khaladia, who I thought was going to run a mighty race last time and then ran no race. And then we also look at Sedik, who did run a big race last time.
In that same contest, yes, Jara Al-Khaladia was second on his return, but then it was behind several of these in a 60-75 over 7 furlongs last time out. Sedik is in very good form at the moment. He was 3rd to Jalmod in a 0-65 over 6 furlongs on his return, and then won well here last time, beating Taj Al Massa, Batash Al Khaladia and Al Hassas into 2nd, 3rd and 4th in that 7 furlong contest. He should cope with a longer trip, and he's one to be interested in.
We just saw Garad, who is horse number 14 as well. That horse's colours might not be in your race card. He runs in yellow with the rainbow tint on the side of them. I thought they were quite cool colours. Munir as well, the horse we've seen quite a bit in Taif. Bahar Zakir, rated 64, 1 run from 20, but has had plenty of chances.
Yeah, has finished 7th in the handicaps on his last 3 starts, the last 2 of them here. And I suspect that others will be stronger again. He doesn't tend to be disgraced, but he's running just to the same level and struggling to get involved with the business end.
I quite like this Al Hassas who we're seeing now. I thought he ran a cracker to finish 2nd over 1,200 metres, not 65 company on penultimate start, and then caught the eye last time. Strong traveller, often doesn't find much when the push comes to shove, so that would be my only concern.
Yeah, he's only won the 1 race, but he is rated 62 and getting plenty of weight here. Split Jalmod and Sedik over 6 furlongs here, 2 starts back, and then was a good 4th coming wide last time out over 7. I'm not sure the mile will necessarily suit him as well, given that he, as you said, he can be a little bit weak in the finish.
Yes, Sedik's an interesting one, isn't it? Because if you look at the last 2 runs, you say Sedik is a good thing in this contest, but there's no getting away from the fact he's never finished inside the money over this trip.
Yeah, that has to be a little bit of a concern. He was strong at the finish over 7 furlongs last time out. If he's going to win at a mile, this is his best opportunity to do so.
Do you think he would be your second choice behind Fort Al-Mori?
Yeah, he would definitely be up there. obviously Al Hassan ties in quite closely to him, but I think Sedek is the one who's got the more progressive profile, if you like.
Shamit Gouda, any positive words for that runner?
Yeah, I mean, as we
Yeah.
mentioned, you know, he was a handicap winner in lower grade company in Taif, but ran very well when second over further than this. He seems to be effective over any sort of trip. Maybe not 1200, but yeah, was second over the 2400 meters last time out. But
It's a big drop, isn't it?
It is a big drop, but in fairness, as I said, he's won over a mile at Taif. It doesn't seem to bother him what trip he runs over. So I'm not massively concerned about that drop back in trip. He is a little bit in and out, but you know, he's got 2 very good runs from his last 4 starts. So, you know, on the whole, I would tend to be reasonably positive about Shamik Al-Gouda.
A lot of these are the definition of a bit in and out, aren't they?
Yes, they are rather.
I'm also, Jara Al-Khadir I think has to get mentioned because that run last time out was almost too bad to be true, and the run he put up on penultimate start with such a good effort. So I'm almost thinking, do I give him another chance?
Well, the only thing I would say about Jara Al-Khadir, yes, it was a good run on his return. He ran poorly last time out. If you're going to forgive that, he's had 2 poor runs before the second as well.
We're going to have a look at Theodore's right now in action. This is him coming very wide and very late to run quite a decent enough race. This is second back at the back end of September. This is in Taif.
Yeah, this was a good second to Muntasir in 60 to 85 company. So strictly speaking, on paper, it's a stronger race than this. He did get a nice run down the outside. This was a time when, if you got yourself into daylight down the middle of the track at Taif, you could do a bit of damage. He ran pretty well there, but he needs to show that he can back that up.
Shamit Gouda's getting a little bit warm before the start, but we're going to see him in action here. This was I thought a very nice run as well. Naya Atbar, you also see in the red noseband, just beginning to go backwards at this way. But Shamit Gouda is the horse in front, running for new owners today.
Yeah, this is a decent run from Shamik Gouda, who looks likely to win at this stage, but just gets a little bit lonely in front, as we say, and gets run down late in the day. Not too many of these particularly appreciate being left in their own, but I get the impression that if he was joined a little bit further from the line, he might have had a chance to battle back there. And he's, you know, we've already said that he is a player. He's largely consistent. Doesn't have the greatest strike rate, but again, how many of these do? 2 from 26, but more good runs than bad ones, and should give you a fair run for your money again today.
Getting a lovely shot of Bahar Zakir, who's just sitting there like a nice little show pony, isn't he? Ooh. Just absolutely chilled as a bean. Doesn't give a damn at all, does he? Just sitting there enjoying himself. But he will find it hard today once the taps are turned and the gates opened. Now they're loading. Let's talk about selections. Rory, I presume you're sticking with Fort Al Mori.
Sticking with Fort Al Mori, as I said, that, you know, he's less exposed than most. The win last time out was pretty impressive, and he doesn't seem badly treated on it.
I'm going to go for Sedek, horse number 13, with A. Al Faradi on board as well. So that's horse number 5 for Rory and horse number 13 for me. Alex Fussy, it's over to you.
Thanks, gents. Loading up. Continues apace here with the 13. Sedek, the next one in. Just a reminder, in these Arabian races, the stalls numbers don't correspond with those in the race card, which is quite often the case here. Next forwards is Batash Al-Khaladiya, one of the Al-Khaladiya Regalian in here. We've got a couple of them in this race. Just waiting for about 5 left now, I make it. Next pair move in, Jcsa Al-Khaladiya, one of those. Theodore's goes in. That'll be Bahar Zakir just slotting forwards. Sultan's Al Mori in the white and black colours, and also the red of Jara Al-Khaladiya, the last 2. Runners are ready. All set. Blindfolds off. They're off. Underway here for this Arabian Handicap 60 to 75 over the 1600 metre trip. It was a pretty level line, all things considered. Shamik Guda is towards the back end of the field, and Naya Athbar also struggling for some early pace. In contrast, a good beginning by Fort Al Mouri's ride up there. Also, early toe for Kayad Alad, the green and black sleeve colours. A little wider on the racecourse, you'll find Munir in black and white silks, and deeper still, trying to get involved, is Hammurabi, who's just caught a little wide actually at this stage, and Alpha Mega will be on the extreme left as they head into this turn. Just looking in behind the pace, red colours there of Jara Al-Khalidiyya not far off them, is in company with Sedik, who's in that half jacket, 2 shades of blue, nipping through now up the inside running rail. Sauternes Al Mouri is going to get past them quite easily there. The gap opened up nicely, and we've already seen that be profitable earlier on this afternoon, and now it is Sauternes Al Mouri who goes on by about a length. Second place is with Sedik as they begin the swing back towards home. Looking in behind them, Jazim Athbar's improving now. Quite a pale jacket, the light cap on the outside of horses is starting to get a bit closer there, in company with Munir. So they level. Sauternes Al Mouri just in advance of Sedik. These two remain a couple of lengths in advance of the others. Munir is just now backpedaling. Jazim Athbar's still there. Right down the outside of the field, 1 or 2 of these closing late in the piece. Ferdors is the one late on the scene, but it's still Sauternes Al Mouri, who's 2 lengths in advance of Sedik. Closing in, Naya Athbar's come from miles back, right up on the rail, but it's Sauternes Al Mouri who has won it, beats off Sedik into second place. Naya Athbar, that was quite a run. He was tailed off early on, and he's scorched through on the inside for third. Sauternes Al Mouri goes on to win, and has done so in a time of 1:51.52. Again, it proved very handy to grab that inside rail around the turn and take the gap when it was presented. We saw that a very good policy earlier on, and it's happened again here. Sauternes Al Mouri. It's actually got an interesting piece of headgear on there. It looks like one of the eyes is cupped, but not the other. But has gone on to win by a length and a half. Beats Sedik into second place. Naya Athbar finished in third. And that certainly was an eye-catcher from the tail of the field. There they are over the line, giving us a 7:13-1 order of finish in our 5th race today.
He doesn't only give me good barbershop advice when we're in Taif, he also rides plenty of winners. Rakan Al Abeid is our winning rider aboard Sultan's Al-Mori, and he's clearly been taking lessons from Wigberto Ramos because he's forged the path that Wigberto sowed. Would that be the right way to go? Sowed earlier on in the car by just diving down that inside rail halfway around that final bend and just nicking 2 or 3 lengths, and that was all that he needed.
Yeah, it ended up being crucial. There were a few staying on late. Typically, Naya Rathbah staying on well under a change of tactics, as you spotted earlier on. Firdaus, again, just stays on at one pace as well. But yeah, he's managed to seal 2 or 3 lengths by getting through when he did. On Sultan Al-Mori, who's a real veteran now at the age of 11. It's been a while since he's troubled the judge, but he does have back class.
I'm just going to have to stop you there. I've just seen Rakan Al Abeid is wearing a perm. Now, I am a big fan of hair, but I think that may be up there with one of the worst haircuts we've seen here in Saudi Arabia so far. Come on, bro. We don't need the top knot perm. That is not what we're looking for out of the Afro hair community right now, because we need to do better. It's not stopping him riding winners, though, is it?
If you can get your helmet on top of a top knot, you're doing quite well. So I'm not going to judge.
No hairnet either. It's straight on top. So it's a great effort from him. But yes, you're absolutely right. It's just the ability to get this horse down the rail and nick a few lengths. And Nair Akbar has done. We've seen this video plenty of times before. This isn't. I wouldn't even put Nair Akbar in the notebook. This is just what he does. He's either bang up there and phase late, or it's ran really cold and runs on hard.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is his minimum trip, really. I don't think he's actually won it. Well, I know he hasn't won it a mile, and arguably he'll be more of a force over 2,000 meters, which he'd get a chance to run over. But yeah, he never really looked at winning the race before making that late run. We've seen a bit of early pace from Cade Allard there out fairly wide, but it took a little while for the race to take shape in behind. I'm trying to work out what happened to Fort Al-Mori, who has showed up early and then ended up being soundly beaten in the end. So something seems to have gone amiss. Something seems to have gone amiss very quickly with Fort Al-Mori, who disputed the lead there and is immediately going backwards.
Look at our winners, just stuck straight through on the inside.
The winner's gone up his inside, yeah. But the fact that Fort Al-Mori is losing ground at this rate so early in the race, having shown speed, suggests that something is physically amiss. I mean, he's still going, but he's just losing ground. He's losing ground. Listen, if this was after 5 furlongs of the contest, you could kind of understand it, but it's literally after 200 meters that he starts losing ground. So something clearly amiss with him. He was an impressive winner of a portion distance maiden when last seen. So hopefully he's okay after that. I believe he did finish the race, but he finished a long way behind the others. The leaders got to the front at this stage and really just nicked it. There's a few, as you said, staying on in behind. You see in the orange colours, Firdaus with the blinkers begins to run on the inside. Nair Rathbah, and still in only about 7th or 8th position at this stage, stays on past beaten horses, but they're unable to
Nair Rathbah weaving a path
on the winner.
There.
Sedic, of course, he's run very well in all starts this season. He was always reasonably handy. He was one who threw down the biggest challenge to the winner, but could never quite get on terms. The winner was a better horse than Sedic back in the day, but at the age of 11 we thought his glory days were firmly behind him, but he has turned the clock back. Wearing that interesting headgear, as Alex pointed out. He's wearing an eye cover on his right eye. I suggest he might actually be blind in that eye, and it's there to protect it, because essentially it's he's got nothing over his left eye. So I've seen that a few times in the UK, where horses with damage to an eye or who are missing an eye wear an eye cover over that part of the blinkers, and either have an eye shield or nothing on the other side, and that's what he's done. So I don't know his history, because we only got here fairly recently. It's the first time I've seen Sultan Al-Mori in action, but it's an interesting set of headgear. But I would have thought it's for that reason, that he's either got a problem with that eye, or he's actually missing the eye, or he's blind in that eye.
Yes, and if you look at the way Rakan's ridden that race, he sort of used the horse's momentum and just sort of been carried into it. I thought he maybe made the move a little bit later, but he'd actually made it very early.
He made it very early.
And the horse is just sort of taking him there, and he's saying, well, okay, we're just going to carry on with momentum.
Well, exactly. I mean, a gap, sometimes this is the thing that we talked about the apprentice race yesterday, when you're held down to an instruction that basically says, you must do this, and the trainer doesn't know how the race is going to pan out. Something happens in a race very early that changes the shape of it, and a jockey who's riding in it needs to make a decision. In this case, there was suddenly a massive gap there because a horse who was in that position, in pole position on the rail, just suddenly dropped out very early. And you can sit there scratching your head going, oh, I wasn't expecting that to happen, and doing nothing about it. Or you go, well, if you don't want that position,
I'm taking
I'll have it, because it is pole position.
Because you could see Kayad Al-Arad wanted to get to the rail. The jockey aboard Kayad Al-Arad was angling across, and you could just see Rakan say, no, this is my hole, I'm going to go now.
Yes, and he did have to go, and again, a lot of these can't quicken on demand. He was able to get into that slot, and it's been absolutely crucial in the end because he's just kept on one pace up the straight. But the runner-up, Sedic, try though he might, couldn't quite get on terms. And I think if he hadn't made the move when he had, he probably wouldn't have won the race.
Yes, he's done a very good job there and has won it going away nicely in the end. He shrugged off all challenges, and like we say, momentum is so crucial here in purebred Arabian races, and we see it happening once again. Now, let's take some time before we dive into our sixth contest to look at the tables and see where everyone is lining up with regards to jockeys, owners and trainers. Crucial to mention right now is the fact that these tables were done before we were racing today. So you can see Camillo Ospina is at the top. He had a treble yesterday. Adel Al-Faradi behind him had a double yesterday. So Camillo extends his lead. Big race Lou Morales is there, 33 wins as well. Nate Falanardi sticking in behind, and now he'll be joined by Wigberto Ramos, who had a winner today.
Yeah, Camilo going further clear at the top of 72 now after his winner earlier on, and Wigberto now joint fourth after riding the first winner, that quite promising young sprinter.
Yeah, Nath is doing quite well. We talked about strike rates earlier on and how Nath is probably a lower strike rate because he rides for almost everyone. But don't forget Alexis Moreno, who is still going to be flying along, and he'll be banging in the winners when he comes back from his ban. Back to the trainers, Saib Mutlaq again, not closing that gap in the Trainers' Championship. Remember, he's only training purebred Arabians, so he's got a much fewer horses to go with.
Yeah, I mean, Saib Mutlaq will do well to hold on to that second position. He's clearly done very well. He's got the highest strike rate going. So the strike rate is about 27 or 28%. But I think it's going to be harder for the Al Khaladia horses. They just own Taif. Yeah. They own Taif. They clean up there. It's clearly harder for them at this track.
Yeah, and we can see Abdulaziz Al Musa there in third, and the battle with third, fourth and fifth is really exciting because you've got the likes of Gais Al Gais as well down there. Then you've got Lucas Gaetan, you've got Jimmy Jerkins who's beginning to find form. So that bottom end of that table is going to look really wide open towards the end. I think the battle for second place in the championship might be quite exciting.
Yeah, I think the leader at the moment is liable to be our winner, Ahmed Mahmoud. But it's going to get quite congested underneath there. As I said, Saib Mutlaq will do well to hold on, but there are a few other trainers bubbling under who might be showing their faces there fairly shortly. And
now we go to the Owners' Championship. King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons, the white stable, are in front, 81 points, flying away. Prince Faisal bin Khaled bin Abdulaziz, the red stable, in behind, but nowhere near catching their main rivals. And remember, Prince Faisal bin Khaled bin Abdulaziz is a multiple winner of this Owners' Championship, and this will be the first time he doesn't take that championship home in a while. The Al Khaladia stables you mentioned earlier may struggle to hold on to that third place spot, and we see some big names coming up. Prince Sultan bin Michel bin Abdulaziz is another one whose runners are really coming into form now. They're making big purchases too. They're making purchases in America and in Britain and running them in Saudi.
Yeah, that's liable to be the one sort of change you're seeing in that table. Prince Sultan's going to start climbing above the Al Khaladia
sneaking in at the bottom there, Fayhan bin Faisal Al Mandil. So good to see the green stable as well getting involved too, which is good to see. And I think we're going to see a real tight battle as well, maybe in the second to fifth for the Owners' Championship here in Saudi Arabia. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that gets on. And are there any other owners you want to give a mention to, any other colours that you've seen who are beginning to build up now we're in Riyadh?
No, but we'll no doubt we'll touch on those as we see them. There's a few sets of silks that we didn't see very often in Taif that we're seeing more here, and it'll become clear in the next few weeks who's got the strongest sort of teams. I don't know exactly what the size of the stables are. We just see the horses come out here. Yeah. But obviously, if we could get a list of horses in training, you get an idea of what the real stable strength is. And clearly, there are a few yards that don't have runners in Taif, or very few runners in Taif, who will have a lot more here in Riyadh.
And we'll be expecting to make a big difference in that table. We move swiftly on though, onto race 6. We're back with the thoroughbreds. We stay over a mile, and Alex Fussy can take us through the runners and the riders.
Thanks very much indeed, Callum. Yes, 15 of them going this time. Quite an interesting heat, I thought, this 0 to 90 contest. Number 1 is Quantico. Falanasi will do the steering. Number 2, Alucal, 1 win from 10 starts. Number 3 is Astaroth for Luis Morales. Number 4 is Beehive, a 7-time winner. Quite prolific, isn't he? Number 5 is Helmi, regular runner. Number 6, Leopardo on the return. Number 7, Emirates Currency for Camilo Ospina. Another one for the Forwaz stable here. They're triply represented because they also have the 8, which is La Tihati. Number 9 is Tornadic, 5 wins from 9 starts. Number 10, Tattered Flag. 11 is Emblem War. Returned to action when finishing 4th at meeting 59. Number 12, Al Mustarad, 2 wins previously. 13 is Freshwater Cliffs. Number 14 is Clarence Sea. And 15, completing the field, Cresta de Vega. They are the 15 runners and riders ahead of race 6.
Thank you very much, Alex, for taking us through those runners and riders. And we're back with the thoroughbreds. This is the 0 to 90 handicap, and I thought it was a really good race. It's got very much an open race feel to it.
Yes, it's a good contest. Lots of horses. I almost thought it was a handicap when I started because they're so tightly matched. Ratings from the top: 89, 89, 89, 87, 86, 85, 84, 83. Feels very much like a handicap, doesn't it? And a high grade one.
That's because it is.
Oh, it is, yeah. But a high class contest compared to what we've been looking at.
Yes, exactly that, and we can see Astaroth in shot here. He's been very busy and beat a few decent types when 7th in the General Intelligence Presidency Cup last time out. That wasn't a bad run. It was a tougher field than this, so I imagine he'll be one of your shortlisted horses.
Yeah, it's again quite a hefty shortlist, but there's a big drop off, I think, from halfway down in terms of the ability of the horses. I know the weights should even them up a little bit, but a lot of horses tightly grouped at the top with ratings in the mid to high 80s, and then you're down to Tattered Flag within a couple of horses, which is a 72 rated horse with a little bit to prove. So I think 5 or 6 of those towards the top are the bulk of my shortlist.
Leopardo, first run in Saudi Arabia today, is a winner in the UK. That was on debut at Newcastle.
Yeah.
What has he done since?
He hasn't progressed since. He went to Meydan last year for Mark Johnson. He's a good looker. He won well in his debut. He was tried in listed company, tried in some strong races in Meydan as well, but hasn't really gone on from that debut. But he may yet pick up the thread. But he's in no man's land really at the moment because his handicap mark is based on what he was doing in the UK, based on essentially a mark he got for that debut effort.
Tattered Flag always looks unfit in the parade ring, but he tends to run decent races.
Yeah, that's just his way. He wouldn't win any show prizes as such, but he was disappointing on the whole in Taif, I thought, but he took a step back in the right direction when 8 1/4 lengths, 5th over course and distance in a not to 80 handicap last time out. Now he needs to show that he can build on that.
One who does look great in the paddock is Emblem War. We just saw number 11. He's a real smart prospect. What do you make of him?
Emblem War, yeah, sorry, he was just in front of Tattered Flag last time out, but he is worse off at the weights. And he's won over further than, I agree with you, he does look really well in the parade ring. His best form has come over slightly further. He's hard to rule out on the basis of that run last time, which is his best in a while.
Yeah, we're just seeing Freshwater Cliffs with his very fancy mane. Looks more like a cob than a thoroughbred. He's rated 65, will probably struggle here. And you can say the same for Clarence, and Cresta de Vega. Yeah,
Cresta de Vega was quite an expensive purchase and ran for Rafe Beckett in the UK in the colours of Mark Chan. He was placed in the UK, but he never quite delivered on the promise that he clearly showed at home. Unplaced in maidens and Taif. Not easy to fancy here for a mark of 67. Looks lenient on what they thought he was capable of earlier on.
Drops to 65 and end up in 65. Yeah. He's that type that could be dangerous in that sort of company.
He might. He just hasn't shown. I'd like to see him win a race. He hasn't won a race anywhere so far. So although he's got the ability to do it, as he drops in class, he might just catch and be competitive. Clarence C did run pretty well last time out. went 5 lengths fourth in a nominate of 2. So I wouldn't rule him out entirely. He's gone up in the weights since that, but still is able to race off his old mark here. So potentially, he might be a little bit ahead of his mark.
Yeah, we just saw Ricardo Ferreira. He'll be aboard Leo Pardo. Now, for those who don't know much about Ricardo, he's a regular here in Riyadh, but he's also Spanish champion jockey. He does a lot of his riding in France and Spain now throughout the summer, and then comes to Riyadh for the winter, which is good to see. And he certainly knows his way around here and is a jockey to keep on the right side of.
He is, yeah. He impressed when he rode a winner here last week, and he clearly knows his way around the track, and he's a talented rider.
Yeah,
we've got a good bunch of riders here from all corners of the world, really.
Yes, let's talk about those at the top who we missed. Quantico, horse number 1.
Dual all-weather winner over a mile for Archie Watson back in the UK. That's where his wins come from. He's only had one run here when he was 6th in quite a hot Open, won by 3rd Open last week. This is easier and it's a drop in class for him, so he's quite an interesting one, difficult to weigh up. Yeah,
Alucard as well is another one I'm quite interested in. Keeps running very good races in hotter company than this.
Yeah, he was 4th in the King Khalid Racetrack Championship at the end of the Taif season, and then he was far from disgraced when finishing 6th, beaten 6 lengths behind Making Movies in a Jcsa challenge over course and distance on Saturday. It's quite a quick turnaround for him, but those are good runs, and running in a handicap makes things easier for him.
I remember Making Movies with a real decent animal in France and finally got his act together in Saudi Arabia. So yeah, that form actually looks quite strong now, doesn't it?
It could be. I mean, it's difficult to tell whether Making Movies has got back to his best. I wouldn't say he has, because I mean he had absolutely red hot form in France as a 3-year-old. He's just taken time to adjust to it, and I think he's slightly down the pecking order compared to what he was in France, but he was very game when winning last week, and that was a strong contest, plenty of depth to it.
Yeah, just a couple of bits of housekeeping. Al Mustarad, horse number 12, will carry 2 kilos overweight, and Emblem War, horse number 11, will carry 1.5 kilos overweight. So if those are your selections and you're a little bit concerned about the weight that they're carrying, that is worth noting. Beehive, we haven't mentioned this horse, another one who's a real rock solid performer.
Yeah, a pretty reliable Beehive, but has got a good effort over course and distance in 140.11, which would take him pretty close here. Over a year since his last win, but effective at 7 furlongs and a mile, and was back to form when 2nd in a not to 85 last time out, beaten only a neck. That was over the 7 furlong trip. It does stay a mile.
We're looking at Alucard right now. This is him finishing 4th in the King Khalid Racetrack Championship. This was a decent effort on penultimate start, cutting through the field. There's some good horses around him here, and I thought this was a good race. He gets ahead of Ford Maddox Brown, who's a really good form line.
He does, yeah. Ford Maddox Brown may be slightly disappointing this day, but if you look further behind in the black colours with a black cap, that's Astaroth, who takes him on again today. So he's got the beating of Astaroth on this run. That's a solid performance from Alucard, who ran well again in pretty hot company next time out as well.
We're going to also have a look at Helmi as well, who is horse number 5 on your race cards, just walking around there. This is Helmi running for different owners again, another horse who we're going to see a change of ownership. He tends to do his best work late.
He does. He won an Open at Taif in June, is consistent at a range of trips. We see him making late grind here. This is typical of Helmi.
Yeah.
I'm amazed. He's actually effective at 1.5 miles and 6 furlongs. This is him dropping back to 6, I believe, in Taif. We remember we're talking about it this day and saying, how can he possibly keep up this good run of form, dropping back this sharply in trip? And again, typically finishes like a train. He does that over whatever trip he runs over. So he's frustrating.
It wasn't a weak race. That's First Defence who won there.
No, so that's a good race.
It's a top quality race for like Taif level sprinting.
That was probably Helmi's best run of the season. Yeah, he's always dangerous. I mean, he's 5 from 37 in his career. He's had a slightly frustrating run, but he's always there or thereabouts. And as I said, it's always cutting through the field from the back. So one to bear in mind, and keep an eye on him finishing fast.
If horses let themselves down in this race, Helmi is the type to pick up the pieces, isn't he? Like, you know he's going to run to that level of form, and you'd just be hoping that he can do the same today.
Yeah, I mean, he was in a tough race last time out. He was in the Eastern Region Governorate Cup last time out, which was a pretty tough contest. He's a lot happier back in handicap company. So he was far from disgraced there. So again, he was one of the more enjoyable competitors in Taif. It was always fun to watch watch for his late run, and he's not hard to spot in his races.
We've got 3 for the same owners. We've already talked about Astaroth, Emirates Currency and Latiati. Can we give either of those a chance?
Emirates Currency is not... Well, see, the horses in these colours tend to bounce back to form out of the blue.
Yeah, ex-Brits.
Emirates Currency, his last win came in Taif in June last year. Recent efforts have been uninspiring, it has to be said, and he's not easy to fancy on recent form. But he's also getting himself reasonably handicapped on the pick of what he was showing last year. So it wouldn't be a surprise to see him bounce back at some time, but you couldn't predict a good run from him.
So you talked about the horses being at the top. So would you say the top 5? Because I think with 6 Leopardo, we don't really know what we're going to get, and down. Would you be looking at the top 5 as your sort of angles into this race? Yeah,
I would say so. And I think Astaroth is one I'd probably put a line through as well, given that he's held by Alukal. Again, it's never a surprise to see any of those in the black and white colours bounce back. We didn't touch on Latahati, very similar to Emirates Currency, very patchy form, not in great form at the moment, but every now and again throws in a good performance and means you can never entirely rule that one out. But yeah, I'd be with Quantico, Alukal and Beehive would be the 3 who I'd really concentrate on in terms of winning. I think Helmi will run on and go close, but in terms of winning the race, I'm going to go with Quantico.
Quantico looks unexposed if everything's going the way we think it's going to go, doesn't he?
Yeah, listen, he quickly rose to a pretty useful level for Archie Watson. Dual winner over this trip. Caught the eye over Shorter last time out in a good race won by Third Kingdom. He didn't win a handicap in the UK, but I think he wants a strongly run race and he's liable to get that here. The surface shouldn't be a problem to him, and he is. He is unexposed compared to some of these, so we'll get the vote from me.
We just saw these beautiful shots of Riyadh Racecourse with our wonderful drone cam getting a shot of these wonderful grandstands and also the horses circling down at the start. The floodlights are on, the atmosphere continues to build as we head towards the latter half of the card here on Friday night. Quantico is going to be Rory's selection. I am probably going to go with Alukal. I was quite happy with that run last time. It wasn't too much of a negative for me, so I'm going to go with horse number 2, Alukal. Remember, this is a handicap, so they are drawn all over the place. So look out for stall 3 if you're with Rory's selection Quantico, and look out for stall 11 if you're with my selection Alukal. But as we see them circling down at the start, it's time to hand over to our esteemed commentator, Mr. Alex Fussy. It's over to you.
Thanks very much indeed, gents. Yeah, we won't be too far away from some action now. Runners circling here behind the stalls and getting prepared for loading up. We're just a couple of minutes away from this scheduled off time. In this particular heat, it won't be number of stalls to the race card position here. It's a drawn version, as we are familiar with in the UK. Just going through the shot there is Al Mustarad, number 12. That will carry the green cap. The same ownership have 15. Cresta de Vega, who's got a white cap on, so keep an eye out for those different variations. And the other thing to highlight, of course, is the Fawaz stable have 3 runners here, don't they? So they've got Astaroth, number 3, Usual Silks, the black cap, Emirates Currency, a white cap for Camilo Ospina, and then 8 Tihati even has got the red cap. Easy enough for me to say. Right, they're going in. Next one in will be into stall 2 there. That's field now. Helmi into the 2 gate. Striped jacket Tornadic forwards into 5. That is Al Mustarad who's going up. Clarence also going into 15 on the outside there. Always a pretty smooth load, isn't it, here? Touch wood, never have too many troubles. Cresta de Vega, stall number 4. Alukal into 11. There's the 7, the white cap, Emirates Currency. That runner's in. Here comes Quantico, that disc on the jacket. Those colours may not have been in some of your publications. Astaroth has just gone in, and here comes Emblem War, stall 1. Set. And they're off. Runners sent away here over 1,600 metres for this 0 to 90 handicap. From the stalls, a bit of encouragement for Latihati, who's on the outside of Red Cap, needed some early pushing. There's already about 8 lengths first to back here. They're going quite hard up top with Beehive coming forwards to lead up and over. Quantico's not far away, and also the orange jacket Leopardo is right there as well. Very highly tried in the past, Leopardo, not far off the pace. Emirates Currency is there. And Latihati, after a slower start, has got there as well on the outside in 5th position. Is being followed by Clarence, the white and red colours. In between rivals is Al Lucal, gold on the sleeves. Back to the running rail emblem Secrets. So looking back through the field, Tornadic's got work on right out the back end. Preston of Vega. Al Mustawad has also got only a couple adrift at this stage. One of those is Tattered Flag as they continue the swing back towards home with this leader, Beehive, trying to edge further clear here. Beehive is buzzing up top, has gone away by 5. In second place on the turn is Leopardo. On the outside, Latihati is in 3rd. Quantico's under pressure. Alucal is trying to run on in between horses. Emirates Currency is still fighting away. Astorath is trying to pick up some pieces. Beehive's now getting rather tired up front, and the red cap of Latihati's trying to close. Moves within a length here on the inside. Emirates Currency is still running on as well. Latihati's ahead. Emirates Currency is a big late closer. Very close. Emirates Currency on the inside has come through to join Latihati. Beehive gave way late on. That is tight. Emirates Currency on the inner might have nicked this here. It's going to be very close over the line. Latihati running a big race after a poor start, but looks to have been foiled. And Beehive, who was sent quite a way out, got tired late on. It is Emirates Currency nicking it on the inside. That's official now. Ahead is the margin as well. Further than I thought. Beehive was indeed 3rd in behind them, a further length away. Here's the line. Oof. Looks awfully close, but Emirates Currency has won it by a head to beat Latihati, and Beehive was in 3rd. Not a bad run from Alucal, who eventually takes 4th honours. 7-8-4 in our 6th race of the day here, and probably the best finish as well.
Camilo Subina. Congrats, Camilo. Double today. You know him pretty well. You come 2nd with him.
Yes, yeah, you know, the first thing, you know, thank you very much to Wattle Caravan, you know, for giving me support, for giving me the horses. Yeah, no, you know, it's tough race, you know, I know the other horses at the same stable is good horses, but thank God I take a good position, you know, when I have good space inside, and when I ask him, the horse respond very good, but the other horses is coming strong also, but thank God I can win in the wire. Thank you.
Camillo Ospina at the double in a thrilling finish where the owner had the 1-2. Nawad Fawaz training both as well. So good to see Camillo Ospina at the double and Nawad Fawaz getting the double as well. The first and second, I should say. Emirates Currency came late to deny Lattiati, who had done everything wrong at the start and nearly was rewarded for doing everything right at the finish.
Yes, heartbreak if you were with Lattiati, especially after he messed the start up. Yeah, as I said beforehand, these the horses carrying these colours often end up finishing nearer last than first in the race. They're often 2 or 3 in the contest, but they can bounce back to form. They tend not to be the most consistent. Maybe that's just the impression I've got of the few that I've seen so far. Lattiati, for example, was disappointing last time. Did finish third 2 starts ago, and then more often than not was disappointing in Taif. Emirates Currency really didn't fire in Taif. Had 1 or 2 vaguely okay runs, but generally speaking, running poorly. But as a result, just dropped down the handicap a little bit, more than capable. And when they happen to come back to their best form, they're well enough handicapped to win. They weren't far away from having a 1-2-3 there. Asterol staying on into about 5th place as well. So
yeah.
A very good race for the owner, Rafay Al-Ghraban.
Yeah, it's good to see Beehive running a really nice race again. He's just bang up there every time he runs, and he went for home early, and he got swamped late on, but he stuck on and was very good to get third. Alukal as well ran quite nice. He ran in snatches, though, started a bit off the bridle and then kind of got nursed back into it. Looked like he was going to really land a blow on the bend, but couldn't quite get home. Some of the other stories from further down the field, Quantico was up there early, but seemed to just get kind of bullied out of things late on.
Yeah, that's a bit disappointing after the really promising effort last time out. And I suppose when you're dealing with the better handicaps here, it's useful to know which horses have been there and done it around these tracks, rather than trying to find something
streetwise.
Yeah, you tend to look for something very unexposed, but you do need to be streetwise as well, because there's no quarter asked and none given in these races.
One who was very unexposed is Leopardo. You can see the grey horse in the orange colours just into second on the inside of Beehive. He's gone up there and he's been up there for a long time as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to make of this run, because it was promising enough for a long way, but his finishing position was again disappointing, and that's kind of been the story of his career. He won by quite a wide margin on his debut, looking like he might actually be a really classy performer. He's got size and scope, and he looked like he would develop. And although he's probably run, at least to that level in a couple of his subsequent starts, but he didn't win again. He ran in listed company. He ran in some competitive races in Maidan, as I said. For a long way, this looked like a big step in the right direction, but would he finish about 7th in the end? Does he?
I'm not sure. He did fade out
yeah,
quite tamely. It's a long way home from here, though. Despite
it is, yeah. But we know he's got plenty of talent. It's just difficult to know where you put a horse like this, because, as I said, he essentially got a very high handicap mark based on that debut effort he was rated in the 90s early on for Mark Johnson. Obviously, son Charlie's got the licence these days, but he's in no man's land with his mark at the moment, and you see that he's been tackled now for second by Lattiati, and begins to backpedal from this point. Maybe he'll build on this, but given I thought he had a fairly good run at it with only Beehive to chase in the early stages. It's not an awful run, but it's kind of the story of his career that he promises a fair bit and doesn't quite deliver it.
Camillo has timed that ride to perfection on the rail aboard our eventual winner, Emirates Currency. The gaps did come for him. He didn't have to weave for much. It all sort of parted like the Red Sea for him, but he gets there where it matters on the line, and Lattiati must be... Yeah, if you're a supporter of Lattiati, you can get up from behind the sofa now, because it's heartbreaking, because you think you're beaten after the first 50 yards, and then you think, oh my goodness, we're going to win, and then it's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's a proper roller coaster, really,
yeah.
Wasn't it? But there you go. But trainer and owner will be happy. They've had the first and second separate. I mean, Lattiati's even dipped to the line as well, so it was very tight in the finish. I still feel that Beehive was maybe the moral winner in the day. Just went a stride too fast in front.
Looked like he was going to get away from them for a long time.
Well, it's very hard to get away from them. Horses of your own class here, kicking off the home bend, can work in time.
Yeah, it works if you're Marquez here, doesn't it? But if you're running against good horses, you're in trouble, aren't you?
Marquez was a fair bit better than most of those who were chasing him, and had a big gap over the one horse who was in his league. But if you're racing against horses who are of your own merit, and you do get that lead, it's difficult to know when to press the button. And I think the button was pressed slightly too early here. Easy to say in retrospect, but Beehive just didn't have anything left in the last 100 metres. But unlike the first and second, you can pretty much set your clock by Beehive. He runs his race most of the time, and he wears his heart on his sleeve.
One horse who didn't run his race that he usually does is Helmy, who's making first start for a new owner today and did not do the business. Looked outpaced all the way around there.
Yes, it's unusual for Helmy, who's been so consistent, but he's had a change of connections and a change of track as well. Maybe he's just particularly well suited by Typhe.
And he's been really highly tried as well. That's the other element too.
We're used to seeing him almost every week when we were in Typhe, so he's had a surprisingly long break since his previous race. It might have been needed in the end.
Yes, we can see the winning connections over the moon with the success of Emirates Currency, who's an ex-British-based runner, but he's doing his thing now in Saudi Arabia, and we can just see Latiati missing the kick there completely. He's actually going to get sandwiched between Leopardo and Beehive, who are both trying to get to the inside, and Latiati has to settle down. Alucal, I thought, ran a nice race, so the more I watch it, the more impressed I am with that performance to finish fourth. Started well, got into a nice rhythm, and then
speed, doesn't he?
He's just got a little bit outpaced before the bend and had to do a lot of work to get back into a position.
And as we said, again, the things to bear in mind, the differences between the two tracks, it's not just that Typhe is tighter, or even that it's a slower surface. It's the fact that we've heard two jockeys say this specifically. On this surface, if you've got a hold-up horse with a turn of foot, they can actually show a turn of foot and they can quicken up at the end. They can't in Typhe. They will sort of plug on, but they're not getting the same sort of push as they do off this track. And horses who want to come from off the pace, they're not just in Typhe. You come in from off the pace, but you need them to go hard in front, and you need to sort of just stay on past them. Here, you can actually sit off the pace and utilise a turn of foot late in the day, which gives you an extra string to your bow.
Yeah, you can be a lot more patient, can't you, here, rather than in Typhe, where you kind of have to set your stall out early and just kind of hope they don't catch you. But Beehive was caught. We can just see here, see the jockey gritted teeth as you know it's not going to work out, and then you see the pair of black and white runners who are swooping over the line. Latiati eventually finishing second, and Emirates Currency taking the win. We will move on though to race 7. This is again over the mile. If you see Camille Ospina getting the sums up there, he's at the double. We stay over the mile. This is a local bred horses open. It's for three-year-olds, and it features a horse that I know is very controversial in our circle, the mighty Roland, who I cannot stand, who you think is better than I think he is.
I think you've been very rude about Roland, and I made that clear from almost the first time I met you.
You did?
Yeah, I think some of the words you've used about him are harsh for a young horse who's still growing, who's still learning his trade. Yes, he has looked a little bit awkward, but I mean, you were calling him some very rude names when his form figures we read 2-1-2. Now, I know he was 9th in the Typhe Derby.
But look at what he does when he comes second. He looks like an absolute all-over winner, and he's like, nah, I don't fancy it.
I disagree with that. I really don't. I think he's looked a little ungainly, and I think I genuinely think, although he's got a tough enough ask in this contest. This is an open race. Of that 9th in the Typhe Derby last time out. I think he's the kind of horse who can actually take a step forward in Riyadh this season. Perhaps not first time out, but perhaps it will be first time out. I just think he looked, for all he showed plenty of ability in his first 3 starts at Typhe, I didn't think he looked that comfortable on the track, and I think this track might end up suiting him better. Now, this will be this is almost like a side bet between you and me.
Do you want to know who agrees with you? Do you want to know who agrees with you?
Well, the owner does.
The owner does. So Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz now owns this horse. He bought him after his performance in the Typhe Derby. So he makes his first start in those famous white and blue striped silks. I still can't have him. Absolutely not. But Alex Fussy is our man in the sky. The braces, sorry, they're not stripes, are they? They are braces. He's got the braces on their Roland horse, number 10 on your race cards. But Alex Fussy will give us information on all of our runners here for our 7th contest of the day.
Thanks very much indeed, gents. Looking forward to seeing how that little side battle plays here in this 7th race of the day. Now is number 1. 1 win from 3 goes. That's success at meeting 35. Number 2 is Alkway Meni. 2 successes from 22 starts. The returning number 3, Walad Al-Dawi. Number 4 is Inze. Number 5 is Jcsa, another one from the White Stable. 6 is Foz Al-Leita. Number 7 is Nabay Al-Sad, a 1 win from 18 goes. And 8 is Al-Frani, just on the bottom of your page. Number 9 is Gamud, looking for a first career success at the 21st time of asking. 10 is the aforementioned Roland, looking to see how he gets on today. 11 is Warad Al-Jud. 12 is Karim. And 13 is Ala Petite for Jimmy Carrion. 13 go in race 7.
Thank you, Alex, for getting a nice close-up look at Warad Al-Jud, who I think is a real talking horse in this race because he absolutely bolted up last time. It was in the Suleiman Al-Sana Award. This was back in March. It was the last time we saw him. He won by half the track, Rory. Maybe not the strongest contest of one of those named races, but certainly worth noting.
Yeah, the time was good. He'd been improving at that sort of trip. 1,800 metres or further. He won a 0 to 75 handicap, then was third in his next start, and then absolutely ran away with that Suleiman Al Hassan Award by 15 lengths. That was a big step in the right direction. Now the question is whether off a break he's able to do it again, and whether he's able to do it back at 1,600 metres. But certainly he announced himself last time out.
Yeah, he was a really impressive performer on that occasion. We can just see here is Roland in shot. I think, is it Roland in shot?
It does look like him.
It does look like him, and it does look like 10 on the saddle cloth. So that is Roland in shot, a horse that I know you're a big fan of.
Are you surprised with how handsome he is? Had you painted him?
Oh no, he's a gorgeous horse. I think he's gorgeous. He's a gorgeous individual. He's just useless. So.
Again, the use of the U word is what really winds me up.
He's useless.
He is rated 81. He has, aside from the Type Derby, he's not been out of the first 2 in his life. So to call a horse like that useless is massively disrespectful. He's
run in a frustrating style in all of his starts, and people are latching onto him because they think they're going to be with him when he wins, and I just cannot have him. And nothing against the owners.
People are latching on that. You mean me?
No, because Tom Collins is exactly the same.
Oh, Tom's the same.
Tom is exactly the same. Oh, yeah. So this is deeper than you, Rory. This goes back to the first week in Type, yes. Tom Collins, who is a very excellent judge and is in red hot form, he was very keen on Roland as well, and he made the point to me that he's not done anything wrong, and then he makes the point, why do I like a horse like Mahalik if I don't like a horse like Roland? Because I believe Mahalik is trying, he just gets a bit lonely. I think Roland looks to see the he gets a bit lonely. Even when he won last time out, he's like, where's the other horse?
For a horse, he likes spending most of the race on his own, doesn't he? For a horse, he gets lonely. But yes, they are different times.
Yeah, they're very different.
I understand. You're essentially saying that you think that Roland is ungenuine.
Yes, yeah.
And I don't think he should. I think maybe time will show that he is. But having watched his races, I said, well, he's done very little wrong other than look slightly ungainly. I don't think he's been trying to gibbet in those runs. The Type Derby was too tough for him last time out. This will be a much better race to judge him on.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then we can pick up the argument again. But it's not a one-horse race.
Yeah, it's not at all. Let's talk about some of the other headlines. Kareem, we just see short here. I love these maroon colours, and Kareem's ran quite a couple of decent races recently. 2 from 14 in the career, but third the last 2 starts.
Was a winner for the auction race here 12 months ago. Very consistent on the whole. Beaten 3 1/4 lengths, went third, and of course in distance non-winners of 3 last time out, behind Al Sharil, who ran pretty well next time out as well. That makes Kareem a player here. Rating of 86. Puts him right in the mix, and I wouldn't put you off.
We just saw Ala Petite in shot. He landed a course and distance maiden on his final start last year, but this is a big step up, and I don't think he's worth the 81 rating he's got. We just saw the White Stable runner go down to post there. Jcsa. Now, usually you see a 90 rated White Stable runner, and you think, well, that's got to have a massive chance here, but I'm not really a fan. I don't think it's worth the 90 rating.
Well, won a Jcsa challenge here on his second start over 7 furlongs. I'm as inclined to forgive him the latest run. That came in an International Jockeys Challenge. Yeah, those could be slightly messy races.
It was weird because she did that win at 2 in Taif. She then wasn't seen again. Went to Riyadh on Saudi Cup weekend, and then was just sort of run out of things. But she comes here with a rating of 90, and I just can't see how she's got the rating. Like, she scrambled home at Taif. It wasn't like she was a dominant White Stable winner. So I look at that and go,
yeah, listen, I would look on her. I take your point. I think 90 is harsh if she was running in a handicap, given what she's done. The race that she won was better on paper than it was in reality. And then, as I said, I wouldn't judge her too harshly on the last run. But what she's achieved on the track, to my eye, is not quite what the handicapper has got for her. But she's up against mostly lesser horses here, so she should be competitive.
Yes.
But I do take your point. 90 is would look like a really hard mark to win a handicap off.
You can just see Nabe Al-Sad was just going through shot. That's horse number 7, one of the most gorgeous horses I've seen here. We're seeing some real classy looking individuals in this contest.
We are. Nabe Al-Sad was the winner of a 2,000 metre maiden. That trip probably suits slightly better than shorter. It was only 7th at a local open over course and distance last time out, and on balance of form, others are stronger.
Yeah, so plenty to look forward to, and you're watching it live on YouTube. As I said plenty of times before, this is the Jcsa YouTube channel. We're live Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays. Remember to like, subscribe and turn on your bell notifications. Got plenty of positive comments in the chat as well, which is always great to see. Thank you, Mr. Maitia Niang, who has sent us 3 thumbs up. So not 1, not 2, but 3 thumbs up. More thumbs up than we've had winners at the moment. So it's been a tricky card though, hasn't it?
It certainly has. Let's hope we can find a winner or 2 before it's out. It gets it gets a bit easier towards the end.
Does
but,
it?
You know,
No, but
it
was
gets
great
classier
yesterday,
towards
wasn't
the
it?
end.
We had a lovely moment yesterday. We had 2 jockeys, father and son, in the comments talking about the quality of racing here in Saudi Arabia and how looking forward to the son, who is currently a work rider in America, but is going to come over and try his hand here in Saudi Arabia as a jockey. So that'd be really good to see as well. So plenty of interest from all 4 corners of the globe. You know, we've got a very big Camillo Ospina fan club from Southern and Central America. We've also got a lot of fans of Jimmy Jerkins from the USA, and obviously fans in Britain and Ireland who are all watching for you, Rory, clearly.
Well, I'll pass over the last comment, Alan. But yeah, we are seeing. We haven't seen much interest from Australia yet, have we? But
no, we haven't.
Aside from that, we're getting interest from all sorts of exotic places, and that's always good to see, and more interaction on the YouTube channel.
And it's wonderful to see the interaction as well, and to see people who are interested in racing joining up and having a conversation.
Indeed, yeah.
It always is really good to see, and I thought yesterday was a real highlight for me, with plenty of real good chat going on in the conversation, and we were learning more and more with each message. It starts off with being a nice message from the USA, and then ended up being this story we saw with the jockey who won the King's Cup back in 2001 for White Stable, which was wonderful to see as well. Plenty of interest here, and we've also got another comment here just saying from Greg, saying, I think Roland will run a big race here. He's just winding me up.
No,
That's just a wind-up comment. That's all that is. That is a wind-up comment. I'm going to take my best Kevin Keegan. I'd love it if he got beat here. And we're going to have a look at some of these horses in action. Al Kawamini is a late withdrawal as well, so we won't see that horse, but we will see Kareem, who's in front here, will eventually face the 3rd, but Al Kawamini with a late withdrawal. But Kareem, then with his back-to-back 3rd place effort, this isn't a bad horse, and I can't take my eyes off those silks.
I know, yeah, you do find them eye-catching. Didn't quite last home here, Kareem, the son of Two-Step Salsa, but this is a good performance in finishing 3rd. You do want to see him seeing things out a little bit more strongly if he's going to win a race like this, but he's got a chance in this company, and if he can build on that, he's one to bear in mind.
This is Tessa's previous run. This was the penultimate start before she then went into the Jockey's Challenge, and she won at Thai. This was in maiden company, and for me, I can't see how she gets a 90 rating from this performance. She does do well to get up there, and she's clearly doing her best work late.
On paper, this was a decent contest. It was a Jcsa challenge contest. It took her a long time to get to grips with the leader, but she ends up winning by a length going away at the line. I thought it was a performance that promised a lot more. She looked like she was still learning on the job. Unfortunately, we've only seen her once since, and that was in that International Jockeys Challenge, which is a slightly messy affair to be judging her on. I think she is capable of better, but this is. I think this is the right spot for her. As I said, you saying her mark of 90 is just a little bit of a head scratcher, and I'd agree with that. But she is unexposed. She's had that experience in better company last time out, just to help her development. And if she's ready for this, and in fairness, they're very rarely not ready after a break, the white stable runners. I'd expect her to show what she can do. Whether she's good enough is another matter altogether. It may well be that she falls slightly short here, but I think she has to be shortlisted. Yeah, she certainly would be on the shortlist. Abdullah Al Farouz is in the saddle as well. Very good jockey too. I'm going to go with my selection here with Warad Al Jude. I cannot take my mind off that performance last time. I've just seen him circling around at the start. Looks perfectly calm, not getting too warm. So I'm hoping that he can come back with another big performance to justify his rating of 97. Can I select Roland to be placed? Of course you can. Going on nicely at the finish. My friend, you are our analyst. I think Warad Al Jude is the one to beat on that big performance last time out. Obviously, needs to prove that he can back that up, because that was a big step up what he'd done before. But in fairness, he'd only really begun to get his act together just before that. This is probably the trip is certainly as short as he wants to go. I think he might want further in time. So I'm going to go for Roland, but more of a place selection. Yes, but I do give him half a chance of winning this, and I would love to see him get up on the line to beat a higher rated runner looking as game as a pebble. I think we'd all like that. Well, I think everyone would like that aside from me. However, I do not wish ill on any horse, and I hope they all run as big a race as they can. But just to go through the selections one more time, horse number 11 for me, Warad Al Jude, and Rory loves horse number 10, Roland, and thinks he's going to run into a place. However, if he does get his head in front, Rory might be on the track. Alex, it's over to you.
Thanks, gents. Still a few minutes away, aren't we, here from our scheduled off time. Runners were down to post nice and early, getting ready to load up the stalls. I'll be fascinated now to see how Roland gets on in this race, this added side interest. A winner at meeting 25, as you've heard, and a couple of second-placed efforts as well under his belt so far. Just gone through shot there, the white and blue colours. Is followed round down at the start by Now, number 1, who's a winner at meeting 35, but was well held last time out. Only could muster 14th on that latest start. Looks like we've got a blindfold going on one of the runners here, number 7, Nabay Al-Sad, who's going to be heading forwards 2 still 7. 1 win from 18 starts, so not the best strike rate, that's for sure. Over they are there at the 1600 metre starting point. Then you can see all of them circling and just waiting for the instruction to go forwards. 1 or 2 a little on toes. Gamood was the one there just jig-jogging a shade. The filly. 0 from 20 for her, so she very much sits on the exposed side in terms of this lineup. She's one of a couple of runners in this race looking for a first win, the other being the colt Walad Al-Dawi, who's horse number 3 on your race cards. So getting set to go forwards here now. A la Petite for Jimmy Carrion. Dark green jacket with the black stripe. For the Saud stable will come from stall 13, so it's got that wider berth to contend with. Kept away down at the starting point, quite noticeably, was the 3 horse there. Walad Al-Dawi has been behind the tape that was put down on the floor there. Looks to be coming back to join the main group of them as they start this loading up process. Gamood has gone forwards to 9. Foz, Alita and Ricardo Ferreira's in as well. There is Nabay Al-Sad. Got a blindfold on, as we highlighted a few moments ago, and is actually needing a bit of a push from behind. Now was side on, so he's going further away before being lined up again. Not ticking round to the scheduled off time, so they're going to be very close to jumping as planned. There is the 5 horse. Jcsa has just been shot. One of the Mahmoud's team. Right, now's coming up again, but again has gone side on. Second time that's happened, actually. Jogging away again with that runner. Jcsa comes forwards. Slots in. In the stalls there, in stall 6 with Foz Alita. Always good to get a vision from inside, isn't it? Right, we're going to go again with now, but some handlers behind on this occasion, so may keep this runner straight. Make that 4 or 5 offering assistance. That's going to work the trick, isn't it? Because now will go in. So that runner's in. Won't leave many left here. Karim, third the last twice, has gone forwards in. Roland now coming up. Andy's locked away and trotted forwards. Al-Fraini, ready to roll. 1 or 2 edgy here, particularly Jcsa. Also now is fractious in 1. Better now. And they're off. Action underway. This local bred open. They go over 1,600 meters here. Bit of congestion at the start again. 1 or 2 inconvenienced. Al-Fraini was a little bit short of racing room. Drops to the back end, and Nabay Al-Sad is also right out the tail end of the field. Good start though, been made here by Ala Petit, the dark green and black colours going off and away to an early advantage of about 1.5 lengths over Warad Al-Jud in second place. Roland's not far off them. The white and blue colours is around the outer of Walad Al-Dawi. Next in the field is Karim, who's deeper out, spot the red noseband, would be about 5 or 6 wide. And here comes Al-Fraini after a slow start, is rushing up around the outside, but awfully wide. Trouble on the bend, and unseating the rider there is Jcsa. Jcsa, I'm afraid, has gone wrong there on the inside. Hopefully all okay with the jockey there as they make their turn out of the back straight. So up top now, Roland has the advantage here, shows by a length over in second position Warad Al-Jud. On their outside, Karim is now striking as well. They're followed by Walad Al-Dawi, and on the outside of horses, picking up a bit now is Inze as well, the white colours to the left. But levelling on in, heading to the final couple of 100 metres here, and it's now Karim who's got in advance of Roland, still down the centre. Inze is boxing on and getting within 3 lengths. Walad Al-Dawi is next in the field, followed through in turn by Foz Alita. Up top, Karim is still just ahead, 1.5 lengths. It's a dwindling margin here for Karim, but the line comes in time. Karim has won it, beats into second. The closing effort there of Inze, but didn't quite make it. There was 1 or 2 closes actually. Looks like Al-Fraini and another one down the outside. Nabay Al-Sad was one running on for a place, but it was quite a messy contest, and of course thoughts with the connections of Jcsa, who suffered that incident on the turn. But Karim is a length winner over Inze, and it was Nabay Al-Sad who got the verdict for third, just ahead of Al-Fraini. It was only a head between those 2 runners. So order of finish is 12, 4 and 7, a length the winning margin. Karim 1:41.49 is the time on the clock, and has just managed to hold on there. It was a bold display from Inze, who was the one rallying strongly. Got to within a length at the line. There they go over the line, 12.47 in our 7th race today.
على فيكتور جوتيريز. Well done, Victor. Good race.
الله يبارك فيه. Thank you so much. نورا. Thank you.
Victor, tell me about the race.
First, then the gut. The gut is great. This horse, this need a good start, but then good position. But wait el 400 meter. But then you go. This is strong. Thank you so much.
We're down here with Kareem, who has won our most recent contest underneath Victor Gutierrez. This horse has finished third the last couple of starts, but took advantage of a rather messy contest to win comfortably here. This is his fourth start of the season, and he doesn't look like it's taken too much out of him. He's a bit warm and a bit sweaty, but no surprises there, but he's handled everything really nicely. Now, Victor's English may not be the strongest, so we'll have as good an interview with him as we can, but we'll catch him after he gets weighed in. I must admit, I've said it 100 times before, I'm a huge fan of these colours, and I hope we'll get a closer look at them just about now. We're going to have to huddle and grab it. Victor, can we grab a quick word? Victor Gutierrez. It's okay. We'll take it nice and slow. Congratulations, great ride, well done. How did it feel?
Thank you so much. I appreciate. Thanks God.
Good. Is this your first time here in Riyadh, or have you been here before?
No, I have the monkey in 4 years. 4 years before.
So you've been doing this for 4 years. This horse, very talented. How did it feel when you were in front? Did you think he was always going away?
Thank you so much. This horse this need the way too much, because who maybe stress, no stress horse, maybe little crazy.
Are you a little crazy? The horse is a little crazy. Congratulations, Victor. Thank you very much for taking the time. Well done.
Thank you so much. I appreciate.
Victor Gutierrez, everyone, a jockey who, although he can't speak much English, did a really good effort there, and he's wearing some fantastic colours, and he's given that horse a really good ride. Rory, it's back to you.
Yeah, it's good to see Victor Gutierrez get another winner here. We saw him in winning action last week, and he's a tidy jockey. Just seeing the closing stages here, he kicked at the right time, it seems, on the winner. Kareem got to the front last time and couldn't hold the finishers, finishing third in the end, but was able to keep going to the line this time. Just got a little bit tired late on, but the runner-up Inze couldn't quite pull him back in again, and Kareem has won in reasonable style. Nabe Al-Saad back in third there in a race which, as Callum said, got a little bit messy, but it's good to see Kareem building on a promising effort last time out and making it 3 wins now from 14 starts in his career. Not the fastest time of the night for the 1600 metres, 1:41.49, but a solid enough performance there compared to 1 or 2 that we've seen earlier on. We see it from the replay there. Al-Fremi seemed to miss the kick towards the back of the field, and we had from a wide draw, Al Petit went up fast, maybe too fast on the outside in the green colours, the grey there to take the lead, but wasn't able to sustain that speed through the race. The winner at this stage is back in 5th place in clear sailing on the outside and is about to move forward now into a challenging position. We see that the leader is under pressure now and beginning to come back to the field, and Victor Gutierrez, as we skip on after that incident on the bend. He's got the winner to the front, Kareem. And Kareem, although clearly getting tired in the last 100, 115 metres, manages to hold on this time. Was only able to finish third last time, having led in the straight, but seems to have benefited from that run. The margin is shrinking all the way to the line, but Inze only able to close gradually as they went towards the line. And Nabi Al-Saad, again, arguably needing a little bit further, 2,000-metre winner, plugging away in third. Nice to see Victor get another winner.
Yeah.
He'll be polishing his English up a little bit after that. But
and I'm going to polish up my Arabic, because he speaks very good Arabic.
Well, there you go.
So that's what I need to polish up on in my end.
He realised which language he really needed to work on when he came here a few years ago. And he's fitting in very well with the local jockeys.
But yes, a jockey who's been here for 4 years, as he mentioned. I apologise for everyone at home that knew that. I wasn't too sure, but he's doing a really good job here, knows his way around, again, very much like Ricardo Ferreira, just basing his winters out here in Riyadh and summering in Europe. So he's certainly someone to keep an eye out of. And I think these colours, we'll see more of these as time goes on. I think these are colours that you won't see in Taif, but you will see here in Riyadh. What do you make of Roland's performance there? You said he needed the run.
Yeah, he's actually led briefly into the straight in the blue cap, and then he's faded. It looked like he was third best most of the way up the straight, and he's faded quite markedly in the last 100 metres. For me, he's just got tired, and this is his first run in a little while. He's had that break, obviously, between the Taif season and coming to Riyadh. Changed hands as well since running in the Taif Derby, and didn't get home here. I think he will. I think he'll improve a fair bit on the run. And you know, if you're worried about his reluctance to come past rivals, he certainly swept into the lead happily enough, but it was a big move too early in the race, and he wasn't able to sustain
I
it.
think he followed Warad Al Jude, who did a very similar thing, who also needed the run but faded a lot quicker than Roland. So I think if you can take the two of those out of the race, Roland ran the better all-round race and has a lot more to look forward to in the future.
But the question still wasn't answered with Roland. We need to see him with the in a race where push really does come to shove, and see what he's got in terms of battling qualities. This wasn't the race to judge him on. Next time will be a lot more interesting, and hopefully I'm here with you when that happens.
Yeah, all fingers crossed. He saves his performances for when we're here. I'm not about betting dinner. Like I'm not about betting dinner. Look, I know finances are important, and I'm looking after you. I'm looking after you.
One of us is buying the other one dinner at some stage.
You know how tight I am.
Might as well find an excuse for it.
You know how tight I am. I won't spend money on anything. I barely spend it on myself. But no, it's certainly a dinner will have to be purchased on the result of Roland's performances. We do, though, move on to race 8, and we step up and trip here. We go over the 1,800-metre trip, which is the distance for the Saudi Cup, a distance we don't often see.
I love the way you're mentioning that a lot.
Every time now, yeah. It's brilliant. Now I know it.
Since you found out.
Since I found out this little nugget of information, it all makes sense why we're running over 1,800 metres, because before I had no idea why we were doing it. So it's good to see us going over the Saudi Cup distance, and I think you've mentioned it before earlier on, it's a really weird test of distance, because you find horses go too hard too early. Some horses are stayers that are just not able to get into these races, and they seem to be a bit muddly affairs. You don't often see them run truly from top to bottom.
Yeah, you tend to get, I mean, again, looking at UK racing rather than Saudi Arabian racing, because we're much more au fait with that, you do tend to get specialists at horses who've got plenty of races at 6 furlongs, lots of races at a mile, lots of races at a mile and a quarter, and you tend to know who your horses are there. When you get in between those trips, then you're never quite sure who the real specialists are, and you do find that you get horses who would be fair at one level at 6 furlongs and a mile, who end up being very, very good at 7 furlongs. Yes. We do have very few races over 9 furlongs in the UK, the Cambridgeshire being the obvious one, and it does tend to produce particular specialists as well. So this trip, I find it difficult sort of getting my head around some of the results of this trip earlier on, and indeed you get a lot of horses who are showing fairly ordinary form here, and you go back through the record and they tend to shine at the 1,800 metres. Quite a lot of course and distance winners in this race who wouldn't look anywhere near as good at a mile, even though it's only a furlong difference in trip. You know, the difference from where you start and the tempo of the race as well is worth bearing in mind at a track like this. So always look for horses with form specifically at the course and distance, and you shouldn't go too far wrong.
I'm right in thinking we've also got a change of ownership. Prince Faisal runner in this race too.
We do, a very interesting one I thought in the shape of Tab. whose best effort was finishing 4.5 lengths fourth in the course and distance maiden in March. This is his first start in the red and white colours of the Red Stable Prince Faisal. I think he's interesting.
Interesting to see how that one gets on. But as we move on to race 8, there's only one man who can take us through it. Runners and riders with Alex Fussy.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, let's have a look at the field then ahead of this 8th race today. Colts and Geldings in action for this local bred maiden. No number 1 in here. That's the absentees. So we will get the reserve going later on down the card. So we start with the 2, Safia Ruma, 0 from 6 so far. Number 3 is Bab Al Hazam for Jimmy Carry-On. 4, Al Joa Al Safi, Abdullah Al Credis rides. Number 5 is Bayrak Alaya, Khaled Al Mimoni. 6 is Taf Al Bada, 0 from 6, but has got the informal spinner doing the steering. Eddie Castro rides number 7, Thab. Number 8 is Aklak, who's 0 from 2, but Gutierrez takes the ride, and of course we've just seen those talents exhibited. 9 on the page as well, Walad Chrome more exposed. Rafe Altaresh 0 from 9 will be looking for 10th time the charm. Number 10 in the race is Anjez. Number 11 is Bark Nayef, who's making a debut here. Number 12 is Yatul Ha. 13 is Nayazi for the Fawaz stable. 14 is Azdam, 0 from 4 so far. Fawaz Wanas in the saddle. 15 is Zid Al-Ghir. 16 is Mofwan, 0 from 2. 17 is Takni, one of the more exposed runners with Ricardo Ferreira. 18 are Cadley. 19 is Assad. 20 is Al-Khatim, and 21 is I'm Good, who of course will be your reserve getting in and going into stall number 1. Slip of the tongue there, boys. I'm sure you won't do the same. Back to you.
Oh, I wouldn't count against it, Alex. We have been more than guilty on one occasion of getting some pronunciations absolutely horribly wrong, and it's usually me getting it wrong. But we go without number 1 and we go straight to number 2 in this contest. But Rory, before we do that, I found myself making a very short list here. I've got 4 horses that I think can win this, and I'm not quite sure if anybody else can do the business.
Okay, and give us the Callum shortlist.
Taf Al Bada, Waled Chrome, Anjez, and Takni. Tharb, I could probably add to that now, Tarb, so maybe sneak Tarb onto that shortlist too. But those are my 4 that I'm keen on. I couldn't really have any of the others.
There's a lot of runners in this race, but some of them have not produced form good enough to win a race of this nature. Not many of them have produced particularly strong performances. Not a huge amount between top and bottom, if you see what I mean. It's not like you've got horses that are standing out who are 2 stone better than the others. While Chrome is on your shortlist, is rated 59 and was 7th last time out in a fairly ordinary race. So not a superstar, but it won't take a superstar to win this race. So let's go through them and see what's what.
Well, let's start from, I'd say start from the top. Let's start with 2, Safir Ruma. What do you make of this one?
No closer than 7th. On his last 4 starts, beaten almost 20 lengths in a similar event to this 2 weeks ago, so not the easiest to fancy.
Horse number 3, Bab Alzam.
Was 4th to Winsbury and Roland at Taif in July. Was beaten 11 3/4 lengths in total there. He's trying a new trip up to 1,800 metres today, so I wouldn't entirely rule that one out, but does need to show that he stays.
Al Joa Al Safi is horse number 4.
His Taif form was regressive. Showed a little bit early season, tried up to 2,000 metres, not many positive signs in recent runs.
Baraik Alalaya is horse number 5.
I think he's flattered by, he's rated 57, which gives him a chance, but I think he's flattered by that. The balance of his form suggests he's poor. He was 7th in a 2,000 metre open last time out, and I think that's probably what gives him his current rating, but I don't think that's a great indication of his current merit.
Taf Al Bada, first of my shortlist, number 6.
Yeah, an interesting one, rated 65, clearly the highest rate of those we looked at so far. He improved when 3rd in a 7 furlong maiden here 2 weeks ago, finishing well as well. So the step up and trip will suit. It is a 2 furlong step up and trip, but he did finish with a fair rattle from a poor position there. And if he can back that up, is an interesting one.
I think he does his best work at Riyadh too. His Tarb, number 7.
Yeah, I think this one's interesting. It's a rating of 62. His best effort was when 4.5 lengths fourth in a course and distance maiden in March. Obviously, he's been off for a while, and this is his first start in the red colours. I thought he caught the eye last time. I'd not given it a hard ride. We saw one with making this exactly the same switch he won earlier on after a similarly eye-catching run.
8 is Aklark.
11th and 16th of 2 starts today. Not too many positives to take from that.
9 is my other shortlist horse, Wallad Chrome.
He's been second twice from his last 5 starts, Wallad Chrome. Second over 2,000 metres, 2 starts back. But he was beaten 16 lengths in a 1 mile maiden here last time out. Probably needs further than a mile, and you would give him a chance back up and trip here.
Anjez is horse number 10.
3 lengths behind Tarfal Batter, went 4th in a 7 furlong maiden here 2 weeks ago. That was just his second start. And if he stays the longer trip, then he would come into the equation as well. He certainly scores highly by being unexposed.
Barkneyev, horse number 11.
A newcomer by a dam out of America called Gush. I looked through her form. She ran 22 times here and was a maiden at the end of it, so not a particularly strong pedigree.
Yatula is horse number 12.
Seems to be of little account on balance and no closer than 10th in his last 4 starts.
Nayazi has been busy this season.
Yeah, 1 or 2 sort of respectable efforts in Taif, but more often than not out the back of the field and doesn't look one to trust implicitly.
Afdam, horse number 14.
Rated 68, which makes him of particular interest here. Son of Blue Burner, 3rd and 7 furlong maiden in July. Disappointing in 2 starts since. But when he was 3rd, Inbahar and Jabba Allah were 1st and 2nd. They've both shown decent form since. So he can find the form that saw him 3rd in that maiden at Taif, and then he has to be of interest. But the 2 starts since were just a little underwhelming, but still lightly raced, and I wouldn't judge him too harshly.
Zaid Al-Khail, debutant, 15.
Dam ran 3 times here, was unplaced in all 3 starts. Which has also produced a couple of previous foals to the race, and they've also been unplaced, so not much to shout about Zaid Al-Khail.
Moff 1, number 16.
12th and 13th in 2 starts today, 1 in Taif and 1 here. Looks limited on early evidence.
Tackney, the final horse on my list, number 17.
Rated 60, so one of the higher rating ones here. Second in the course and distance, not the 75 handicap in March, gives him strong form chances. Been sort of bubbling under since, running respectably at shorter trips. I think the return to this trip gives Tackney a decent chance and is definitely one for the shortlist.
Cadley, horse number 18.
15th, 13th, 19th, 15th tells a story. Rated 43 and doesn't look particularly well treated. 43.
Assad for the White Stable, horse number 90.
Lightly raced, clearly thought capable of better. Was beaten 41 1/4 lengths in a maiden at Taif early in the season and then not seen again. I imagine didn't run the race he was expected to that day, and the fact that we haven't seen him since suggests there was a little bit of an issue.
Al-Khatim is horse number 20.
Hasn't been seen since running poorly at Taif in June, and isn't the easiest to fancy on that evidence. Has a rating of 56, so if he finds his best form, he's got place claims here, but easy to have reservations.
And finally, I'm Good, number 21.
Yes, I didn't see I'm Good on the list. I ended up putting a line through him. Half brother to a maiden winner called Lei Uyungali. The dam was unplaced in 10 starts. Not that easy to fancy.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at horse number 6, who is Taf Al-Bada. This is the one that I'm really quite keen on. I thought this was a really good race. You just see Anjez in behind him as well. This was a good performance from both of them. They're both up there with my shortlist. And I thought this was a good enough run from Taf Al-Bada, who looks like he'll relish to step up to an extra furlong. However, it doesn't always mean that, does it?
Yeah, well, he's up 2 furlongs. The interesting thing here is he looks absolutely certain to grab second a furlong out, and he doesn't actually get past the second horse. So he ends up being beaten for that. So perhaps the strong finish wasn't quite as strong late on as it looked, and it is a 2 furlong hike and trip, which does ask more. But on the ratings, he's got a big chance anyway with a rating of 65, which normally would give you a bit of work to do at a maiden, but this isn't a particularly deep one.
And we just see Anjez as well, just making his way down to start. Horse number 10 on your race cards with the purple saddle cloth. That horse is one of the more unexposed runners. Are you expecting him to step forward from that performance?
Yeah, I think he might be as interesting actually as Tarf Al-Bada, because Tarf Al-Bada's had 6 runs already. That was just Anjez's second performance, and although he's strictly speaking held by Tarf Al-Bada on that run, it wouldn't be a surprise to see him progress again on just his second start in Riyadh.
We're just seeing horse number 19 go down to, that's Assad being ponied down now. That's already a sort of okay, there's clearly an issue there. He has to be attended on his way down to the start. And like you said, he ran really early on in the season.
Yeah,
before we even made it out to Saudi Arabia.
I know, and he did last I said, he was beaten a long way, 41 1/4 lengths. Suggested that can't be his running because they don't keep horses of that sort of limited ability in the white stable. So it wouldn't be any kind of surprise to see him leave that form behind completely. And essentially, I think we should almost treat him as a newcomer.
Would you be tempted to go with him in this race after that?
I couldn't rule him out. I couldn't go with them either. But I wouldn't, as I said, I wouldn't be surprised, but I'm not going to make him my selection in the end.
Barek Alalia getting very warm early on here, horse number 5, just getting a bit sweaty down the neck. Complete difference to the same colours in Taaf Al Bada, who looks to be taking this all in his stride quite nicely. Taab, we can just see him in the red stable colours. That run that you said last time where he got a nice easy go with things, he did finish in 9th. So it's not quite like Badr Al Mukhtar, who we saw earlier, who finished 3rd under very much a hand and heels ride. This horse finished further down the field.
Oh, he did, yeah. But as I said, the run that caught my eye wasn't his last run. It was his last run in Riyadh.
Oh, okay.
When he finished 4th. So that was an interesting one. That was the one over the course and distance. He's run over different trips since. He clocked 1:57.24, which is not a spectacular time, but when you consider how moderate some of the opposition are here, I thought getting back to that would give him a chance. And I thought he could do better still, given the way that he was handled in his last race. In that race where he was 9th, we won't get to see footage of it, but he was never really put in the race, and he was running on and finishing with running left. So I see him stepping up, and that he could repay that kindness, and he will be my selection for that reason. Oh, exciting. Nice early selection from you there, Rory. Tackney, again, is another horse that you look back at that. The best effort that this horse has done was over course and distance last season. Ran for a long way last time, ended up fading into 4th. We don't have the video footage for him, but I thought Tackney would certainly be, if I had to pick a top 2, it would be Taaf Al Bada and Tackney. Well, I would make Tackney my second choice in the race as well. As I said, not a 75 handicap is stronger than this. Yeah. You know, it tends to have depth in it. He clocked 1:56.72, so that's actually faster than Taab did. But I just thought that the fact that Taab had that very recent run would be beneficial, and I just like the angle of him switching to the red stable colours. But yeah, Tackney I thought would bounce back to form here, and I thought he was my second pick, despite being drawn out in stall 17. The worst thing is he's not my first pick. He's my second pick as well, because I think Camille Ospina. Well, we can both prime when he comes second and say I nearly selected that. Exactly, he can be our moral winner when he comes absolutely bolting up. But yeah, so I'm going to go for Taaf Al Bada here. I'm going to get my selection in nice and early as well. So I like horse number 6, and Rory likes horse number 7. We're drawn next to each other, Rory. Tactically, how do you see this one panning out? Are we going to see a strong pace, or because we're looking at weak, lower grade horses? We're looking at lower grade horses, and we're looking at the unusual trip, so I'm not making any predictions about the pace here. They probably won't go as hard as they would over the mile, and the fact that some of these are fairly modest suggests it could get messy. I hope it doesn't. Does that leave Assad as a horse, if he can rediscover the form which we expected him to show when he ran on debut? No doubt he was expected to be a winner on debut for the White Stable so early in the season. Does that then throw it into his sort of ballpark if he can do what Marquez did in one of our earlier races, come across from a white stall, take advantage of a very lack of quality in behind him and just run away with it? Possibly, but again, we've got no idea how good Assad is. We assume he was fancied on debut because the White Runner stables tend to be, but we weren't there at the time. We didn't speak to anyone about him. We don't know what he looked like in the parade ring. Those are all question marks. He's a big strong type, that's for sure. Well, they pretty much all are, aren't they, from that stable. So he didn't show it at all on debut. And indeed, you know, there are lots of well-bred and well-built and impressive-looking horses who just turn out to be no good on the track. He might easily be one of those. Yes. But as I said, because he was beaten so far in his debut and connections are persevering with him, I think you almost have to put a line through it and say this will be the race we learn about him. Yeah, and he had a long time off on that occasion as well. And usually I'd be sticking with my faith with him because I don't like to write horses off after the one start, but I just cannot get away from Taaf Al Bada in that last run, and the fact that Camille Ospina
is in the plate, and I imagine he will be really itching to get that hat trick.
And you'll be itching to interview him afterwards
I would love
as well. Yes,
that would. Camilo interview.
It's one of those. It would tie the day up nicely, wouldn't it? If Camilo got his second consecutive treble. It certainly reads well, and it's an easy story to
2 days
tell.
would be pretty impressive. But they're already loading here. We've given our selections. Just to go through it one more time. 6 for me, 7 for Rory. Alex, over to you.
Yeah, runners going forwards at a pace. Just moving into the starting stalls was Taf Al Badra. About to go up as well is Anges, number 10. Back to in card order here with regards to the stalls. There Anges is pushed into line for Naif Al Anazi. Check jacket, Nayazi, 0 from 12 so far, moves into stall 13. Walad Chrome is still out the back, also just heading up is Takni. There's Taf Al Badra with Camillo on board. Pops in. 3 back, I think, now. Walad Chrome. Stall number 9. Working on Assad out wide as well, who's getting a little restless, actually. Getting quite on toes. And still Taab to go forwards as well. Taab's going to be last. Comes up. He's in. Ready to roll. Here's good. Gates fly off and away, racing here over 1,800 meters for this local bred contest. A little bit slow, Bark Nayef, and also Safer Ruma didn't get the best of beginnings up on the inside. Not a great deal to separate a lot of these early on. There's a big old charge for the lead. Zid Al-Khil is one of the first up there. Also, Walad Chrome is not far away. Improving is Anges, and in between rivals is Moff 1. Up on the outside as well as Saj tries to join in. The green cap away to the left as we look on. Just off the speed, you've got Nayazi and also Moff 1, who's just been taken back a couple of positions. Safir Ruma, after a poor beginning, tries to nip through up the inside of horses now, is in company with I'm Good, the reserve who got in. Bab Al-Zam is just ahead of those, the red and white colours up the inside rail. But it's Walad Chrome who is just ahead here, just has a narrow advantage over Anges in second, and on their outside in third place is Assad. They are followed through by the striped jacket of Takni, who's made some good looking progress. Now is right there on the outside. Back to the running rail to find Bab Al-Zam, who will take the corner in fifth. Then Nayazi, the check jacket, who's off the bridle. Deeper still is Taab, who's trying to get rolling now, but Walad Chrome is starting to up the tempo as they swing on in. Inside the final 400 meters, Walad Chrome limp it like to that rail, still away by 4. Assad is on the inside, trying to box on in company with the striped jacket of Takni, who's taken second. From the tail end, Taf Al Badra is plugging away with Taab, but up top it's Walad Chrome, who's found plenty when asked here and remains falling near. Walad Chrome, 10th time lucky, goes on to win it, beats it to second place at Takni, who ran a decent race, having been always up on the speed, but really impressive from Walad Chrome. I mean, it was a weak affair, but got a nice lead for home and managed to keep on rolling. There we have Walad Chrome in shots, going on to win here at the 10th try, as we highlighted, in a time of 1:55.82. So 1:55.82 for the winner. 3.5 lengths over Takni in second place, who just held second position as they came over the line from Taab, who's run another fair effort there for Castro in third. So there we are across the line, 9, 17 and 7 in our 8th race this afternoon.
Well, he made the shortlist, but he didn't make the final selection. But Riyadh Al-Tarash didn't know that. He's guided Walad Chrome to success here, and as Alex mentioned in commentary, limp it like to the rail there, hug the rail all the way around, and that was the place to be.
Yeah, he got a good break. He was always in the van, Walad Chrome. He went up with Andres, both of them in grey colours, from those middle stalls and showed speed to get handy, and he benefited from stepping back up and trip, having found things happening too quick for him over a mile last time in better company. Still in a maiden race, but in a maiden race with a little bit more quality than this. But he'd shown plenty over 2,000 metres in his previous start and got back to that form and maybe eked out a little bit more in winning this. There's some good runs behind. Again, most of the horses that we talked about in the shortlist, the Hackney ran very well. Again, back over this course and distance, which clearly suits. Assad ran well for a long way. He was always handy from stall 19 before fading. We'll be dropping back to a mile next time, I'd have thought. This is much better than Davy, but he's still, I mean, you think about the quality of this race, he's still only running to about 50 in finishing where he has. So he needs to do better to win a maiden. You'd be half inclined to give him another spin very quickly and then find handicaps for him, but I'm not sure that's the modus operandi of the stable. Zaid Al-Khail was also handy from the start, from a wide draw. No benefit to being drawn low over this 1,800 metres because they have to sort of move away from the intersection to give themselves room, so they tend to move wider on the track, and that means that you're less likely to have horses drawn sort of 1 to 3 nipping out and grabbing the rail because they don't have a rail to race against for 100 yards there, which is a bit of a negative to their chances. Tab ran well. He just kept on at one pace late on. To be honest, he's run. He's probably done almost an identical time to the one he did when fourth here in the spring. So he's back to form. After that eye-catching 9th last time out. That's roughly as good as he is, to be perfectly honest, on paper. And not an awful lot more to say about the race, is there? Yeah,
we can watch him jump away from the start here. There was pace from out wide and there was no pace from the rail. The low draw horses weren't particularly well fancied anyway, and a lot of the pace came from out wide. Assad, who I think if you're a member of the White Stable, you'll be much happier with that performance than you saw on debut. And you can just see there, it's our eventual winner, Walad Chrome, who's got up into a nice position, has allowed everything else from the inside of it to just slow down and has gone across to the rail. Anjed is just on his outside and is going to try and cut out the early running.
Interesting at this point, the first 5 after 200 metres were drawn in stalls 9, 10, 15, 16 and 19, I believe. So all 9 or higher. I noticed on the replay that Anges didn't actually get away very well, but it showed pace to go up and try to dispute the lead with Walad Chrome. They were fairly closely matched on recent evidence, but Walad Chrome settled nicely in front here, didn't he?
Yeah, he really did. He got into a nice rhythm. He got the rail. I was saying he should have probably been ridden with more patience than he'd shown on previous start, because he was running a decent enough maiden and tried to make all and faded out very badly. But they've not run with any patience today, and they've just let this horse get to the rail, latch on, and just run away from his rivals here.
But he's able to go that step slower over this 1,800 metres in a race with less depth, so he's actually not going faster than he wants. He's able to go within his comfort zone, and that's enabled him to run a much better race. It's amazing how poorly horses can run if you just take them that sort of half a kilometre faster than they want to go. A lot of them just, they will do it for a while, but they'll soon feel the strain and will drop out. If that's beyond your cruising speed, then it's very difficult to keep it up. And I thought he was outside of his comfort zone when racing over a mile last time out. He'll be in handicaps after this. Again, he's won this off 59. There wasn't an awful lot of solid form in the race. You'd like to think he won't be going up any higher than 65, and not to 65 handicaps will give him a fair chance.
Yeah,
particularly
sort of not 65 handicaps, doesn't it?
1,800, 2,000 metres, that will suit him.
He could actually, with a rating of 59, my knowledge of Saudi racing kicking in here, but with a rating of 59, he could return next week and run in a 0 to 60 if it's well available. Yes. Off a mark of 59 before the penalty comes in. I'm thinking of a horse very similar colours, who is same colours as Merbert. I can't remember the horse off the top of my head right now, who did a very similar thing. Have Away, we saw do it right at the beginning of the season, win a maiden off a middling mark, and then jump straight into a handicap the following week to try and take advantage of holding on to that mark.
No penalty system as such. But
you do get penalised for wins in conditioned contests.
Yeah, but but I was in handicap. Normally in the UK or in Ireland, you'd be carrying a mandatory penalty for winning, so the handicapper doesn't have to work out how much to put you up, because the marks horses run off before the weekends. The marks they run off on a Saturday would be decided on the Monday, published on the Tuesday, for races up to the previous Saturday. And where horses are winning outside of that window, they would carry a mandatory penalty. When the handicappers get a chance to reassess the previous performance, then they start running off the new mark from the next weekend. So if a horse wins a race, say on a Sunday at home, you've got 13 days to turn out again before the horse is reassessed.
Yeah.
But obviously if you win a race late in the week, then you've got less time to do that. But obviously with no penalty system, as it appears here,
you can jump straight in, and you can. We've seen a few horses try it. We've seen a few horses fail miserably at it as well. But we've certainly seen a few horses do the double. When it's always nice to see when you see one that's just absolutely chucked in, and you think, well, all this needs to do is just run to the same level it showed in its maiden, and it'll do enough to win. And that is exactly what Connections of Walid Chrome will be hoping that this gelding can do next time out. 3-year-old by California Chrome. Good to see California Chrome with a winner. One of the stars of the US racing scene, as I grew up watching US racing, and hopefully he can continue to do what he's doing on the racecourse in the stud world, because he's sort of just been shrugged out of things by the likes of American Pharaoh as well, hasn't he?
And particularly Justify in recent times. Horses with a similar sort of, with a global profile on the US stage, but it's very easy to fall out of fashion.
Yeah, and we'll see more and more. We will continue to see more and more of these American-based pedigrees and newer pedigrees and different types of breeding here in Saudi Arabia, just because of the different horse population we're dealing with. And I think it's all very interesting to see where we go next, and plenty more stories to be told, no doubt.
Indeed, and what we're also seeing here is sort of those less-known sires, horses who are closely related to top-notch US horses, or horses who just fell short of the grade, going for the Triple Crown. So they're, winning regional derbies or derbies in the state, but maybe not quite coming up to scratch in the Kentucky Derby, but capable of winning Grade 2 races, or making good sires here. And of course they're cheap because they're uncommercial in Europe or in the US. You can be very, very good, but unless you've got those Grade 1 wins to your name, you're gonna find it hard to find a market. Whereas here, because they're going to be effective on dirt, you find tough horses and genuine horses, and often some of the best sires aren't always the best race horses at all, and we don't really find out how good they are until they're given a chance at stud. But because in most of the world it's commercial concerns that come first, most people won't take that kind of chance, whereas owners in Saudi Arabia are more than willing to take that chance and stand those horses.
I think you've hit the nail on the head, and we're only going to see more. I think Sioux Nation is the name that I constantly keep seeing bounded around here, the potential stallion to keep an eye out for his progeny when they run in Saudi Arabia. So keep an eye on Sioux Nation. Also, keep an eye on race 9, because Alex Fussy is going to take us through the runners and the riders.
Smooth, Callum. Let's have a look at this 9th race of the day then. This local bred fillies open contest. 1,800 metres to trip. Number 1 is Najmat Janubia. 1 win from 25 starts on the return today. 2 is Taraha. Very exposed. It's had 63 runs before. Number 3, Saib, has also run quite frequently. 31 tries, 3 successes. Number 4 is Latin. 5 is Faya. 2 wins from 17 goes. 6 is Had Al Gahaman. That's Naif Al Anazi. 8 is Montakaba, 4-time winner. 9 is Sana, who's also a 4-time winner, and the mount of Louis Morales. 10 is Shiblack Cloud, looking to gain that all-important first success. 11, Nasayem Al Riyadh. 12 is Sajwa. 13 is Nafitha, previous 2-time winner this season at meetings 3 and 21. And 14 is Bismillah Alicia, who's also got a couple of wins to the name this campaign, the filly winning at meetings 7 and 29. Thought the fillies at the bottom of the list here, 12, 13 and 14 were probably the most interesting. What do you guys think?
Yes, thank you very much, Alex. I think this is the start of the real quality action. I think we've got 4 very exciting races to look forward to wrap up Friday night here in Riyadh. And also, we've seen Joey's back in the comments saying he loves watching us on YouTube. Joey, we love having you along on YouTube, and we love having everybody who watches along with us. And hopefully, if you've been not paying us too much attention, you get back down, make yourself a cup of tea and watch on, because the next 4 races, Rory, I think, are absolute crackers.
Yeah, good quality all the way through now from here to the end, and yeah, this is a good race to get stuck into, isn't it?
It really is. I'm sure we'll just start from the top and work our way down if you're
absolutely.
happy with that.
I'm always happy with that, Callum.
And Najmat Janubaya is horse number 1, first start this season.
Austin's a poor run in a 0 to 70 handicap last September, so it's plenty to prove. And it's a pretty poor strike rate with just 1 win from 25 starts.
Tara Ha makes start number 64.
Yeah, has won 3 times from the 63 starts that she's had so far, but well beaten 8th in the Riyadh Region Governor Cup behind Jabba Allah last time out. This is easier, but she still needs to pick things up a little bit.
Asayeb is horse number 3, finished from the clouds last time I saw.
Yeah, beaten 5 3/4 lengths in the end of that 1 mile Phillies Open 2 weeks ago, but did win a good cup race over course and distance last December, and was also second in the Ministry of Sports Cup in January, so for the Ministry of Interior Cup. She won last year, so this course and distance is ideal for Asayeb, and she is shortlisted.
Latin at number 4.
3 from 54, pretty poor strike rate. Just a fair effort, went 8th to Najmat Al-Mahafil in the Asia Cup last time out, beaten 10 lengths. The Asia Cup, it's a cup race, but it didn't look to be the most competitive.
Early season Riyadh Cup race, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So Latin needs to step up a fair bit on that.
Faya, horse number 5.
Fire, horse number 5, won a 0 to 55 on her return to action, but well beaten up to a 0 to 65 last time out. The 0 to 55s are pretty weak affairs, and she's going to struggle here, I think.
Had Al Gamam, horse number 6.
Is still a maiden after 10 starts. Does have the ability to win a race, but probably not a race of this nature. Finished 6th in that Riyadh Governor Cup last time out, beaten 7 lengths. And others have stronger claims on that.
Oh, we've got Sana Nora next, horse number 7, 78 rated.
Sana Nora is out, I believe. If I'm not.
You could be absolutely right. I could have missed that one. So we go straight to Montekiba, who I quite like.
Course and distance winner in the past, always a positive over this 1800 metres. Rather a mixed record all told at the trip. Some poor runs over this course and distance. Was 3rd in the King Khalid Racetrack Championship 2 starts ago, and 4th in the Riyadh Regional Governorate Cup last time out. Both of those races over 7 furlongs. Will benefit from a step up in trip, and is one to bear in mind. Rating of 91 gives her a big chance. I'm not quite sure she's running quite to that at the moment, but she's pretty consistent.
Sana, horse number 9.
Won these races with the strange names, I'm going to call them the first and the final racetrack championships over course and distance last term. So a real course and distance specialist, Sana. Recent efforts have been disappointing, but I wouldn't be at all surprised to see her come back to form. Worth pointing out that her 10th on reappearance also came over course and distance, which is a bit disappointing. But she does have those 2 wins in essentially cup races last season over track and trip, so could easily bounce back.
Was Shiblack Cloud is horse number 10.
Lovely colours, I think that's all you can say.
Nasema Al Riyadh, horse number 11.
Was 3rd in the Ministry of Transportation Cup at Taif, beaten 9 lengths, and then was 17 3/4 lengths behind the winner, went 6th in the Taif Cup behind Mazuna last time out, essentially outclassed there. This probably isn't quite as deep as that, but she'll still need to be right on her game to be thereabouts.
Shajwa, horse number 12.
4th in the Prince Badr bin Abdulaziz Cup over course and distance in January is a good performance, and then was 2nd to Jabba Allah in the Riyadh Governorate Cup last time out. A few of these behind Shawa that day, so she does look a player.
Do you remember when Zenyatta used to walk around the parade ring and strike out like a cat?
Yes.
It's exactly the same with horse number 13, Nafita, for the White Stable. She's just coming behind us now. She's just beginning to settle. Sizzle said that she's beginning to settle, but she really is testing her handlers to the max here. She was up on 2 legs for most of the time. She's just having a bit of a buck, a bit of a squeal, and she's really kicking out those front legs.
Yeah, she was. I haven't noticed that. Oh yeah, she's doing a little bit.
Yeah, she's doing it. Yeah, but
Zenyatta sort of goose stepped around, didn't she?
Yeah, I'm not lying to you, pal.
No. Nafisa, listen, she's very good in her day. She won the Thai Flower Festival Cup over a mile and a quarter this season, and then she couldn't get to the front in the Thai Cup and dropped herself out from a fairly early stage. I thought that was a moody performance, and I think she probably needs to dominate to win. She's not in a bad position to do that. People often say, oh, you want to be drawn low if you want to dominate, but actually, over this trip, I'd rather be drawn high than low, and it does give you room. So Nafisa, if she can ease herself across to the front, she might have a chance, but if she's taking on for the lead, it is possible that she'll drop the knot.
If we're talking about horses in form, number 14, Bismillah Alisha would be one to mention. 2 wins from the last 3 starts, but in much lesser company.
Yeah, 2 from the last 3, and she bounced back to win a knot to 65 handicap over 2,000 metres at meeting 29 in time. That's a fair while ago. That's back in August. She's a winner of a maiden over that trip as well, but this is much, much tougher, and she's entitled to need the run after a break as well.
Yeah, so that is all your runners for our 9th contest. Great work there, Rory. That's why you are our resident analyst, giving us a good line on each of those horses, so everybody at home has an opportunity to find those winners. And people at home include Joey, who did exactly what we said and got himself a cup of coffee before we get racing today. Out of those ones, have you made a short list? Is your short list quite a long list? How are you finding this race?
It's long enough, I have to say. The ones that I like also.
Here she goes again.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she's loving it.
Not quite Zenyatta, but she's walking around
she's
there and making it fairly tough. Yeah, as I said, I could see Montekiba getting involved. I could see Sana bouncing back from a poor run last time out, but I'm going to go with Shajwa, number 12, after a promising run last time out. That 4th in the Prince Badr bin Abdulaziz Cup over course and distance in January looks a decent piece of form to me. 1:53.08 would be a decent time for these, I think. Sana has gone faster, but she does have that disappointing run to bounce back from last time out. So number 12.
Yeah, I'm stuck between Montekiba, 8. I think she's a very much class angle, and Nafita. I'm going to wait until I see Nafita down at the start, because if Nafita's got herself completely worked up before they even got into the gate, I'm going to stick with Montekiba. But I'm still unsure either or. I'm going to just hold my cards a little close to my chest here and just wait and see. We talk about Nafita, who we can see here. She's just getting a little bit jig-joggy around. I love the fact they give them double handlers, and I love the fact that the handlers are so relaxed.
Yeah.
And don't pay any attention because they know they've got double the strength. If you're a single handler on a horse that's jig-joggy, it's a nightmare because all the weight of the animal is leading straight on you if it wants to lead. If you've got a double, you've got balance on both sides, and I think it's always better to have 2 rather than 1. I'm amazed we don't see it more across the racing world with 2 handlers, because it's often seen as a negative.
Exactly, yeah. This horse must be difficult because it's got 2 handlers, but ideally you'd have 2 handlers for horses as a regular thing, but there just isn't that manpower in the industry, certainly in the UK. There is more here. There's a lot more opportunity to do it here, but yes, retaining that level of staff is always difficult. The other thing you do is get the racecourse to have their own handlers, but again, who's going to bear that cost?
Yeah,
that's always the question you get asked about positive change in the sport in the UK.
Yes, and I do think it does come out here. There's a lovely interview with John Gosden quite recently when he talked about the increase in fixtures in the UK. It puts pressure on his staff, but he said he's in a very lucky position that he can just wipe days out the calendar, so he has enough staff to get to the races, because his big thing is the fact that I need to make sure that my best people are going with any of my horses, no matter what the level it is, and he doesn't want to be stretched. We're going to have a look at a couple of these in action. The first is Nafita. We're going to look at Montekiba firstly. This is Montekiba finishing 4th and Shajwa finishing 2nd last time out. This is not a bad run from either of these horses.
Jabba Allah winning the race here, and Shajwa finishing a good 2nd, and I should say Montekiba plugging away there in 4th and looking like the run might do her good. But a good run from Jcsa in a cup contest. She's got form over this course and distance as well. So I thought that was a very good prep for that. She was coming off a layoff, having run once in Taif this season.
Here is Nafita. Now, Camilo Espina wasn't on board that day. He was on board the horse in second, and Nafita was a troubled passage all the way around. She wasn't easy to ride, but I like the way she just stays here. She just keeps on repelling challenger after challenger, and it's certainly not the easiest horse to ride.
Yeah, she's not easy. You see her drifting out. She didn't come round the bend particularly well. She pulled hard in the early stages. Essentially, for all but the last furlong of this race, she looked vulnerable, and then she just dug in and won. And you thought then, oh well, on that performance, she should go really well next time, and she ran an absolute stinker. But I think with her, if she's able to get to the front, she, as you said, she's not the type you can settle in behind horses. She doesn't settle wherever she is, and she doesn't pull her chance away, but she's just an awkward ride, and she needs space.
But notice this, she's the only white stable runner here today, which I think is crucial in a race like this. I think if you look at the race you've seen in last, they had a lot of runners in that contest, and there was about 4 of them all battling up for the lead because they all had a similar tactic. And it was clear to see that only one was going to be able to dominate, and she quickly worked out that she wasn't, and she just spat the dummy out. So I'm thinking now she's the only representative of the white stable, so maybe this is her opportunity to actually be able to dominate. And she's got Camille on board. She's coming from that stall, which is very similar to what Mark has had to deal with, and we saw what happened then.
Yes, listen, she's a risky proposition, but you can see that she's capable of better if she can channel that in the right direction. I wouldn't be put off if she gets a little bit on her toes as well.
Just see her at the back of shot there. I think she's settled a lot more now. She's heading down.
But even if she does get sweaty, I don't think that wouldn't necessarily stop her. What will stop her is if she's got horses either side of her during the race. I think she's quite a moody individual, and that upsets her if she's sort of stuck in a pocket. But if she can, I wouldn't mind keeping her wide here. I wouldn't necessarily look to get across quickly and get to the rail. I'd happily hang her out wide in the track for the first couple of furlongs of this, and then let her gradually find her place, because she seems happier when she's got room to operate, and that's always an issue when you're looking at 15 to 20 runner races, that you don't have that luxury most of the time, but she could have here.
Joey made a very good point in the comments. He said as soon as Ospina got on her, she relaxed, because the horse can sense how relaxed he is on board, and they can just feel more comfortable. And good job by Ospina keeping her calm. And we've also got Jose is back in the chat as well, saying, hello my friends. Hello Jose, it is good to have you back with us here for the final 4 races of the evening. It's Friday night racing here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. We're seeing a few of them go around here. There's a couple of horses here who are very, very good looking individuals. You can really see the class is beginning to show.
You can, yeah. There are, as you said, some cracking lookers in this contest, and a lot of horses rated sort of mid-80s upwards. So we're seeing a better class of horse. Although we're still at that stage of the season where you're getting a mix of abilities, even in the good races.
Mix of profiles too.
Yeah, exactly. But in fairness, if you've got a horse rated 60 and you can get them into a good contest like this, you'll often have as pleasing a run as you would sticking them in a 20-runner maiden where they get knocked around from pillar to post.
And look at the prize money, 47,500 to the winner, 19,000 to the second, 14,250 to the third, 9,500 to the fourth, and 4,750
I happily have the 4,750 for fifth.
Exactly. So you suddenly go, well, actually, if this race, we saw it so much. I remember the Taif 2-year-old race where there with a horse that was so criminally exposed, didn't belong in this race at all. Ended up running on to finish 4th. More money in that than he did in his whole season in Taif before. It makes a lot of sense to run horses that might not be classy enough to win these good races, but could pick up the pieces should the big names start to take each other.
Yeah, and it's also not necessarily bad for a horse's development, because the maiden races and indeed even the handicaps can be really rough contests. And if you want your horse to get a little bit of confidence, sometimes running them against better horses where there's more space between the runners, where they can take a little bit of a breath and run the race, can just give them the confidence to actually run better next time out.
Well, they've already started the loading process. They're flying through it. We got carried away there. So you are sticking with who, Rory?
Number 12, Jcsa.
And I'm going to go with number 13, Nafita. Alex, it's over to you.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, I agree with Rory here. I thought Jcsa was a really interesting runner tonight, but we've only got 2 or 3 left to go, so we're all about to find out in this 1,800-metre fillies contest. Bismillah Alicia's just gone forwards. There's the 13, Nafitha, who's just heading up, has been on the warm side, and there is the 12, Sajwa, who's now just spinning a shade. Will need to be straightened forwards, and there we go. She comes in. Fillies are ready. That trouble here at the gates, and we've now got a loose one as well. So out of the stalls, Bismillah Alicia burst the gates, and in 3, Asib has unseated and is now riding loose. That is outstanding work by the outrider as well, who's managed to catch Asib straight away. That is quite remarkable. So we shouldn't be in for too much of a delay, I wouldn't have thought. And another point down at the start there's no 5-horse in the stalls of Fire. Couldn't see her at all, so I think she's come out as well. So got it all going on. Now the horse is back loose again. Trying to box that runner in, aren't they, as they take 1 or 2 of the others out of the gate. So we're in for a bit of a pause here now. Hopefully they can keep this loose one penned in and caught. They've taken Sajwa back out of the stalls. She was just a little bit fractious actually going into them. Also back out now is Montakabar, horse number 8 on your card, has come back out of the gates as well. So going to be circling with her behind. Some of the others, they remain in the stalls, so some of them are still there, some are out. It just, I think, depends on how they were behaving inside the stalls itself. Have to keep an eye on what happens with these other runners. There's the 14, Bismillah Alicia, who was the one that burst through the front. Looks like the other 2 are going forwards, so might go without the 14 here as well. In goes Montakabar. And we've still got that loose one, haven't we, at the moment. There you can see Asib, the 3-horse, still galloping away and having a very jolly old good time of it as well. Was initially caught, but then evaded the capture. And remains to be striding out and swerving all comers at the moment. Hopefully won't be too far off getting her caught, but she's definitely enjoying her day out. The rest of the runners are all settled enough in the starting stalls. Latin there just getting a pat down the neck in the gates as well from Tariq Al-Mansour. No 5-horse next to her, so she's gone somewhere. The loose horse has just run back beyond the starting stalls. Gone flying off behind the gates, actually. There you can see her just going out a shot in the background. There's the 12, Sajwa. A little bit warm down the neck, and also the 14, Bismillah Alicia, the other one still out the back end. It looks as though she might get a chance to go. So let's see if these 2 now get popped back in. We're still waiting for this 3 to be caught, but she went to the far end of the chute bit there, so I'm not sure she can go much further. She's plenty of experience under her belt, hasn't she, Asib, who had had 3 previous victories as well from 31 starts, so she should know better in the starting gates, but of course it doesn't always play out like that. Right, these 2 are going in, so it looks like we're nearly ready to rock and roll. Oh, Sajwa is playing up now. Can be a bit of a domino effect, can't it, once one gets on edge. Another handler goes in behind for Sajwa. Here we go. Yeah, she's forwards. And Bismillah Alicia comes in as well. So it'll be the 3 and the 5 not involved here. We're ready at last. They're off. They are off and away. 1,800 metres, a depleted field now for this local bred fillies open. Early speed comes from Latin. The nose-banded runner Star Jacket was away very alertly. Also, Sajwa got a good start. Red colours with the white epaulets going forwards out wide is Bismillah, Alicia, and just even wider now coming to the line is Nafitha. So Nafitha, often the case, isn't it, with Ospina? He wants to go forwards and bag the lead, and he's going to do that here as he starts to tack across. From in second place, Sajwa. Latin is in third. Couple of red jackets together there. Had Al-Gamam is in company with Montakabar. They race stride for stride. Deeper out is Sanar in the two shades of blue. Latin has just lost a few positions up the rail. Is being followed now in turn by Taraha. Behind that runner is She Black Cloud. Spot the yellow cap, has got a trio in behind. One of them is Bismillah Alicia, who crossed over to the running rail. And then that one races in company with Najmat Janubia. And at the back of the field is Nassim Al Riyadh. So up top, the leader Nafitha has now been tackled by Sajwa. Sajwa just goes on from Nafitha in second place. Montakabar is in third. Then Had Al-Gaman. And this field are well stretched out as they level on in. Sajwa has committed quite away from the judge here. And now Had Al-Gaman is coming with the effort. On the outside is Montakabar. Still between horses is Nafitha. But here is Had Al-Gamam, who's hit the front now and gone on by 2 lengths over Sajwa in second, and going to get off the mark here. One of the fillies who hadn't won before. Had Al-Gamam has taken it. Sajwa will be in second place. Third position, pretty tight. Stanart was one of those running on up the inside, but it was quite close for the very minor honours. So win goes the way of Naif Al-Anazi here on Had Al-Gamam. 0 from 10. And a 6th place definite meeting, 60 on the record for this filly. But she got a nice position just off the pace, which was pretty strong, and 1 or 2 of these were sent for the line a long way out. And it proved costly. 1:54.66 your winner's time. Second place goes the way of Sajwa. It might be Latin, actually, who's just nipped third here on the inside. Yes, it is. Latin has got third on the rail. And it's 1:54.66, as we said, 3 3/4 lengths. Is your winning margin there. You can see Latin just gets through on the inside fence in advance of Nafitha. So 6, 12 and 4, your order of finish for a dramatic race 9.
And Naif Al-Anazi is in. He's had his winner today, and this was aboard Had Al Magan, who was a very impressive winner and finally breaking her maiden after 10 starts. This was start number 11, and she finally gets the head in front. And she's done it in good style, sat just off the pace that was very, very strong, and she's done it and done the business in the end. You can just see she got a little bit red behind the eye as well, so hopefully we can get a good look at her there. I think the vets will probably have a look at that. Just on the left eye there, I think she got a little bit of muck in there and she's just looking a little bit sore. But congratulations to all the connections who seem over the moon with that performance. And Naif in the saddle, who's done the steering, has taken advantage of a really, really fast finish. We can just see him unsaddling now, just slowly making sure everything's okay. And yes, he's going to get himself weighed in, and we'll grab a word with him after he gets weighed in. I've been looking forward to talking today. If he had a winner on the first day, he's going to stay here. That's no problem. Go, go, go. Shoot, shoot, shoot. no problem at all. Look at this, live television, ladies and gentlemen. He's got to run, he's got to race all the way back, so he didn't quite manage to grab a word with him. But if you look, he's literally running across the grandstand. He clearly has places to be and people to see, but we'll grab a word with him next time. Rory, back to you for a rerun. It's carnage over here.
Yeah, plenty going on there with the race being delayed as well. Lots of early speed in this race with Latin, who ended up finishing third from stall 4. Shajwa, who was second from stall 12, and Nafitha, who wanted to get handy from stall 13, all pushing forward early on, and just sitting in behind those were the winner, Had Al Gamam from stall 6, and Montekiba in stall 8, who ended up finishing 5th. So there was lots of early speed here. Plenty of them wanted to get to the front, but all 5 of those who pressed forward early ended up finishing in the first 5 positions. So no disadvantage to be on the front end here. Surprise result with Had Al Gamam winning. She had arguably taken a bit of a step forward when 6th in the Riyadh Region Governorate Cup last time out, but even on that form she appeared to be held in this competition. But with the race being delayed by a couple of horses breaking out of the stalls and having that delay, that sometimes can play against the highly strung horses, particularly, you would say, Nafitha. Getting the full replay of the race now, you see Latin on the inside in the blue colours goes forward early, but is soon very quickly joined by Shajwa out wide in the red colours of Prince Faisal, and wider of her is Nafitha, who really wanted to get to the lead and get on her own, but the delay has not really helped her. Just in behind them in 4th place is the eventual winner, Had Al Gamam. We got a lovely pitch tracking the leaders, and she will pounce late in the day. Nafitha goes on now, but she's always on the edge temperamentally, and the delay to this race has not helped her chances. We saw her hold on well to win the Thai Flower Festival Cup earlier in the season, but I think everything that happened here had affected her mentally, and although she's got to the front and got the lead, she was vulnerable from this stage. Looking at it here, it looks like Shajwa was going to be in pole position, moving up into 2nd place, as Montekiba tries to throw down a challenge as well. Montekiba just beginning to fade in 3rd. And at this stage, in fairness to her, she is battling back Nafitha, trying to come back at Shajwa, but Shajwa now gets the upper hand here. But you suddenly see that back in 4th place, Naif Al-Anazi is getting a really good rally from the winner, and although she wasn't an easy one to find on paper, Had Al Gamam had the race run to suit her in the end. She switches wide of the early leader, sets off in pursuit of Shajwa, and she gets there with 100 yards to go and ends up winning by about a length and a half, or even 2 lengths at the line. In fact, we're not quite at the line yet, and she's going for the clear, so she's ended up winning by a decent margin as she passes the line, having looked to have a little bit to find at the top of the straight. But the leaders probably pressed on again a little bit too soon, as tends to be the case. When the right horses appear to be in the front positions, it's easy for a rider stalking the pace to go for home a little bit too soon. Naif didn't make his move at exactly the same point, came a little bit later, came between horses, and she's ended up being strong at the finish as 1 or 2 have stopped in front of her. But nice win for Naif, and a pleasing enough performance in Had Al Gamam, even though she was pretty hard to find on paper.
And yes, of course, we missed the chat with Naif because they are going to have a very quick turnaround due to the delay to racing previously, due to the horses getting loose at the stalls. One of the things we love about racing here in Saudi Arabia, any delay will not hamper the rest of the day. They will get back to time as quickly as they possibly can. And I think it was interesting just to see how quickly there was a full system in place that was the jockeys who had ride the next race. If they needed to be weighed in, they were kicking everyone else aside, get them weighed in and get them gone. There was clearly a system in place. But if we look back at this race, your selection I thought was kind of, her hand was forced by Edarfa sort of running around all over the place as they came into that bend.
Nafisa,
sorry.
Yeah.
Nafisa is there. You just see her on the outside here. She's just trying to get across. When she gets to the rail, you can just see she's doing the same thing she showed at Taif, where the head is cocked to the side and she's just running around a bit. And she sort of, Shorja is then suddenly forced into a position of, well, I'm just going to have to pass her here because I don't want to get stuck behind this big filly who's just kind of running around and rolling all over the place.
It looked like that was going to be a winning move as well, but I think, bless her, Nafisa, she is a fighter, and she did come back. And try to renew her challenge, but you can't help but think that the fact that this race was delayed by 10 minutes was not good for a highly strung filly like her, and it hasn't helped her finishing effort. But she did try, and as a result, she made Shajwa work that little bit harder than she would normally have had to do in that situation, and she hasn't quite got home as a result. And this is why you've got a filly rated 68. Now, she's a bit better than that, obviously. She did suggest that she might do better win sixth in that Riyadh Regional Governor Cup last time out. So this was a step forward from that. You wouldn't be sure she'd be able to confirm this form. I think in a more evenly run race, she would struggle to confirm form. But it's all about taking your chances when you can. And Naif knew that there was no point asking her for a big effort early. And when others pressed on, he just took and we saw him do this the other day, so just took a breather and hoped that she could see her race out. And in the end, she's seen her race out, and the others have hit a wall, and she's come through to win. So by maximising his chances of getting a place, he's ended up winning the race.
Yes, and Bismillah Elisha, who was smashing into the stalls, was right next to Nafita, so that wouldn't have helped at all. So that would have set her right off. But we move swiftly on to our next contest. It's race 10 on our cards. It's a fascinating 2,000-metre race. It's for horses who have won less than 4 races, so it's interesting to see that we've got plenty of horses who have done plenty of winning both here and overseas, Rory, and it's time to find out who is running and who is riding with Alex Fussy.
Thanks, Callum. Not a bad one. This is it. A decent 10th race on the card. Restricted 1 to 3 wins. Number 1 is Mujir. 2, French Claim. 3, Run Teddy Run. Tariq Al Mansour. 4, Drawing Clocks. Looking for a second win. Number 5, Ready to Connect, is the mount of Louis Morales. 6, Good Fighter. Rafe Altarash. Number 7 is Vindicate. Third Altimat. Looking for a 4th win is that colt. And number 8 is Anna at the bottom of our first page. 9 is Salaf, had 33 previous tries. Abdullah Al Credes. 10 is Khartoum for Camilo Ospina. 11 is Dabus, well known for some of those UK followers. 12, Satono Japan. 13, Wild Rhythm. 14, Antelope Canyon. 15 is Al Wahis. 16, Homesick Boy. 17 is Swartzer Peter. 18 is Bahoud. And 19, Kabar, rounding out the field for our 10th race today.
Thank you very much, Alex, for giving us the runners and riders for this, our 10th contest on the card. And I was very fortunate to bump into connections of Satono Japan, who are looking forward to their horse making a Saudi debut today. A son of deep impact, has had 2 wins outside of Saudi Arabia. But Rory, have you got a chance here today?
There wouldn't be too many horses running here who've also run over hurdles before, but Satono Japan has had a few starts. He comes here fresh off a win. That was in August at Epsom over this trip for Adam West, so he's not had a huge amount of time to acclimatise here. Going back in his record, he has won on the all-weather. I think he won at Chelmsford early in his career, but generally speaking, more of a turf performer these days, and obviously handles Epsom well. Not an easy task for him, and even if he runs to his form, there are a couple. Listen, there are elephant in the room here. We get horses who were placed in derbies in this race. We had an Irish derby placed runner in French Claim, who was third in that Irish derby last year, and we got the second in last year's Deutsches derby in Schwarzer Peter, who dominate this race if they can find that kind of form. Because neither of them all-weather performers really, and Schwarzer Peter particularly has run 2 stinkers here, but he's a 100+ rated horse. Well, he'd be 115 thereabouts in his home country. A little bit disappointing in slightly lesser grades since that German derby run, and he hasn't adapted here yet. With the French Claim will is another matter as well, because he's got form up to as far as 1.75 miles on very soft ground. So whether he's adaptable enough to run over 1.25 miles on the dirt is another matter. But when you're looking at horses that are rated in the 80s, you've got to bear in mind what they're up against here.
Yes. Now let's just go from top to bottom. They're going to rattle through this, so we should rattle through it to Mugir number 1. What do we think?
Mugir was behind 2 of these when fourth to Dark Scimitar and a 0 to 90 over 1,800 metres last time out. That was a good enough run in that class, but he was getting weight from rivals that he's meeting on pretty much level terms here. He's going to struggle, given his rating of 73.
We've already spoken about French Claim, so let's go to Run Teddy Run.
His rating is 66. He ran pretty well last time out in the first week of the season, but he's not up to this level.
Drawing clocks, a good bit of line through. He's best form within Type, and he's going backwards. Ready to Connect, number 5.
Ready to Connect was 4th to Old Sheik in a pretty competitive 1,800 metre open last time out. He does need to build on that, but with a rating of 89 and with questions over the top 2 here, it wouldn't be a massive surprise to see him get involved.
Good Fighter, number 6.
Yeah, similar comments to Mugir. He was second in that handicap 1 by Dark Scimitar last time out, where Mugir was 4th. But again, his rating 70 on that. He was getting weight from Mugir. There shouldn't be much between them here, but neither of them are really up to this class of race.
Vindicate has been running in better races than this.
He has 4th, 2nd, 5th, and 5th his last 4. He had 1 run in Type last season. He's been off for quite a while. He was 5th in the Group 1 King Saud Cup over this course and distance in January last year, but he's been absent since running once in Type in July 2022, so he does have that long absence to overcome.
Anar is horse number 8.
Rating of 63, looks outclassed in this company and was well beaten last week.
Salah, horse number 9.
Didn't really cover himself in glory when finishing 10th last time out. That was no improvement on his first effort of the season here, and again with a rating of 70, he's in the wrong kind of grade.
We're seeing Khartoum in shot here. He's rated 103.
I think he's the one to beat in this race, Khartoum, because we know that he handles conditions. He won a non-winner to 3 over 2,000 metres at Taif in meeting 26 and was back to form when second to Luganini in the National Day Cup over further last time out. He's a proven dirt performer. He's got a little bit to find with both French Claim and Schwarzer Peter on the pick of their form, but neither of those are proven performers in these conditions, and Khartoum is.
Dabous, horse number 11, 67.
Well, yeah, he won a race of 59 in the UK for George Bowie. I'd say 67 probably flatters him on balance of form, and again, not really in the right grade if he's looking to win here.
Satono Japan, we've already spoken about. Wild Rhythm, number 13, ex-Brit.
Yeah, Wild Rhythm won the Jockey Club Cup over 1.5 miles at Taif back in meeting 24. He's been running in cup races since with considerably less impact, 7th, 8th and 10th in subsequent races, but he's shown that he's capable at this sort of trip and beyond on dirt, so he could bounce back to form and get a place. I'd be surprised if he's good enough to win it though.
Antelope Canyon, it's horse number 14.
Rated 72 and running poorly at present, so not the easiest to fancy. He's been off since meeting 35. I suppose he could bounce back to his best form, but his best form isn't good enough to win this.
Al-Wahith is horse number 15.
He's another one who ran in that Dark Scimitar race, but he was giving lumps of weight away to the pair that he split that day. So he was third to Dark Scimitar and Good Fighter in that 0 to 90 last time out. Mugir was 4th. He was giving them loads of weight. He's actually meeting them at level weights today, so he's liable to beat them, and he might sneak into the frame here.
Homesick Boy set the clock on fire last time out when he was second.
Second in a course and distance open won by Zuran. That the time of that race was beaten last night, but beaten by a horse who'd been fourth in the Saudi Cup before, so is entitled to do that. The question is whether he can build on that, because his overall record is a little bit patchy, and he's only won once, but that was certainly much more promising.
This is Khartoum in action, where he's beaten by Luganini, and I simply put, when I saw this, I said, didn't get home over this trip.
Yeah, this is a mile and a half at Taif on deepish ground, and although he runs a very good race, he doesn't get home as well as Luganini, who was pretty impressive, but he had form early in the season, winning form early in the season in a cup race over this trip. To be honest, he plugs on pretty well to the line, but he doesn't see it out quite as well as the winner. I think he's a huge player here, and he looks well. I did think, from what I saw of him in the parade ring, which was fairly brief, I thought he looked in very good condition.
Schwarzer Petter, but before we talk about Schwarzer Petter, let's talk about Homesick Boy, who comes rolling around the outside here to finish second last time out. This was a big bounce back to form in a race won by Zoran.
Zoran, cracking name for a racehorse, and Homesick Boy showed that he shouldn't be long winning races on this evidence. Of course, that was an open race over course and distance. This is obviously a slightly deeper contest, but he could get placed if he runs this, and if one or two at the top of the weights fluff their lines, then it might even fall his way. He was closing on the winner all the way to the line there.
Time was good,
going on
wasn't
strongly. It was a good time, so you have to bear him in mind.
Yeah, so Schwarzer Petter, let's talk about this. Horse number 17. We mentioned briefly that he had form in Germany, but let's dig down into that.
Yeah, he raced almost exclusively in group company in Germany, and his best effort was just getting touched off in the Deutsches Derby last year. That slightly flatters him in his overall form, but he's still a 100-plus performer. The problem is he's had 2 runs here. He's finished 13th both times. First of those was in the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques Cup.
That's a
very hard race to start off. But again, when you've almost won a classic in Germany, you think you'd belong in that kind of company. He then reappeared in an open race over this course and distance, which would have been a fair drop in trip, and he was disappointing again there, finishing 13th. We know he's better than that, and it may well be that he just takes a long time to acclimatise to racing in Saudi Arabia.
Making movies, prime example, to the whole season of racing in Saudi before he finally got his act together. So Baroud, horse number 18.
Rated 73, below best twice here this term. Not absolutely disgraced last time, but others much preferred in this sort of company.
And rounding us off, Kaba. We seem to see him every week.
We don't see him near the head of the... Well, he's got a couple of seconds on his card, but his last 2 runs, 18th and last in Taif and meeting 49, and then 15th here last week. He doesn't have any sort of chance in this class.
And that is why you are our resident racing analyst. Great job taking us through all the runners here in this 10th race, over 2,000 metres. And now they're circling at the start. Short list material. I want to put French Claim in there, but I think he needs time to readjust. I'm quite interested in Vindicate. Am I going in the right direction?
Well, the question with Vindicate is whether he's fit enough after quite a long absence. He's been off for well over a year. But his old form gives him a decent chance, and he's fully effective over course and distance. Of course, he got that 5th in a very deep Group 1 King Saud Cup over this course and distance back in 2022.
Let's do selections right now. Rory, I presume you're going with Khartoum?
I'm going with Khartoum. I think he's got the least question marks in this field, and he should be hard to beat.
I would look at Vindicate, but I'm going instead for Ready to Connect, just without the absence. So Ready Connect number 5 for me, and Khartoum number 10 for Rory. They're loading up. So Alex Fussy, who do you like in this one?
Well, very unoriginal, but I thought Khartoum was an obvious player here, really, having won at meeting 26, a good second last time out. I mean, no doubt Schwarzer Peter and French Claim are fascinating runners, but both of them probably needing to show a little more of late, and French Claim, of course, is on the return. So we shall see how they all fare, because we've only got a couple left to go in now. There is Khartoum into the stalls, so we're just about set to roll. Race 10. They're off. Underway here, over 2,000 metres for this restricted win race. 1 to 3 wins only. Out wide, not the best of breaks for Kaba, who would be in midfield early on. Looking for the early pace, drawing clocks is bang up there. The yellow sleeves, green cap, is one of the first to get rolling. Not far away as well is Salaf, and Khartoum is tugging forwards in between horses. Out a little deeper on the track is Schwarzer Peter, who's right up there in the firing line today. And back to the running rail, French Claim is coming in company with Run Teddy Run. So they are also playing an early hand and trying to bag some early decent positions. Just in behind the pace then is Ready to Connect, is in company there now with the orange and blue of Salaf, and that's being followed in turn by Saturno Japan, who's right in the center of the field. Back on the inside is Good Fighter, covered up on the running rails, a little deeper out on the course at this point in time. You'll find the likes of Al Wahis in a combination of blue and red colours. Homesick Boy is following that one. Looking to the back of the field, well, that's Kaba, completely outpaced, can't go with them. And now dropping to the tail end is Wild Rhythm and Antelope Canyon. Up top, though, Schwarzer Peter now is starting to turn the screw on the field here. Is showing up by about a length and a half. In second place, Khartoum is shaken at. Back to the rail, drawing clocks appears to be going up and down on the spot now. On the outside of that runner is Run Teddy Run, and then deeper still Ready to Connect, who's trying to launch a challenge. Not much from the back end of the field at this point in time. Perhaps a bit of progress. Al Wahis on the outside, but they're levelling in. Schwarzer Peter now tackled again by Khartoum, who's got to the lead. Goes past Schwarzer Peter. These two remain 3 or 4 lengths in advance. Balroud is the one who's plugging on down the outside of the field, and also late on the scene is Wild Rhythm with the white cap, but it's Khartoum who's clear here by 4 lengths to the line and up to the finish. Khartoum, and it's Camilo again. Khartoum has won it, beats into second, Balroud, and then we had both Wild Rhythm and Kabar, I think, has got there up on the inside and might have taken fourth. So it's Khartoum. Treble up for Ospina. The man can do very little wrong. Back-to-back trebles. He's riding right at the peak at the moment. And having got away into a strong early position, was able to come through and past Schwarzer Peter, who'd gone quite hard up the top end as they swung for home with about 400 metres to go. So 2:09.27 is your winner's time. Khartoum, and has gone on to win by 2.5 lengths. It is Balroud in second place. And look at that, Kabar has got third, who's come flying up the inside there and got third in advance of Wild Rhythm. So it's 10 Khartoum who takes it, goes on to beat the 18 Balroud in second and Kabar in third place. It probably shows that being hot and close to the pace wasn't necessarily the best spot to be, because those second and third place horses have come from so far back. So probably a performance that we could upgrade. 10, 18 and 19, your order of finish in our 10th race today.
Camilo Sabina, congrats. Hat trick today.
The first thing, thank you very much to the Prince Mita, bin Abdullah, Talal bin Sharain. And for Wasal Garawan, for Wasal Garawan, he gave me support, he gave me the very good horses. And thanks God, Khartoum today, he ran very good, very good. He, in the first meter, she wants to go quickly, she's short in the last minute. Yeah. And I tried to save in the horse, because I know the horse from behind is coming very strong. But thanks God, when I asked him a little bit from 600 meters, he's coming very good. And thanks God, he keep going until wide. Thank you very much.
It is Camillo Ospina's world, and we are just living in it. That is back-to-back hat-tricks for the rider here, who is just in fine form, and he's done it aboard Khartoum, who is the only horse who was bang up with the pace, who's managed to stay there in a race where Kaaba, who was in a different county, managed to run on to finish third, just explaining the real pace collapse. Great to see that the highly rated German runner ran the best race of his Saudi career so far and ran a good race for a long time, but he was always being watched by Khartoum, who stalked into the race and made smooth, serene progress to take victory. We will grab a word with Camillo here because he is just riding at the top of his game, and hopefully we can grab him after he weighs in. Camillo, you've just weighed in. You've got the hat-trick. Congratulations. 3 wins today and 3 wins yesterday.
Yeah, thank you very much. Always thank you to the Prince Mithat bin Abdullah, Talal bin Sharain, Fawaz Al Garawan. The all people give me support. This is very important for me. And thanks God, he's a good horse. He won in Thai. He finished second in the big race there, and he's coming to here. I feel much better than Thai, inshallah. And thanks God, in the first meters he wants to go sharp, he wants to go in the front, but I don't want this one. But I try to save him and keep going step by step, because the horse he has one pace, but strong pace, And thanks God he keep going until wire.
You were the only horse and rider that stayed in front and toward the front and was there at the end. Everything else fell backwards. How good is this horse?
No, he's very good. When I ask him the 600 meters, he responds very good. But he's not coming a sprinter. He coming step by step. And thanks God, he keep going until wire. He keep the same pace until wire, and thanks God, he won the race.
Did you hear the other horses coming behind you? Horses like Kaaba, who were flying from the back of the field.
Of course, I don't know because I don't want to see behind, but I feel some horses behind. I try to win the race, and the problem in those races is when you come in front, the wire is far away, But thanks God, alhamdulillah.
You are clearly riding at the top of your game. You're flying at the moment. How are you doing so well?
No, I don't know, Thanks God, I ride very good horses, I try to do my best job. This is the important, no more.
Looks like you've got the Jockey Championship sewn up. Are you looking behind you at Adel Alfa Radio? Are you comfortably clear now?
Yeah, thank you. Always thank you to the all people support me, I'm thankful for the Prince Mita, Talal, the people from Janadria. This is very important for me. When I ride very good horses, I win.
Well, thank you for riding so well and doing such a good job. 6 winners in 2 days. Well done, you.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, great to hear from Camillo again, who's riding right at the top of his game. 6 winners in 2 days is remarkable given how competitive the racing is here. And typically honest and humble interview from him there. Khartoum might have been hanging on a little bit towards the end. I think Camillo might have been surprised. He said he knew there were horses coming at him. He was surprised to hear that Kabar was coming at him late in the day. The lowest rated horse in the race ended up finishing third with a storming run up the rail. We looked like we were going to get a return to form from Schwarzer Peter for a long way. He went on at halfway, but faded out of things fairly tamely in the last 300 metres as Khartoum forged away. The time in the end was 2 minutes 9 and 27 seconds. It was a slightly odd contest. Baroud was handy from a wide draw, but he was disappointing in lesser company last time out, had a rating of 73. We see the start of the race again, and we see pace from various places here. Drawing clocks. An old friend goes forward, he leads early. Ready to Connect was handy in the early stages. Salaf from stall 9 went forward. And then we saw the ex-German runner, Schwarzer Peter, who wanted to get forward after a modest enough start. He goes up on the outside. And at the same time, towards the inside, we see the ex-Paddy Toomey Irish Derby third, French Claim, making his bid up the inside. So you have the two classic placed horses going up to throw down a challenge to Drawing Clocks. Drawing Clocks still about a length and a half clear at this stage, but he soon cries enough. and those two potential class acts go forward. But to be honest, it was disappointing for French Claim. After he made that move on the inside, he was backpedaling a furlong later, and his race was run at this stage. He lost his position. He began to plug on a little bit mid-race, but then was eased 2 or 3 furlongs out when his chance had gone clearly. Didn't enjoy. I don't know whether he got a bit of kickback in his face, but he seemed to lose his position very quickly. And at this stage, looking back towards the front, Schwarzer Peter has taken over from Drawing Clocks. Drawing Clocks under strong pressure on the inside, being overtaken now on his outside by Khartoum in the white colours with the green cap. He's got his eyes firmly fixed on Schwarzer Peter. I think ideally Camilo wanted the leader to pull him further into the contest, and he couldn't afford not to go after the leader because Schwarzer Peter had arguably the best form in the race at around this trip, having only just been touched off in the Deutsches Derby last year, but he weakens fairly quickly at this stage, leaving Camilo in front, and he's got to commit at this stage and hope that he's not setting himself up as a sitting duck for the others. I think he would have been surprised to hear that the horses who were coming at him hard in the closing stages, Callum, were the 63 rated Kabar and the 73 rated Baroud, who've both apparently run above themselves in filling the places, but there were lots of question marks about whether a lot of the high-rated horses in this race could run to their form, and I think it's fair to say that the vast majority of them haven't, and Khartoum probably didn't have to run to his very best to win. It wasn't ideal being left on his own at this stage of the race, but he does keep going to the line. He's honest enough. As I said, I don't think he's quite run to his form, judging by where Baroud and Kabar have finished, but disappointing from a number of decent performers. We knew that Schwarzer Peter had something to prove, having run disappointingly in his 2 starts so far here. He did show more today up to a point, and maybe that will help him build. But French Claim, having looked dangerous briefly moving up on the inside, checked out pretty quickly. He's a horse with a lot to answer in this sort of surface, because we know he handles soft ground and stays further very well. So racing on dirt at 2,000 metres is a bit of a question mark for him, but it may simply be that he needs time just to adapt to a very, very different environment. Whereas, as we said pre-race, the one thing you knew with Khartoum was that he was fit and that he would be suited by the trip on the dirt. Vindicated on a highly rated horse who didn't really feature at any stage in the race, but he was coming back off a long absence and would have been fairly rusty here, I think.
Yeah, Khartoum took a little bit of a stumble coming out the stalls early on, hampered the horse to his outside. I couldn't quite tell who that was, but he then got into a rhythm and was quite nice. I was actually quite impressed by French Claim. I think to have the ability to show that much early dash when he's not known for his speed, he's known for his stamina, he's a middle distance performer. His last time you've seen in a listed contest, which was for Staters, that certainly wasn't where he wasn't showing that lack of speed here. He showed it for a long, long way. Then once he gets a bit of kickback in his face, he cancelled that pretty quickly, but that's expected, isn't it?
You say a long way. I think he showed speed for about a furlong and a half before.
Oh, no, I think he went further than that.
He moved, I mean, obviously, he came away from the stalls.
So we did the shoot, we got out the shoot, we went to the main race course, and by the time we got to the bend, that's when he started to fail.
I know, but the first couple of furlongs didn't really count for him. He was just finding his feet, getting settled. Then he's made a move, and it looked dangerous, but it petered out remarkably quickly. You'd like to think a horse of his class, if he's able to move up to a dispute of the lead going into the bend in a race like this, he'd at least be able to be in that position coming out of the bend, because he wasn't. By the time he came out of the bend, he was well beaten, and that has to be disappointing. I know he's shown a little bit of speed earlier on, but that's not enough for me to think that was a good performance. I would have expected him to have taken time to acclimatise anyway, so it's not a disastrous show from him, because this is so different to what he was doing in Ireland for Paddy Toomey. I think it's a whole new education for him, learning how to race here, and it's not like you can just aim at the 1.5-mile races, because there simply aren't enough of those for a horse of his quality. He needs to be turned into a sort of 1.25-mile dirt horse, but that is not easy to do, if possible at all.
Yeah, certainly not easier. Hopefully he will continue to improve and be another exciting horse to look forward to in the future. We have to move on though. Race number 11 is coming up next, and Alex Fussy will take us through the runners and riders.
Cheers, Callum. Yeah, smaller field this time, isn't it, for our penultimate race of the day? Just the 7 of them here for this fillies contest. Again, a restricted win race, 1 to 3 wins. Number 1, Le Ayundina, is the first of the field. Number 2 is Moseha, the mount of the man in form, Camillo Ospina. 3, Default Protection, a winner when last seen at meeting 24. Number 4 is Motha Wika, Rafe Alta Race riding. 5, Jazio, 3 wins from 46 starts for that filly. 6 is Majula, 2 wins so far in the career. Third, Altimat will do the steering. And rounding out the field, number 7, Mum Tenor, who's won once so far from 22 starts. 7 of them going for 11th race of the day. The question is, can Camillo do it again?
Yes, can Camillo do the business again? He is aboard Musea, so he's got the right horse to do it, because Musea certainly has to be in with a chance here. Just shown great form all the way through. Started towards the end of the type season and has shown no stopping in rear. But here is Leo Udina.
Yes, well beaten since landing a course and distance open in January. If you can find the form that saw her win that race, then she'd be interesting enough. But recent efforts have been very disappointing.
Musea is number 2.
Musea, I would say, just maybe getting the winter coat coming through a little bit, and is carrying still plenty of condition, but ran well at meeting 57 here, so was fit enough. Ran at the last week in Taif as well. Consistent sort, and had Mothaweka 8 3/4 lengths behind, when 4 3/4 lengths third to Lethal Talent over 1,800 metres last time out. That's a solid performance, and Musea must go very close.
And Default Protection is number 3.
Yeah, Default Protection is quite an interesting one. A dual winner in the US. Her win here came in a 1.5 mile not so 80, beating Mr. Jumbo. That was back in meeting 24 at Taif. Mr. Jumbo was an impressive winner next time out. He didn't run particularly well here, but he was very well suited by racing in Taif at 2,400 metres. And she was quite impressive beating him. Not been seen since. Drops back in trip, but she won over shorter in the States. And she's quite an interesting runner here, isn't she?
Yeah, she certainly is. Motaweka is horse number 4, Rayan Altraish on board.
Her wins to date have come over 1,400 metres and then a 0 to 85 over 1,800. Hasn't won over this far in her career to date. Needs to step up on what was just a fair return behind Mosiea last time out. She was 5th. Sorry, 7th rather, I take it back.
Jazio is horse number 5. But first we're going to look at Mosea, who is running on to finish 3rd on this occasion. This is my only concern, is the fact that they've got Camillo on board, they've jocked off Alex Moreno, and every time I watch this horse run, it looks like she's been given too much to do.
Well, she takes up a little time to warm up. She finishes really strongly here, but was never in a winning position in the race won by Lethal Talent, but she's making ground hand over fist in the closing stages. That was over 1,800 metres, up to 2,000 today. On that basis, she ought to go very close. And the one thing that Camilo is always able to do is get these horses who don't necessarily travel very well going that bit sweeter in the early stages.
And this is Default Protection, absolutely hosing up in Taif the last time we saw her.
Yeah, this is a decent performance. Mr. Jumbo the Grey finishing strongly into 3rd place. This is a good performance. The winner won with a bit to spare and was eased down close home. This is a cutback and trip on a different surface, or a surface that isn't quite so deep, but she's got plenty of form and faster dirt surfaces in the US. I mean, I imagine that her future is as a broodmare here, but she's still a useful performer, more than useful performer, and she doesn't have much to find, if anything, to find. She's got a rating of 87, and the top rated here, rated 90, that's Mothaweka and Mosela. But I think you could give Default Protection a little bit more credit for that win last time out, and although this is a new one for her, racing at Riyadh, her form in Taif suggests that she'd be suited by this track, and she is one to take very seriously.
Majula is a horse who will see probably be a pace angle in this contest, the one in shot right now.
Yes, bless her. She's always fun to watch. She tends to go off hard in her races over 2,000, 2,400 metres, but doesn't last home and ends up getting beaten a long way, as she was last time out, when 9th here last week.
And finally, you've got Mom Tenor, who is in the black silks with the grey V. Those colours may not be available on your race card. So black silks, grey V, grey filly, Montana.
Was 11.5 lengths ahead of Jazio and a distance clear of Majula in that contest last time out. That was a course and distance open. Those are the positives. The negatives are that She's only rated 72, and although she should easily beat Jcsa and Majula again, three of the others should have too many guns for her. Might inherit third. In any race where you get three big guns, you sort of expect one of them to misfire for whatever reason. So, Montana, if she runs the same level again as last time, she might sneak into the three.
Interesting themes down at the start. Now, I am no body language expert, but there seems to be a little bit of frustration of the way they were coming down there. The gentleman that you can see in the tracksuit bottom and the black hoodie is clearly running the start. We've seen him at Taif and we've seen him now in Riyadh. And there's clearly some miscommunication about how quickly they should be making their way down to post. I'm not sure whether they're still trying to catch up after the delay last time, or they are back on. They don't want to find themselves in another delay. So this is due to go off at 10 to 8 local time, which would mean that they are already 1 minute late, which would be why they are trying to get them down as quickly as possible.
Yes, that's no surprise, but you'll find that jockeys don't want to go to post any faster than a hack canter, if even that, because they don't want the horses taking control, and they don't want them using up energy they need to use in the race.
We can already see they're not even going to circle. They're going to load up straight away. So let's do some selections right away. Only 7 to pick from. Who do you like?
I'm tempted by Moussia, but I'm actually going to give Default Protection the vote here because I think she does have scope to do better still.
Well, if you go for Default Protection, I will go for Moussia. So we'll take each other on here. Camilla Ospina is flying right now, so he's on a horse, so hopefully he can position her better than we've seen her position before. So Rory is on 3, I am on 2, and we go straight back to Alex, who can take us through this penultimate contest.
Lovely job, thanks Callum. Yeah, we're going in here, aren't we, for this penultimate race. And that's the 4. Mothawika, who's just going forwards, moves in. Only a couple left. Moussia. Looking for the Ospina 4-timer, is there. And we've got Default Protection to come as well. Pops in to gate 3. Stand by. They're off. 7 of them dispatched for this 2,000-meter contest from the stalls. Moussia was away alertly, but doesn't want to go on here. It's going to be Majhula, the yellow and blue, who will go forwards, takes up the lead, and is already clear by about 3 lengths over Mothawika in 2nd place. Default Protection just in behind, in company with Moussia. Then the other wave of 3 together are Jcsa with Momtina and also Le Oyundina. The leader streaking away. Getting clear here. Majhula has been allowed plenty of rope up top, has gone the best part of 10, 12 lengths clear. The pack are headed by Mothawika. 3rd place is with Default Protection, the stripes on the cap. Green colours is Moussia, back in 4th on their outer Jcsa. And the final pair continue to be Momtina and Le Oyundina. So the leader still 10 lengths in advance of the field. Majhula starting this sweeping left-hander for home. Out in advance of Mothawika 2nd. Default Protection another neck away in 3rd. In behind them, shaken up, is Moussia now, as they're about to level in. The leader's going to get swamped swiftly, and now Mothawika is ahead. Length and a half in advance of Default Protection. Moussia back in 3rd. Majhula's gone out very, very quickly, will finish last. Heading for the final 200. Mothawika just ahead, but tackled now by Default Protection. Moussia tries to get up the inside rail. Default Protection with Mothawika leaning right-handed, lugging in to Default Protection. A right set 2 between the pair. Moussia still up the inside, closes. Very close again. That's a tight call all round. Mothawika was drifting right, kept pushing into Default Protection and flying up the inside. Moussia had a clear cut at it on the rail. This will be close all round, and also these two were having a right head-to-head and barge into each other inside the final 200. Mothawika seemed to be lugging right into Default Protection. Meanwhile, while that was going on, back up the rail, Jcsa was steaming home as well. I think probably Mothawika got the better of default protection. It just depends where in the line was Jcsa on the inside, because that one was coming up solo. The two jockeys having a bit of a word with each other here. Here's the still over the line, slow-mo. Ooh, that's terribly close, isn't it? And they are split a bit as well, which doesn't help proceedings. The one thing for sure is I think the 3-horse default protection is going to be third out of all of this. But again, the jockeys not entirely happy with one another over the finishing line, were there? Some stern words being had between the two of them, and you could see that taking shape, couldn't you, down the middle of the race course. They were locked together and having a go at one another. This overhead will be the perfect view of that. You can see the horse just leaning right-handed down here on default protection. They've got so close together. The jockeys are rubbing shoulders here as they go inside the final 20 yards or so of the contest. And away from that, back up the inside on the left, Jcsa, under that Ospina drive, has come flying through there on the running rail to throw her hat right into the ring and bob together. Well, best finish of the night, that's for sure. It's a stirring finish, wasn't it? With no more than about a head between the three runners as they crossed the finishing line. Still waiting for any form of confirmation here with regards to this outcome. A 2:08.91 is showing up, and Jcsa on the far running rail might have got this here. Waiting for the full places to come up in case this throws me with a dead heat. But 2:08.91 is the time. 2:08.91 showing as our time here. Is this the Ospina 4-timer? That would be outstanding if it was. And what a dramatic contest this has been. I think those jockeys will be still having a bit of a go at each other long into the evening, those two there involved in that finish down the centre of the racecourse. Yet confirmed. Confirmed your winner. Jcsa on the inside has won this, and Ospina outstanding. He has 4. He's beaten Mothawika into second place, who was the one in the centre of the trio, and default protection has taken third position on the near side. He was probably hampered the most by the way the race was panning out, those two duelling. It's a nose and a head, the winning margins between these three. Jcsa has taken race 11, 2:08.91 by a nose. What a race.
Well, Rory, try and get to the bottom of that one.
Well, it's certainly the most controversial race we've seen here in Riyadh. And in the end, probably not the right result, but it saves a little bit more controversy, because your worst case scenario here would have been if Mothawika had held on to beat Jcsa and default protection, because the moral winner of this race is default protection, who has been forced off her line repeatedly. And there's been contact between the jockeys and the horses, I
think we might have to take a second look at this for the drone, because I think maybe, and I'll be totally agree with you on the fact that Mothawika was the initial cause of the bump, and then the jockey ran out to rage, had made a very conscious decision to say, I'm going to lean on you. But I also think the rider on default protection, Adel Al-Faradi, if we watch that slow motion front on, he is left knee down. So he is fully committed to leaning on the other side as well. He's not going to get pushed around. So I don't know whether they've met in the middle or one's hit the other.
There's absolutely no doubt in my mind whatsoever that Mothawika was leaning for quite a long way.
Yeah, from the top of the straight.
Yeah, And partially that was Motueka, who was also throwing her head around a little bit. And then partially, whenever they got close, the jockey trying to make sure that that his rival didn't get past. But I think he's broken the rules in doing that. And I think if they'd finished first and second, then the winner would have been thrown out. But what's happened is that Jcsa has come with a strong run on the rail. You see Camilo getting away from that pair and getting right across to the rail and coming with a strong run. I thought she just failed first time around. But it turns out she's got her head in front.
There's a really interesting moment where they're just beginning to wind up, and and I was saying to you, I said, oh, Jcsa's been tapped for toe here, and suddenly I'm going, maybe it's not Alex Moreno getting her in the wrong position while she's always making up late ground. Maybe she's just getting caught for speed, and it just takes her a while to get going.
Yes, I mean, that's clearly what happened. She actually jumped out of the stalls really well, as they always do with Camilo, don't they? But then she got outpaced mid-race, and then she stayed on again. Now we get to see. First of all, you see that the default protection is produced wide of Motueka, but Motueka drifts into her path in first place.
Red Alvarez tried to straighten there. Then it's a drift. Yeah, it's a definite drift, isn't it? Yeah.
And there's very little doubt that even if you think there's some degree of default protection coming across,
no, you're absolutely right.
It's not 6 to 1, half a dozen the other. No. It's almost entirely the fault of Motueka.
Here's the photo finish. Great say we could get that. Look how tight it is there.
But the fact that Jcsa has got up on the line has just saved the stewards the decision of having to throw Motueka out. And strictly speaking, I don't know how quickly we get this kind of result. I think she gets demoted.
Yeah, she'll be demoted down to third. Yes, I'm almost certain she'll be demoted down to third. And I think we might be seeing a holiday for Ryan Altarech, who has had a winner today, hasn't he? He did have a winner, but he has had a bit of a nightmare day aside from that. And we see from the start here, Camilo gets our eventual winner, who feels like the least talked about winner we've seen all day here, Jcsa. He's made a jump well, and she's in a right prime position. You see first, second, and third all together. And it just happens to be that the eventual second and third kick quickest and end up just fading at the last stride. And Jcsa gets up to win for Camilo to give him 4 winners today.
All right, a really remarkable haul. He didn't really deserve that, strictly speaking, but he kept out of trouble. He went to the rail and got a rally out of that rail in the final couple. It's interesting, he didn't just stay on the inside. He did make a beeline for the rail, so that would help her.
Did he make a beeline for the rail? Did she just duck out to the rail?
No, I think he did. So that's what I thought in running. Because if a horse goes to the rail, they kind of drift across like that, whereas she was head towards the rail and going in that direction. And I think that was Camilo's decision to keep her as far away from those two as he could and hope the rail would help her in the closing stages. She's got up by the narrow. I mean, that looks like a dead heat to me. But again, as I said, I think the second automatically gets disqualified here anyway. We'll hear confirmation of that or not later on, but I'd be very surprised if that isn't the case.
No, I'm sure we will get information from the stewards as soon as possible. This is the type of information I would really like to see on the stewards' Twitter feed. It's not on there at the moment, but hopefully moving forward, again, it's all a very new thing, this new Twitter page that's been put up. Hopefully we can see more of these sort of results and punishment for jockeys and things like that.
Yeah, I mean,
the
only thing about that side of things is it takes considerably more characters, and it's got to be written up in the first place. So it's not like it's just a case of what you want to have is, whether the result stands or whether an amendment has been made. Looking for the reasons takes longer because that needs interviews and it needs someone to actually write that whole summary up. And essentially you're looking for a link to the website rather than getting that all on Twitter.
And whether we can get a link to our website or not, we just like something that could give us some information, especially regarding jockey bans. Because I feel like if you're a viewer here who likes Alexis Moreno, and you're a big fan, we know we've got viewers from all different corners of the globe, and a lot of them will be Southern and Central American who are big fans of that jockey. You would be quite disappointed to see when he's not riding. Farhad Al-Faradi today, he's been dropped off horse after horse after horse. And yet we're still sitting here going, well, we don't actually know why.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel that that's doing a disservice to those that are watching.
Of course, it'd be useful to get that information. And obviously, it's unlikely that Farhad Al-Faradi's been dropped off. He was booked for rides yesterday, booked for rides today, and then hasn't been able to take them. I would suggest that's probably a case of illness. It's not a ban or anything like that because if he was banned, then he would have been taken off those mounts. He wouldn't be appearing on the race card for them either. So the chances are that he's ill or he's been taken away for some reason. family matters or something like that. We don't know, but that's the kind of thing.
And that's it. You never want to speculate about these things either.
I think if you're going to, you're never going to get details about why, if a jockey is not there for personal reasons or is ill, they're not going to say that.
Just information that he is not going to ride today. No one's looking for the reason, but if there was just information available publicly that could just say, X jockey isn't riding today, X jockey is banned for today, whatever we can get. I just think information, and we're in an information age where we've got people who can watch from all over the world. We've got the one, I was going to say the World Wide Web, I sound like my dad. We've got the internet, everybody wants to have information. And if this whole racing jurisdiction wants to become a tier 1 racing nation, and part of that is going to have to be the way that the racing is run. And I think a way that we can certainly improve things, and I stress this, it's been a very, very good experience on the whole, and I've very much enjoyed my time here. But I've noticed this with the addition of the stewards Twitter feed, is that what we're actually lacking rather than what we're gaining. And I still think we're missing a few elements here.
Well, I'm sure they'll be delighted to hear your written feedback on that, Callum.
Yes, absolutely. Written and vocal. But we've got one more race.
We have one more race.
We've got one more race. We've got a lucky last.
One.
Yes, it's a Jcsa challenge contest. This is over 1,400 metres. It is race 12 on your race card. It's our lucky last, and the man who is taking us all the way through today and done a marvellous job, Alex Fussy. Give us the runners and the riders.
Thanks very much indeed, Callum. Here we go then for race 12, this 1,400 metre concluding contest. Runners on your screen now. Number 1 is Doe E, has won 3 times from 38 starts. 2 is Jcsa, 2-time winner, was the winner last time out at meeting 58. Number 3 on your race card is Jcsa, a winner at meeting 36. 4 is Etafali for Eddie Castro. 5, Motorbane, well, ran out to a race. She's on board that one. Of course, the jockey's been in the limelight the last few minutes or so. 6, Al Rahoub, same ownership as well. 7, Najmat Al Mahafil has won 3 times, including the latest go at meeting 59. Number 8 is Al Shra, 3-time winner, latest victory at meeting 41. 9 is Sad Al A's. 10 is Al Shah. And 11, Yamtaz, rounds out our field for today's final race.
Alex Moreno, as we see the horses are in the parade ring for our lucky last here. Not the biggest of fields, we've got 11 going to post here, but with a lack of runners, we've still got a high amount of quality. And Douai is the first one we're going to look at, a very big, imposing type, but maybe just a little bit out of the depth here.
Rated 79, which give them outside chances. We saw horses rated 73 and 59 fill the frame in a stronger race than this two races ago. But out of sorts when last seen in the spring here. Did win a 0-75 handicap over course and distance this time last year, but needs to be bouncing back to that kind of form even to be making the frame.
We've got Jcsa, who's horse number 2.
Won a 0-65 handicap over a mile last time out, but lots more on his plate in this sort of company, and this is a tough ask, I think.
Yossele, horse number 3.
Did take a non-winners of 3/7 furlong and a 6 furlong apprentice handicap, a 0-90 affair in Taif this summer. But Eddie Castro seems to prefer Etafali. I say seems to prefer because we're not always privy to the decisions why that is. But Yossele appears to have a pretty good chance on paper. But Eddie Castro, you'd have thought, would have had the choice of rides.
Well, let's talk about Etafali right now, horse number 4.
Has won a 6 furlong maiden and a Jcsa challenge here. Unplaced in group races in January, so well down the field, but in tough races, has been off since, needs to bounce back to the form that he was showing rather early last season. I think it's a big enough ask. Yossele appears to be the more obvious one, so it's interesting that Eddie Castro prefers Etafali. Maybe they think that he has improved since last season.
Motorbane comes here with a rating of 97, has been busy this season.
Has. Plenty of racing in Taif, won 2 opens over a mile there and was 9.5 lengths sixth to Mafrood in a Jcsa challenge over a mile last time out. Has a rating of 97, would have a big chance if reproducing his best form here. Is effective at 7 furlongs and has got a very good time. I think he's got the best time in the field over course and distance, going back a little bit, but 1:26.10 and did win a course and distance jockey JCSA challenge December last year. So if back to that form, I think Motorbian takes a bit of beating.
And we're seeing him now here, and this is that very race where he just wins by the skin of his teeth. Watch Daddy Queen in the blue noseband is going to come absolutely flying home.
Yeah, but at Motorbian had the race won at that stage, has to then withhold this late challenge. I think the front two, representing the same stable, of course, got involved in a real war and didn't help themselves in the finish, which has given the runner-up a real chance there, and he was flashing home and only just failed at the line. But I think Motorbian would have been an unlucky loser the way that panned out.
Here's Najmat Al Mafil. Now, this is a really impressive performance over course and distance. Has had a break before this, and I think a repeat of this will make him very, very hard to beat. Yeah,
well, rated 93, having gone up on the back of this. She looks better than ever when winning this. This was the Asia Cup last time out, winning by 6 3/4 lengths. As we said earlier on, for a cup race, this maybe wasn't as deep as it might have been, but she was visually very impressive. Their best time for this course and distance is 1:27.63, though, so that gives her a bit to find with Motorbian on the best of his form. But it still makes her competitive, and given that she comes here fit and off the back of a career best, you've got to give her every chance.
Here's the paddock eye catcher, Jcsa, who looks gorgeous every time he steps into the paddock. And watch this, this is the Hands and Heels event. He was weighted to be the best horse in the field. He was rated the best, and he came round and absolutely put this race to bed within a matter of strides. I was really taken by this performance. This was a good little race.
It was, yeah. We were working that day in Taif, and he impressed. The one thing about the surface at Taif is it's very difficult to quicken from the back of the field, as he did here. So actually, he's probably even more impressive than it looks on paper. And the pick of his form here gives him a decent chance. So he's undeniably one for the shortlist, except for that slightly head-scratching fact that Eddie Castro doesn't want to ride him, or perhaps he's been told not to.
We just do not know. And we've just spoken about Najmat Al Mafil. So Al-Azra, horse number 8. We've not given that one a mention. A superstar in Taif.
Al-Azra is a horse we saw plenty of in Taif, seemed to run every week. Was a course and distance maiden winner here in March. Last 2 wins here, though, have been over the shorter trip. Has done 1:26.86 for the 1400 metres. Was disappointing, though, in the Saudi Boy Scouts Association Cup last time out, beating 20 lengths.
Beaten a long way there as well.
Given that fitness really shouldn't have been an issue for Al-Azra, that does raise slight questions, and I think for all he's got winning form over course and distance, I think he might be better over 6 furlongs at Riyadh.
Sardalays, horse number 9.
Was beaten a length and a quarter by Lajil Tati in a course and distance non-winners of 3 last time out.
That was worked out all right, hasn't it?
It hasn't worked out too badly, but he's had 13 starts. He's only won a maiden, all told. That was certainly one of his better efforts last time out, but he does need to step forward again, and it's worth bearing in mind that his rating of 77 does leave him with a bit to find with the best of these.
Al-Assar, horse number 10.
Was second in a course and distance, not course and distance, 7 furlong Jcsa award contest last July at Taif, but it's been below form since that, and was only 9th in a 1 mile open last time out on his return from an absence.
And finally, Adel Al-Faredi looking for a bit more luck in running than he had last time. He's on Yamtaz.
Yeah, all 4 wins for Yamtaz have come at 6 furlongs, but was a good third in a similar contest here in December, and was second in the JCSA award 2 starts back in Taif. So has good form at this sort of level. Has done 1:26.59 for this course and distance as well, which brings him into the equation. Just needs to bounce back from a moderate run and has been off since meeting 34, so might be a little bit rusty.
Yes, but those are your 11 that go to post for our lucky last. Rory, after going through each and every one of them, our resident form analyst, who jumps out to you?
Motorbian is the one who jumps out on the pick of his form over this course and distance. He had Yamtaz back in 3rd when winning a similar sort of contest over course and distance last December. He shouldn't lack for fitness. He had a run towards the end of the Taif season. Not his finest run, it has to be said, but he was impressive in open company early in the season there, and we know he's fully effective over course and distance. So it's not a case of can he translate his Taif form here. We know he's arguably even better over this course and distance than he is over the same trip in Taif. and I'd expect her to go very close.
Well, my head says Najmat Al Mafil, but my heart says Jcsa, and I'm going with my heart. I'm going with Jcsa, horse number 3. So my selection is horse number 3. Rory's selection is horse number 5. And Alex Fussy, for the last time, thank you so much. You've been superb today. It's all yours.
Thanks, gents. Thanks very much indeed. Good to be alongside you again. Last couple of runners going forwards then for our 12th and last. Moving in is Jcsa, just gone forwards to stall number 2. And it looks like we've got 3 to go. Coming up is Jcsa. And the other pair sliding in as one as well. Looks like the yellow cap Yamtaz just needs a final push. And we'll be ready to go. Stand by for the last. And they're off. Racing away over 1,400 meters. Right in the centre, Najmat Al Mafil got a good start, but doesn't really want to make use of that. Not going quite forwards. White cap, Etafali on the inside, the first one to show. Al Shah also handy in between those is Jcsa in the headgear. Next then is Najmat Al Mafil. Up on the outside, the yellow cap is Yamtaz. Back to the running rail is Doe-E in the orange and black colours. Is now alongside Jcsa. There followed by Motta Bain. Little off the pace at the moment, niggled at. Is racing in advance of Jcsa, who's on the inside of horses. Also bang up there on the inside rail is Al Rahub. Out the back end we've got Sad Al Azan, Al Azra. So they're about to swing on in. Up on the rail, Etafali's pushed along. Plenty of challengers. And here comes Najmat Al Mafil, who's got on pass. Goes to the lead and is sent for the line now. Yasmat follows. Motta Bain is now in the clear and closing. Leader shuts the door on Motta Bain. Najmat Al Mafil drifted over to the rail. Motta Bain, though, pulling back out and coming again and gonna get by. Motta Bain up to win it. Beats Najmat Al Mafil in second, and third place went the way of Al Azra. Final race goes to Motta Bain, who did well, had to get out of trouble, having got the door shut inside the final 200. And in the space of half an hour, Rayan Alterash has gone from 0 to hero. That's horse racing for you. 1:26.72. Your winner's time, as you can see, had to come out and round Najmat Al Mafil. And in the end, it was a cosy 3/4 of a length success. Al Azra took third place across the line, but was a good 6 1/4 lengths behind the front two. Yamtaz was in fourth, the one that Al Azra managed to snatch that place off late in the piece. That's how things have played out in our final race then of the day. Confirming the order of finish for the last is 5, 7 and 8.
And there you see the JCSA Challenge Trophy, and we see our winning rider who has gone from zero to hero, Riyadh Al-Taraish, who was involved in a barging match in the last race. He got squeezed up there, he went for a gap that wasn't there, and then he switched towards the outside and absolutely powered away. Rory, your winning selection there. Motorbane gets the better of the Asia Cup winner, Najmat Al-Marfil, who ran not a bad race, but just wasn't able to repel the late challenge of Motorbane.
No, was backing up an excellent effort in the Asia Cup last time out, Najmat Al-Mahafil, but looked like she might win when she went on early in the straight, but Motorbane was travelling well in behind, and he got the gap and then tried to come up her inside. She's drifted across the rail, which means that Riyadh Al-Taraish has had to switch wide, but he was going well enough that he was able to pick up the ground, and sometimes actually having to switch like that in certain circumstances can be beneficial with tired horses. Gives them a chance to take a breath, but I don't think he was too tired. He clocked a very good time when winning over this course and distance last December, and clearly really well suited by a well-run race over this course and distance, and he has confirmed that form and bounced right back to his best to win in good style.
And just look at Kamil Ospina celebrating with the team as well with that winner. He's made it very clear to us. You've mentioned how humble he is, but he always talks about the team over himself. So I'm sure he'll be very, very happy to see the White Stable with another victory there. And Motorbane with an interesting one, because even when he was pulled out towards the outside, he never looked in too much trouble. He always looked like he was going to get the better of the argument.
He did. I mean, you're always slightly concerned with how quickly a horse can reorganise itself and pick up. But it was clear very quickly that he didn't lose an awful lot of momentum, and he was going to come on strongly again. 1:26.72 his winning time.
Yeah, 1:26.72 is a good time, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that works out quite strong over this trip.
Yeah, if you're beating 1:27 over this trip, it's a good time. But then a horse with his sort of rating, you would expect him to be doing that in a race that was set up to suit as well. But good to see a good performance to close the card.
And that's the point where the door is shut and you're just thinking, oh, he's just going to have to recheck and find his momentum again. But it didn't even halter his momentum. He actually came by quite easily and ended up winning with quite a bit to spare.
He did. I mean, she was getting a little bit tired. You see her ears are flat back, and she'd made her effort, which was clearly vulnerable at this stage. The one thing that can win you that sort of race when you've done what she did is if the horse challenging you is a little bit tired himself or a little bit clumsy and just takes time to get reorganised. A lot of horses travel really well, but then aren't able to switch leads and switch and get back on an even keel quick enough, and that can lose them the race. Whereas he was very nimble, I thought. Didn't lose him an awful lot of ground at all.
We're just looking at a full race now, and it's Etafale who is cutting out the early running. Yasale, the other Red Stable runner, is the one that's dropped out the back, and Yamtaz, who I think does the best out of all of them, is just up wide there in the yellow cap. So the Red Stable had 3 runners, and I think Yamtaz did the best of them.
Yeah, which would be a little bit of a disappointment because Yamtaz, I think, was the lowest rated of the trio. Yosali rated 93, Etafali rated 91, and Yamtaz the one with a rating of 87. So.
And now we're seeing the trophy presentation and the traditional JCSA award trophy presentation as well. We see a lot of these trophies going out in these big races, and this is a big moment for Riyadh Al-Taraish, who will have, I'm sure he would not be the most popular gentleman in the weighing room after that last race, and the fact that he can come off, brush himself down and ride a very good race to win today says a lot about him and his character.
Yeah, it's very important that you're able to get back on an even keel. Clearly there were words exchanged after the line. He was disqualified from second place on the last race. It's going to leave you sort of steaming when you get that kind of result, but you've got to be able to leave that behind, go out for a new race with a new approach, and regain your composure, and he did exactly that.
Yes, and I think that's really important that he's managed to regain his composure. But as we look back at that race, and there was a couple of other stories in behind, I thought Alazra ran a huge race to finish third. That might be the best run of that horse's career, because remember, he didn't start winning till he got to Taif, and previously he's been quite outclassed in better company, but he's come here and he's run a very good race for third.
Well, he'd been running well until that disappointing effort, obviously, in the Saudi Boy Scouts Cup last time out. Had won a course and distance maiden a couple of years ago. I'd say his very best form may come over a little bit shorter, but he didn't have tons to find. He's got a rating of 89, So he wasn't. He certainly ran a very good race, but it wasn't like it was out of the blue here.
Yeah, I think we can see at the start again, and just a couple being dropped right at the back. Sada Lays was very slow to get going as well. So, and then Lazaro is actually getting dropped right out there. So different tactics. They usually ride a Lazaro a bit more positively, but clearly they thought this pace was going to be far too strong. So they're going to hold back just a little bit. But Najma Al Wasil is right there as well, sitting in about 5th place, but with a clear sight to the lead.
Yeah, not a bad thing to do with Al Asra over this trip, because he's got plenty of speed for it, so he's obviously going to be able to tuck in behind the pace, but he doesn't want to be on the sharp end of this kind of pace for a full 7 furlongs. I think that was a clever ride to get the very best out of him on the day. But I think essentially Mosabian proved slightly different class on the day. These are his ideal conditions.
Just got caught in there, didn't he? He wanted to go wide of the horse that was fading, just fading into 5th now, and just got caught and ended up trying to get to the rail, and this is where the door is closed. Khalid Al-Mamoni's like, you're not having the rail.
Yeah, you can see quite a lot changing in behind there with a couple of horses weakening, and he had to move through horses. And then his initial idea was to go up the inside, but that path was cut off. And of course, she's actually wandered off the rail again late in the day, Najmat Al Mahafil. So it didn't make it easy for Mosabian. But the fact that he was able to adjust several times through the straight there to get the best of the battle here just shows what good order he's in, and what a handy racehorse he really is.
Yeah, he's a very smart animal indeed. And we were saying he got a little bit lucky to hold on from Daddy Queen at times when he was nearly run down in the final stride. But there's no luck required here. He's been by far the best horse in this race. And interesting to see some Taif form coming back to the fire here, because we've seen a lot of horses who have shown form in Taif get well and truly pumped here by some of the Riyadh specialists. But Taif form is still holding on.
Yeah, but this is a horse who's, he's not just showing his form at Taif. He was very good on a couple of occasions in Taif, but he'd already shown his class here. I would say, strictly speaking, his very, very best efforts have come at this track, but he's adaptable enough to show his form in Taif as well. Yeah,
he's been plenty good enough for sure, and he's just stepped up and done some really good things. But I don't think we can take anything away from Camille Ospina's 4-timer. That really is one of the main stories of today. He had a hat-trick yesterday, 4 wins today, 7 wins in 2 days. He's operating at he's winning nearly 25% of the races here. It's quite frankly frightening.
He is, yeah. He's got I think his strike rate was exactly 18% coming into the start of this week. He's now gone beyond that with those 7 winners in 2 days. And I think he's only heading one way really. He's guaranteed to win the Jockeys Championship. So far clear is he at this stage.
You always think of injury and stuff like that, but I think he's even that far clear.
I think he's so far clear.
And remember, if he was to receive an injury, obviously we really hope he stayed healthy and all the jockeys stay healthy, but if he was to receive an injury, the White Stable will have the ammunition behind. Rayan Antaresh has just proved it as well, and you're seeing some very good jockeys that would happily step into his shoes and ride their horses.
Yeah, it's not quite the subject I'd like to think about, but there you go. When we're talking about how well Camilo Ospina is right, my lord. It's a little bit of a tongue twister at times, but yes, Camilo is riding really, really well. But I am going to go elsewhere for my highlight of the day.
What would be your highlight of the day? Let me know what it is.
Well, I thought that the race number 10 on the card was the most fascinating contest of the day, with horses who'd been placed in an Irish Derby and a German Derby running. But the pick here was Khartoum. We see him in the green cap on the outside, coming through here to come past Schwarzer Peter. He was the horse who was just beaten the German Derby last year. But he fades from this point, and Khartoum goes on. I think he was left clear a little bit too early, to be honest, with the way Schwarzer Peter actually faded out of it, but he kept on strongly to the line. He's a smashing performer as well, 103 rated coming into this. I don't think the handicap is going to put him up an awful lot for that, given that the pair who ended up chasing him home were much lower rated, but he put the higher rated horses to the sword earlier in the race, and he showed that he was right at the top of his game. Proper dirt mile and a quarter performer, and he brought his A game today and gave Camila Camilo the third of his 4 wins on the day.
Yeah, and I think it was interesting that Baroud and Kaba, who were drawn 18 and 19 and rated 73 and 63 respectively, were the horses that finished in second and third, which will probably do him a little bit of a favour when it comes to his handicap mark, because they can't chuck him up miles for beating a pair of horses that are...
He's not going to be running handicaps anyway, but he's you wouldn't go up at all for that. If anything, he might even be pulled down a pound for beating those horses not particularly far. And the question is what the handicapper does with the likes of French Claim, who was making his debut here. He came here with a rating of 108, having shown high-class form in Ireland for Paddy Toomey. And of course, the aforementioned Schwarzer Peter was rated 102. He's already been pulled down from his German peak, having been well beaten in 2 starts here already. Showed a lot more dash today, but didn't quite get home. He's gradually getting to grips with racing here, but the handicapper's got to make a decision as to how to treat those in the interim.
Schwarzer Peter, would we see this horse dropping in trip maybe 2,000 metres today? Would consider dropping down?
The trip's clearly not the issue, because his lifetime best performance was over 1.5 miles.
But that was on turf in a German derby. Now we're moving to the dirt. I'm just thinking would there be a difference there?
There's no real correlation between 1.5 miles. A 1.5 mile classic horse suddenly becoming a mile dirt horse. You wouldn't expect those horses to have that kind of pace, because it tends to be all about pace at shorter trips. He just needs to learn how to adapt to the surface. We saw this with another very good ex-French horse last week. Making movies. Who struggled to make a mark here, having shown high-class form in France at 2 and 3. Completely different surface. Most of his form was on good or softer ground in France. So he needs to just adapt his physiology to the new surface and learn how to get the best out of himself. He did that last week. He wasn't running to quite the same level as he was in France, but he was doing it in a different way and being competitive. Schwarzer Peter was at least competitive today for a while. He simply needs to keep finding how to be fully effective on the dirt. The trip isn't really the issue. The surface is fundamentally the issue, and perhaps climate as well to some sort of degree. But he will gradually find his feet here and find his level.
Yes, I think he'd certainly be one to watch, and French Claim wouldn't be leaving French Claim just yet. Hopefully that horse, who's currently rated 108, will drop massively from that, and I think Making Movies is a prime example of a horse who was just tumbling down the weights and finally got his chance and really has shown it and shown his ability, and hopefully he can take that step forward, because the one thing you don't want to see is if he runs well and then puts in a stinker next time.
Yeah, I think with high-class performers, part of the reason that makes them so good is they have a desire to win. They have that innate desire to win the race. So even if they're running on an alien surface, something that doesn't get the very best out of them, they will find their level, and because they want to win races, they'll be able to do it. Making Movies is a great example of that. Just finding himself at a different level, but still wanting to win his races. And once he found that he was able to be competitive, he suddenly showed his competitive spirit. We haven't been able to see that from Schwarzer Peter. This was the first run for French Claim, and of course he was in action in Ireland not that long ago. So he's going to take a bit longer just to acclimatise to the whole concept of racing in Saudi Arabia. So although he was very disappointing today, that's kind of what you expect with his profile. He's going to take a few runs, I would have thought. It may well be next season before French Claim really shows what he can do, but he needs to have a few runs anyway just to settle in here.
Yeah, very different to Navan, I imagine, Riyadh, as a course circuit and an environment, just a wee bit different there. There were a few other stories in behind. I thought Homesick Boy won quite a poor race. Wild Rhythm, I thought, ran a decent race off a rating of 95. He'll be one to keep an eye on as we get deeper into the Riyadh season. He's certainly a horse that I might see on turf as well. Yeah,
again, we haven't really touched on the fact that some of these horses who are bred for turf are having to run on dirt at this stage, but there will be an opportunity on turf later on in the Riyadh season, and that could open up new avenues for a few horses.
Yes, when that turf course does come up behind us and you'll see that beautiful green carpet on the inside, it'll be wonderful to see, and I think a whole new host of opportunities will be opened for plenty of horses, both from Saudi Arabia and those travelling from overseas. But as Making Movies proved last week, and a few horses are beginning to prove now, that you don't have to just have a dirt pedigree to do the business here. Rory, I've really enjoyed it today. We move on, we do it all again tomorrow. It's a nice card as well. We go 12 races. I think it's a stronger card than this, so I'm looking forward to that. I know we'll have 12 races, 2 Arabian races, which will be a step up from what we've seen at all in our first 2 weeks here in Riyadh as well. So looking forward to that. But remember, if you are watching us from home, we are live on Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays. We will be live tomorrow from 3:05 Saudi time, 12:05 UK time. Be there or just be square, because it's good racing and you don't want to miss out.